You shall not pass. No, this is not the society I wanted. This is not a government that reflects my values and morals and goals. This is a government and society that's built on massive, endless top-down corruption without any oversight or accountability. This is exactly the government the founders warned you of. But they think they're covered because over time they've ramped up the ability for the government to invoke violence. So now people are just scared. It is kind of what you saw happen in the Arab Spring, where the price to defect is less costly than the price to comply. And that's what's happened like in America when you started seeing all these protests, all these police protests, shutting down freeways and stuff. Because the price to comply was they pulled you out of your car and beat you to death. That was higher than the price to defect, the cost.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you're going to see with NASA right now.
And this was evidence when you were talking about whenever anyone goes against the status quo, the greatest evidence and the biggest like when people started to realize, like everyone started to realize how important it was to not stray away from the government or from the status quo was B.O.B.
Yeah,
do you remember the rapper B.O.B.?
Yeah, he's like one. Yeah, and a lot of celebrities and stuff. See, the celebrities, do
you remember though? Do you remember what happened with him? Yeah.
Yeah.
So dude, I just want to talk about that for a bit. Like,
yeah, go ahead.
He said he wasn't even a flat earther. I think he watched like a couple of Eric Dubé videos, and he just started thinking. Like he wasn't actually a flat earther. He wasn't actually woke or even close to knowing anything about anything. But he was doubting something. So when he did that picture where he was on top of a mountain, he took a picture over a lake towards Chicago or something. And he just asked a question. That's all he did, right? He said, if the curvature of the earth is blah blah blah, then I shouldn't be able to see the top of these skyscrapers. This picture, and then, dude, he fucking literally like stabbed a wound. He like put salt in some wound, and he exposed how fucking how do I say it? How crazy the government is about people that think differently. Or that
this isn't new either. That's not. I mean, if you during the '60s, there was a hold on, I just lost it. Gil Scott. Okay, yeah, Gil Scott. He was a singer, and he talked about justice and in liberty, like the civil liberties. He was like, because a lot of people forget what the '60s were like. I mean, there were political assassinations, there were violent protests. Like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. I mean, all these civil rights people getting killed. You had clashes between voters and at Democratic conventions and whatnot. So Gil Scott wrote a song about don't kind of like I'm paraphrasing, not to look it up again, but the lyrics are like, hey, you can't afford your rent, you can't afford food, you got a draft taking your young sons over to Vietnam. But like he's like making fun of it. He says, but don't worry about it. Whitey is on the moon.
Whitey? What does he mean?
White people.
Oh, like yeah. I get it. Yeah.
He goes, your inner city is crumbling. I can't remember all the lyrics, but he breaks it down. He's like, look at all these social problems going on, all these things that government said they can fix. He says, but guess what? No one cares because Whitey's on the moon. So you got the same thing. These like people in culture, like singers, songwriters, actors, athletes, they've been saying this stuff since the very beginning. And you see why the pushback, especially from the right wing, Christian conservatives, I'm trying to
Yeah.
remember her name right now. Laura Ingram, I think it is. She said, "Shut up and dance. Shut up and sing. Shut up and play your basketball. Catch the ball." They're very upset when they have a counterculture movement inside culture, because to them that challenges their concept of what it means to be American. Because when you've got people who are representing the culture, bluegrass, like jazz, basketball, football, baseball, these are the people also telling you that your government is so far away from what it should be. Then the people who are at those rings of power, they're not sure how to handle that, which is what Voltaire had said, one of the very first atheists. It is very dangerous to be right when people in power are wrong.
Yeah.
And that shows you the pushback that they'll do. And kind of why, like in the past, all
Get
these
canceled.
minority
You'll
groups,
get canceled.
yeah, all these minority groups were connected. They were connected through a shared idea to speak truth to power. And at some point, atheism we lost them. We lost those brothers and sisters. They used to be side by side. And now they can't figure out. Like, I'm saying this because a lot of the atheists come in here very triggered about flat earth. And you're like, why? Why would you do that? I'm here with you. I do not believe they put the Bible on the moon. I do not believe that God superpositioned America to win the space race. I do not believe that the director of NASA, the current director of NASA, has personally spoken to God and God told him to come out of retirement. You used to
Yeah.
share these beliefs with me. The Atheist Foundation used to take, NASA to court to say, hey, either cut the shit, show your deity, or stop claiming it.
Yeah. I posted 3 videos in the chat.
Okay,
Kind of
yeah.
what you were talking about with the 1960s guy.
Yeah, yeah.
So here you have the Flat Earth John Lennon song. You got Bob Dylan, who was kind of against all that shit, like the government, the Masters of War.
Yeah.
And then you got Edwin Starr talking about like war.
Hey, would you
And
do me a
yeah,
solid? I'm tabbed out. Can you DM them to me? I'll look at it later. I'm multitasking right now.
yeah. Fuck. Where are you? Okay. But yeah, basically, I'd say these guys are like good examples of what you were talking about. That artist that you brought up.
Yeah, Gil Scott.
Gil Scott. Yeah, I never heard of him. There you go. Sent you one. Oh, I should have sent you the same one. Fuck. Uh, so I haven't listened to the John Lennon one in a while, but it sounds like he's talking about flat Earth. Is what, if I remember correctly. There's that one, and then there's Masters of War. gonna listen to it real quick. I'll be back. I'll be back. Crit,
Yeah, I'm here.
did you listen to it?
Oh no, I'm busy. That's why I said if you could DM me, I'll check it out later.
Yeah, dude. It's so amazing. It's like it's literally like he's he's like the first thing he says is like people say I'm crazy, and they gave me all these warnings that like he was gonna get canceled, and he people ask him if he's okay, and he's like, yeah, I'm fine, and and then he's like, I'm no longer going in the merry-go-round, like the globe Earth going round, you know.
Yeah,
He just describes flat Earth perfectly and how it is to be a flat earther, that it gets canceled, that gets shunned by society, you know. It's perfectly, it's like a perfect explanation of how of being a flat earther or being someone that thinks critically. Anyway, I'm gonna start my day. See you later, Crit
take care.
and Batman. Bye.
Yeah, take care. See you next time.
Yeah. Adios.
crazy, this dude in the lobby is like, "You're saying is not art to the scientists, right?" It's like you're just saying all the scientists are wrong. Like, no, I'm fucking not. Quote where anyone said that. But you're saying that, aren't you? Like, no, I never said that. What the fuck? Because they have this impression that it's all based on science. The scientists said it's true. If you're saying it's not true, then you're saying the scientists are lying.
I had something similar where the guy's like, "Hey, give me your flat Earth measurements." I'm like, "What flat Earth measurements?" "The ones you said you had." "Okay, where did I say this?" Dun, 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 dun. He's like, "Because you said you're a flat earther." "Yeah." "So you've got measurements." "Okay, where did I say that?" As the only person talking about measurements are you. I said the Earth measures flat. Do you know the difference between verbs and nouns? I'm saying using the Earth, I can use that as a baseline to measure sea level. Starting from sea level, I go up. That adds to 0. You go down, that's below. It's a baseline, it's a benchmark. Now you think measurement, which would be a noun, a thing, that would be a placeholder for the Earth. So you're talking about, does the Earth measure as Earth? The measurement, yeah. Duh. And just run right back into it. Show me your measurement. 0? You want to see a 0? And then he goes, or she, I don't know, whoever it was, like, "You don't have measurements." Why the fuck did you ask me for it then? Like, if I know you don't have X, do I waste my breath and ask you for it? Like, more than once, even? Like, at all? Like, how many? 0 times. I know you're measured wanting. 0. You've got 0. I'm not going to use you to get something you don't have. I can't give it. I know you don't have it. Meanwhile, you've spammed my inbox 40, 50 times saying, "Show me your measurements." Each one of those you have to explain now.
Wait, who are you talking to exactly?
People who add content to what flat Earth is, then freak out over their own content, then get mad at you for something they said.
Oh, like not this person is not in the voice chat, so you're just having monologue. Okay.
No. T-Dub was talking about a guy he was talking to in lobby, and I was saying, yeah, I had a pretty similar experience today with somebody who heard me talking on live stream and started sending me messages rather than just joining the call. I get it. The conversation is really hard to follow. It's all kinds of nuanced and whatnot. So no problem. We'll catch you up. We'll get you up to speed.
I had a similar conversation with Bev once. I mean, so I was like, what are you going to reference without your baseline? How are you going to even begin to measure?
Yeah, with Bev, I ended up getting banned because I said, "Can you tell me one thing that's flat? Just one thing, just anything." Like, because he kept saying the Earth is not flat. Okay, so what is flat? Because tell me a not that. It's not okay. Like I have an object in my hand. It's not a banana. Okay, that doesn't do anything for me. Okay, I really, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're talking about some object that's not a banana. Okay, can you tell me what a banana is? That way I can know that you know that you can define it. You can define what a banana is. And he could never get it. There's not anything in all of creation that he would describe as flat. It doesn't exist. It's some sort of like mathematical construct that only exists on paper. I'm like, sure, how about the paper itself? Is that flat? He couldn't say that either. He couldn't say, no, paper is not flat.
You can't generalize or work within parameters.
Yeah, it's like it's impossible. He's walked himself into this weird space where all he can do is just ban you. It's like you get to ask him one question. He'll tell you it's a not that. And if you ask again, you're mic spamming. You're annoying. You're breaking the rules. I go, dude, it's a different question. It's following your last answer to the next possible conclusion. Trying to get to somewhere. What will you say emphatically that you can't? There's nothing you can think of that's flat. Therefore, saying not flat is a vacuous statement. Will you get there? No. You just hover over the ban button and ban me before you'll say it. You'd rather run from your own claim than actually talk about a not that.
I know, right? Like I was watching a short of a builder, and it's like checking look of one of his employees. He's like looking across some him, and he's like, "I've got to say, guys, this looks pretty flat to me." Like just eyeballing it, but he's going, "Yeah, it looks pretty good."
Yeah, Bev would be like the one dude in the back, and all the way in the back of the group, not flat. You're like, who the fuck said that?
Yeah.
Get your ass over here.
The doctor tells him to lie down flat on his back, and he's like, he's down, and he's like trying to press all the bumps down.
I can't do it. Yeah, I can't lie flat. Okay, do your best. I mean, it's very similar. That's why people are tired of Bev. Like, he's like, I'm banned from everywhere. Well, stop banning people from your server. And then you come in here and you say the same inane shit that like day one globalists say. Earth not flat. Bev, it's like you could just voice over your text with any sort of squirting milk out the nose, triggered globalist you could think of. Like you're not offering anything to the conversation.
It was crazy. There was a guy in here the other day who was talking with you and Jedi, I think, and he's like, it was just explained to him how sea level, is like used as a standard for which you, like you just described before too. Like you can gauge changes in elevation, right? In the plus or minus according to that standard. He turns around like 2 minutes later, he was like, "Oh, so you saying it's perfectly flat? What about mountains then?" It's like, wow, just the whole conversation was wasted on him.
Yeah, what about ism? There's a dude came in here too, like D-Mock had him, and D-Mock's like, think of a saw blade, motherfucker. You got a saw blade with teeth on it. And the dude was so plugged into the globalist paradigm that as D-Mock was talking about, hey, you have a saw and you're moving it, you're back and forth and cutting into the wood. Those teeth, okay, are not the saw. They're like the plate, like the saw is, level all the way across. Even with all this that D-Mock's explaining to him, he still was thinking a circular saw blade. And you're like, wow. Even though he's describing you how to use like the teeth and how they cut into, like, wow. He thinks you hold, there's a handle. Like there's a tool out there, a circular saw blade handled version.
That's cool. I want one.
I know, it almost inspired me to make a meme. I was going to be like, handsaw flat earther, handsaw globalist.
Do it. See them trying to spin it as fast as they can, cranking it, crank handle on it. Pretty cool. Yeah, you could. There's a motor in it. Where's all the sawmills these days? Where are they? It's like they're just all closing down. So who's making this shit? They just got like one huge fucking sawmill somewhere. An acre's fucking big or something. Like, used to be like a lot of little sawmills were able to like and viable business.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how they've changed things with like the way they cut wood and process it. I'll be right back. I'm back.
The Antarctic robot. Robot chicken.
The Mo.
What up? What up?
Is there proof of aliens on Antarctica? The announcement was.
Is there proof of aliens on Alien Antarctica?
Well, we could just keep talking about flat Earth or whatever.
And it's not a 1,000-mile-an-hour acceleration.
Getting on Mars. Uncovered the skull in a region of
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Eye Joe. You have to talk to the shrink, the doctor, the technician and surgeon. You can be a born-again Christian or a born-again virgin, a born-again AI or a born-again version. Whatever floats your boat.
Just started the live stream. Go ahead, Cyclone.
Thanks, Julio, and thank you, Corvo, for having us over again. We've had some good events in the past, and we always appreciate you
Born-again
reaching out.
concepts.
This is
and
the best
born-again
conversation and subject to be discussed
Born again stupidity
on the earth,
and born again
in
for
our
certain.
opinion. So we appreciate it, and we know it's a sensitive subject for some, but it's a gold mine of information, and it's a great thing to get into. So I would just kind of like to frame it beforehand with a bit of introductory comments. So if you're new to this and you've not really looked into the flat earth before, you're probably going to have a few ideas in your head about what you think we're talking about here. Primarily a disk in space, like a disk earth floating around a heliocentric solar system. That's not what anyone's saying. That's not what we're saying. That's the images that are put out and the idea that is put out in the mainstream to make curious minds turn away from the topic because you dismiss it as obviously ridiculous. So that's not actually what we're saying, but there's a lot that you can get into in terms of what we actually are saying. So that's what we're going to try and focus on. It's going to no doubt have some points of debate in it, and I would just say pay attention to who is presenting empirical evidence, observation, and data, and who is presenting ideas, concepts, theories. Right. Another thing I would say is that it might sound like a ridiculous idea, and it sounded ridiculous to most of us when we first heard about it. But in reality, this is what we experience in our everyday lives. It's all we ever experience, which is that the Earth is a flat and motionless Earth, as far as we can tell. So that's not to say that that's the beginning and end of the question, but it is where you start if you're honestly wanting to figure out where you live. Another thing I would say is come at this from an open-minded position and understand that the more valuable thing to do here is not to try and argue with a concept that you don't necessarily like the sound of, but you don't really know that much about, but rather interrogate your belief in a globe, right? Which is what we all ended up having to do. Most of us got into this trying to prove the globe and debunk flat Earth. So it's more useful for you to think, right, what is it that makes me believe that what I live on is a spinning ball in a vacuum? And then raise those points to us and say, okay, I think I live on a ball because this.
and then we'll give you our explanation as to why that isn't actually proof that we live on a spinning ball. That's what a lot of this comes down to. So it's more worthwhile for you to ask the questions about what you believe and how they pertain to the globe than it is to kind of try and argue against a concept that you maybe don't fully understand. But we're looking forward to taking your questions, and if you follow the text chat alongside, we'll be posting articles, images, and information to go along with what we're saying. So we'll try and keep that relatively on topic if we can, guys. And yeah, we look forward to taking your questions. So unless any other flat earther wants to kind of jump in with some more intro remarks, then we can get going.
Let's begin with a simple question. Why is the Earth not a globe? I'll just start off the discussion with that.
Okay, well, I'd say the simplest answer to that is that a globe requires physical curvature of the surface, right? A ball requires physically a necessity that the surface is curving at a certain rate. NASA and the mainstream give us this rate, approximately 8 inches per mile square, based on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's the official story, so it necessitates physical curvature. So this is what people are testing. This is the crux of the whole discussion. If Earth is a ball, if the stories about the satellites going into space, going to the moon, if the stories about any of it, gravity, everything that you think proves a ball, if any of those are true, then it necessitates physical curvature of the surface. And people are doing long distance observations, laser tests, radio wave tests, to test the convexity, or lack thereof, of the surface over bodies of water, salt flats, things like that. And they're finding no curvature. There has to be curvature of a very specific rate for the story to be true, and there's none when physically tested. We can see too far. Our line of sight is too far for there to be a curve going down and away from us at a certain rate, like they tell us. So this is the craziest thing about this subject. If you're into conspiracies and you've looked at things like 9/11, the moon landing, JFK, all this kind of stuff, Flat Earth sounds like the most ridiculous, but it is the one with all of the evidence that you can actually verify. That's the difference. You can test this yourself once you understand the globe model, but it requires actually understanding the globe model to a depth that you don't get taught in school. None of us are taught what we're going to talk about tonight in school, for the most part. Not in this detail. And you need to know that detail to be able to test it. So it's now being tested. It was being tested in the 1800s and the 1900s as well, but again, they were kind of just shouted down. But yeah, there's no curvature. No curve, no ball. Cannot be a globe. Physically cannot be. So that's the main argument, I would say, in terms of empirical, verifiable. But, I mean, it's endless. You can get into motion of the Earth. We can get into the vacuum of space and gas pressure requiring a container. Physical reality and natural law debunk the globe model. And it's just about going and learning those things. Learning the globe model in detail, what its actual claims are. Claims which are physically essential to the story. And they're nowhere to be found in reality. And reality actually contradicts them directly. So it's a crazy pill to swallow, but that is what you'll find if you honestly go looking at the evidence. Right, so it's like you'll be taught like discursive writing and debate in school, and they'll tell you need to know both sides of an argument. Right, we're only taught one. We're only taught the heliocentric globe model. We were taught nothing about a geocentric flat Earth model, which has been believed for the majority of all of human history, and was still widely debated between the best scientists in the 1800s and 1900s, contemporaries of Einstein. They were still debating heliocentrism and geocentrism, because the reality is our observed worldview is geocentric. What we see is that the sun is moving, not that we're moving. So there is a positive burden of proof on the side saying, okay, I know we don't see us moving and we only see the sun moving, but in reality, we're moving as well. Right? We're the ones moving, causing that apparent moving sun. Okay, cool story. What's the evidence? And this is where it falls short. And you believe, like all of us did, that, well, someone's done it, someone's figured it out, someone's done some test somewhere at some time and has proven this, because everyone's saying it. This is what our world is currently thinking. But you haven't actually looked. You haven't actually checked. You're just presuming someone has. Well, therein lies the rub. They haven't. No one has. No one ever did. It was always an assumption. It was always a model created by Copernicus at the behest of the Catholic Church, saying, come on, Copernicus, give us the math for how this observation could be possible on a spinning ball. And Copernicus was like, oh, I don't know about that. They'll eat me alive. I don't want to do it. But they pushed him, and they actually published it for him. And he even said himself, it isn't necessary that this is true. It isn't necessary that I even believe it. But this is how it could theoretically work on a spinning ball. And he did the math. Right? That's not proving anything. That's creating a theoretical model and backwards engineering from existing observation. So this is a lot of stuff to get into, but I would implore you to think with an open mind and ask questions about the globe that you currently believe in, right? Because that's how you learn, right? It's not going to do you much good to challenge an idea that you don't believe in, but it might do you some good to really interrogate your own beliefs and figure out what the evidence is for them. So yeah, let's do some questions with some new people, unless anyone else wants to jump in from the far side.
I think I saw a nice warm dad you might have lit up. Do you have a question?
Oh, no, sorry. I have my push to talk key is mapped to something else also.
All right, it's fine. So any questions, any challenges? I'll go ahead, God420.
Per hour drift that we all measure, including me with my gyroscope.
Your microphone is barely audible. Like, I don't know, there's too much static.
Yeah, it's very low. Sorry,
Can you explain the 15-degree per hour drift that all of our gyroscopes pick up? All of them.
Sorry, Corvo, just quickly, could you give Indio perms now he's here?
I got you.
Okay, so who is with the question there? Who are we speaking to?
15 degrees.
The 15-degree per hour drift.
Drift of what?
Explain it. The rotating globe that we are on. Explain the 15-degree per hour drift on a flat Earth.
Wait. The rotating globe that you're on.
Correct. It has the 15-degree per hour drift. And
So
it's not the 1,000-mile-an-hour silliness. It's 15
So
degrees per hour.
So the globe that you're on, you're saying is rotating.
Once in 24 hours.
Okay, so where do you detect the Earth to be rotating?
All of my gyroscopes. All of
Your
my
gyroscope?
pendulum gears. All of my
Pendulums?
testing gear will pick it
No,
up.
we're talking about the Earth rotating.
Yeah, you can pick that up using mechanical means as well.
Okay, how do you pick it up using mechanical means?
An ultra low friction gyroscope.
Right, so the gyroscope's moving.
Didn't understand.
So how do you link that to the Earth moving exactly?
Only true explanation, period.
Oh, so because you say it's the only true explanation, you don't have to provide any evidence for a causal link? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I could bring up the readings for the scopes and stuff if you need me to, but you know.
But you're assuming this motion. What's that assumption based on exactly?
So high altitude observation of the sun and the planets and the stars.
So you see the sun moving, right? So how is that telling you anything about the Earth moving?
They are all rotating.
Right. Okay. But the Earth is not. Right?
It's just too obvious that the rotation is there.
They're rotating. Okay, so they're rotating. How do you get to the bit where you're rotating?
This all up to some argument.
Is that an assumption?
So it's an assumption. Just
Thank you.
Kind of nowhere.
Measured evidence from my own personal equipment proves to me that it is rotating.
But you just said it's
Tested
because
here.
the sun and the stars are moving. But that's just the sun and the stars moving. I'm asking, what makes you think that you're the one moving?
My gyroscopes, like I said at the beginning, I'll repeat myself. I don't mind being a broken record.
Okay, so it's an assumption that you're moving.
Yes.
Confirming the consequence.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Can I just get in here as well? Just quickly, do you have a demonstration of this?
Demonstration?
Yeah.
Let me get yourself off this fucking push to talk.
Okay.
Language, bro. Chill.
No need to get angry.
Relax.
There. Now I'm off push to talk and I have to keep pressing keys.
Is that better?
But how do I measure it? I just use my gyroscopes. You can actually measure their drift. You can
Wasn't what I
measure-
asked.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not asking for an explanation.
Whatever.
I was asking for a demonstration. You either have one or you don't.
So if we, do you guys feel like you want to take a question from chat?
I was wondering if you could actually answer my question because I don't feel like we've finished that yet.
I'd like to finish this guy.
God 420, because you've made a claim there. I was wondering if you have a demonstration for that.
Well, I can set up and do some video streaming and show some gyroscopes in operation, but you're not going to see much except for a change in angle over the course of an hour. You'll see a drift of 15 degrees.
But that is the claim that you've made that I'm asking for a demonstration of.
I am.
You understand?
I will do that if I have to, but we'll be here 1 hour to watch it drift.
Sounds
look, dude,
good.
if you don't have it, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not like saying if you don't have it, then you're wrong. I'm not saying
He doesn't have it. Listen, he doesn't have it.
I know he doesn't, but
Okay, so
I'm asking
let me,
for it
let
anyway.
me tell you why he doesn't have it, and this is easy to demonstrate. Because you would only measure a 15-degree drift at one of the poles. Are you at the North or South Pole?
Wrong.
You're going to measure 15 degrees, and you're going to measure Okay, listen. You want me to tell you the formula? Because you're not going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift unless you're at one of the poles. You would need a 3-axis gyro, and you would measure a cumulative. If you summed all 3 axes, then you would measure a 15-degree per hour drift. You said you had a regular gyro, regular mechanical gyro.
I also have the aeronautic gyros that they use for aircraft.
Yeah, and those are single-axis gyros.
No.
Yeah.
It's for the ones on the main.
They use multiple gyros. They use multiple gyros in the aircraft.
Yes.
And in fact, they're called an attitude indicator.
No, I'm not talking about the indicator. I'm looking at the gyro.
The attitude indicator is the gyro, and the gyro isn't the purpose of it. Nuh-uh, it's not a reputation. Nuh-uh. Do you want me to just pull up a PDF that has the schematic for the attitude indicator for an aircraft? Do I really have to do this?
I don't care about the attitude indicator.
The attitude indicator is what has the gyro, dude.
Ignore me then. Talk over me.
The attitude indicator is your refutation is nuh-uh. Okay? That is what your nuh-uh. Listen, the fact is, the attitude indicator is a device in the airplane which has the gyro, and the purpose of the gyro is to damp the sway of the device.
Wrong.
Okay?
I know exactly where it is. It is down in the belly of the plane.
So who cares?
In the control
So
room
may I try to move this discussion into more productive direction?
Listen, I'd like a concession. I'd like a concession that he never actually did this test, because to measure 15 degrees per hour on a single axis, you would have to be at a pole. This is not debatable. This is objectively true.
Agreed.
Objectively true. You can.
So if you're at 40, listen. If you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree. Listen, so if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15 degree per hour drift that is on a single axis.
Do you realize how equatorial telescope mounts work?
Yes.
Okay. You can measure that drift throughout the entire surface of this planet, including the equators and the poles.
Do you have to correct for latitude? Yes or no? You have to program it for latitude.
my God, talk over me. Fuck it. Talk to someone else.
Answer the question. Yes,
You're
it's a yes or
refusing to
no
answer me.
question.
Listen,
May I?
John,
You guys are both trying to lie, and that's why I'm acting like this, because you're both trying to lie.
it is
Like, I've been doing this for
retarded
4
to call
years,
someone
dude.
a
I know
liar
how all
because
these
you don't
devices
like their
work.
argument. That is
No,
retarded.
because you're
Stop it.
lying.
Yeah, well, listen. I mean, God 420 can't get to the demonstration, which he would then have to beg the question of. So yeah, I think we can probably move on.
Okay, so
Corvo.
We will see. I will get the display set up, and we're going to sit for 1 hour, and you can watch the machine physically fucking drift.
Yeah,
You won't
okay,
do
and then I'll
shit.
ask you-
You won't do shit.
So listen, don't move the goalpost. You said 15 degree per hour drift is what you've already measured.
Right. So we'll set for 1 hour, and you can watch it
Okay.
drift 15 degrees in
Okay, let's do this.
camera if we have to.
Yeah, okay. Okay, go
Let's
for
do
it.
this.
Set it up, God. Right, set it
Let's
up.
do this,
and then-
dude. Listen, I'm gonna
Let's
laugh,
do
dude.
this.
When you measure
do we
7.3, when you
do we
measure
need-
7.3 degree drift because you're at something like 43 latitude, I'm gonna laugh at you.
Wrong.
May
That's
I
not how it works here.
please interject for a
Some
second?
more.
Yeah, Corvo,
in the-
guys, let's let Corvo get in here.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I mean, we can at later time do a live stream with God 420 if you guys are interested.
How
In.
about I post citations? Will that suffice, and we can just end this? I'll just
So
post citations.
We can both post it. So I think I have a question by King of Kings, who have a question for the flat earthers. If the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile of distance, wouldn't the difference be?
Can I stop you right there? Per mile is a slope. No one is claiming to live on a slope, are they?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question.
Yeah, but the question is already wrong, so it needs to be correct.
So let me finish it. I'm just reading it. Yeah, the guy isn't talking.
Okay, but the question is already wrong. That's the point.
Yeah, we'll correct him and say it's 8 inches per mile squared, not 8 inches per mile. As in
That's a
just-
parabola.
Okay,
that'd be
8
right.
inches per mile squared. Wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position.
Yeah, but then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God,
It's
I know
called
you're
a parent
upset.
drop,
I know
not
you're
physical
upset.
drop.
I know you're upset, but you're just gonna have to chill. We gave you your chance, and you were gonna go and set up your gyroscope that you were then gonna say, "I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation," and we were gonna say, "Okay, how do you link that?" And you'd say, "Well, just because we know." Right. So let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course, they won't even accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob. Or not
Okay,
Dr. Bob, but Bob, what's his name?
So just to the new people as well, this is the type of
Mr.
person.
Sensible.
This is the type of person that you
Maze
get
program.
who's been arguing this for years, but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature. So they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
Fuck.
I would just like to kind of bring it back to
Please don't laugh. It's actually
Can I just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago? I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated, and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is. Now,
10-4.
with regards to the, what was it, the question before about 8 inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola. All good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah? If Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it. That was all I had to say, really.
Well said.
I agree completely with what you said.
Respect.
Yeah, exactly. And just like I said at the beginning, right? Pay attention to who's speaking about empirical observations and measurements, and who's just kind of getting a bit emotional. So yeah, Corv, I don't know if you want to open up to see if anyone else has questions or.
Yeah, anyone else has a question? Want to try to be the interlocutor? Could be interesting.
I have a question.
Let me just see which name.
My question is, if the Earth is flat, how come there are time zones?
Time zones, classic. Crypto, you want to answer this, or someone else on the flyer side?
Yeah, if someone else wants to go ahead, otherwise I'm happy to.
You're good, Crypto. You take over, man. You explain it very well.
Yeah, go for Crypto.
Yeah, it's really simple. So, let's say that you were, living on a table, right? You, me, and a few other people were living on a table, and there was a light going around above that table. It's really quite simple. When the light is above your head, that's midday. As the light moves away from you, that's called evening, afternoon, and then evening. And then as it becomes dark, that's nighttime. So your proximity with midday defines the time, right? So it's got nothing to do with the shape of anything. It's got to do with the cycle of day and night. And that's all it is. Because it's a repeated cycle, you call this 6 p.m. and you call that 3 p.m. and this is 10 a.m. But they're just... think about it as like sections of a day rather than sections of a ball. And yeah, it's easy enough to understand.
Also, most people have confusion about the nature of the sun because they've bought into the heliocentric model, which is entirely theoretical, including the alleged distance of the sun as being 93 million miles away. There's no hard evidence for that, so there's no reason to think that's true. In fact, there's lots of evidence to counter that idea. So that's another reason why sometimes people get confused about the sun and the daylight.
I have a question.
Oh, I was actually hoping to ask the guy who asked the question, like a counter question.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'll be very quick. I don't know who it was that actually asked.
That was me.
Sorry, what's your name?
Shamron.
Shamron, why do you think that time zones would only be possible on a ball?
It's a fact.
Based on the way you're saying that, the way that if it's like a light shining on a flat surface, essentially. Okay, how do I put?
You think that the sun would illuminate everything, right?
Yeah, wouldn't the sun
like a table lamp over like a dinner plate or something, right? So everything should be lit up.
In the text.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to ask this question, because often that's what people think. So I wanted to kind of lead into this. Think about a massive warehouse, right? So you've got a massive warehouse, and you've got one light in the middle of the warehouse. Does the light in the middle of the warehouse illuminate the entire warehouse?
Well, if it doesn't illuminate the entire warehouse, but I've worked in a warehouse myself, and if there's a single light and it's in the middle of the warehouse, you'll see some of the light from even the farthest corner of the warehouse, as long as it's bright enough.
Absolutely.
Well, the warehouses you've worked in aren't the same as the one that I've worked in. We'll have to agree to disagree on that one. I've worked in massive warehouses where you can't see. Like, every inch of the warehouse needs to be lit, or there's no light.
Or either way, imagine that warehouse is like 20 miles long, and there's a light at the far end. Then you won't see
would
it.
you then say that the size of the Earth is like larger than
way larger?
Yeah, the sun is more small and local than they tell us. And that movement over the face of Earth is what dictates day and night. Like a small light over a flat table.
Would you have proof to provide that? I mean, proof to justify these claims?
Well, do you know how you see the sun move every day?
Yeah.
And do you know how when you see the sun move away from you, it starts to get dark?
Yeah.
Okay, so prove to me that that's not what's occurring. Because you're saying that's not what's occurring, right? You're saying you're the one spinning, and that's the reason that it's actually going dark. But in reality, you just see the sun move away from you, and when it gets a sufficient distance away from you, it gets dark, and it's nighttime.
Crepuscular rays help too.
So
Another distraction.
Really, that's your logical axiom. The sun moves over your head, and eventually it gets far enough away that it becomes nighttime. The light is not reaching you. This matches what we observe of light. It doesn't go forever.
How can you see the sun rise?
Because that's when it's moving towards you. But it's not actually rising from beneath the earth, right? That's an optical effect. Okay, so over distance, due to the way optics work, it'll appear to compress with the horizon, but it's an optical thing, right? You can demonstrate this if you have a long table and you take an object and you draw it away from you, get a friend to pull it away from you, you'll see the bottom of it start to disappear bottom up, right, on a flat surface. So when the sun's moving towards you, it has kind of the reverse of that effect. It appears to rise from the compression point of the horizon, but it's just traveling towards you over a distance. And we can show you footage of the sun not doing that, not appearing to optically sink, but rather shrink into the distance as it travels. You can see this in areas on the equator when the atmosphere is a bit drier, generally, and Africa and places like that.
I'd like to counter that, because if you measure the disk, it doesn't change in size. So that makes no sense what you're saying.
Boris, it's good to hear you again. Been a while.
Yes.
So what was your
factually incorrect?
Boris.
Boris is back.
Where's Natasha?
Yes. So I want to ask you, I asked this a long time ago, and no one was able to answer it, because you believe there isn't a vacuum. So why does the ISS not burn up?
What are you talking about?
What's that?
Because it's at Building 9 Space Vehicle Mock-Up Center, Houston, Texas, and it's climate controlled.
No. You can see it with a telescope. You can see it with a telescope. You can
That
see
was
it
a
with
good answer.
Good pair of binoculars. You can even see it with the naked eye. But
So
you
what
can
do you
see
see?
clearly
What
what
do
it
you
is,
see?
and it doesn't burn up.
It's not clearly what it is.
Explain
dude.
that.
It's not clearly what it is.
It doesn't matter. It's an object that's
It's an object
really
that
fast
is
and it
way.
doesn't burn
That,
up.
listen, now tell me, if the ISS, what you think is the ISS, was at 40,000 feet, was 7 feet across and going 350 miles per hour, would it look any different than what you see now?
That's not my question. I'm asking why does.
Well, I'm asking you, you think that you positively ID'd a space station flying at 17,000 miles per hour, 400 kilometers in the sky, and 300 feet long, that you positively ID'd it with a telescope or binoculars? And I'm asking you.
I don't care what it is. It's an object that you can see. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and it could be at 40,000
Hang
feet.
on. Why does it not burn up?
Why would it burn up at 40,000 feet?
Because things screaming that fast tend to get
350 miles an hour is not fast.
What's that?
He wants
Listen.
it both ways.
Listen, the International Space Station would be where you think it is would be visually identical to an object. It's going 350 miles per hour at 40,000 feet and 7 feet long.
It's not.
That's the same angular size. It's the same angle that it would travel across the sky. It's just everything is identical. Be visually identical, where you could not tell the difference. But why would it burn up?
Because it's going so fast in an atmosphere. But if there is
350 miles per hour, that's actually smaller than a commercial airplane.
I thought this is a question and discussion.
Oh, if you don't look. So we
you know how
start
fast
with a
the
false
ISS
premise,
is going?
and then you continue.
Yeah, the ISS is going so fast that if there was no vacuum, it would burn up.
No, it's not.
Okay, so prove the speed of the International Space Station.
It's not, huh?
Prove Prove the speed of the International Space Station from observation.
It comes back over my head every 90 minutes. That's
not what
pretty
I
fast.
asked.
First of all, that's not true in the first place.
It does.
Oh
It
my
comes
god.
The
well, not
International
directly
Space Station
overhead,
does not
but
pass over the same location. If you look up, if you
No,
go
I know
on
that.
Spot the Station, so then why are you saying it?
Well,
It's going to go over the same spot.
Well, of course, it doesn't go over the same spot because it's around the spinning globe. But I'm not arguing that. I'm only arguing is why this thing that goes so fast, and you can actually measure its speed with
So you just keep
ham radio
saying it.
equipment.
Prove it's
You
going
can
so
measure
fast,
speed
dude. That's
with
what I'm
ham radio
asking.
equipment. What's that?
You can measure it.
Prove it's going so fast. What's the evidence it's going so fast other than a press release?
I just told you. You can measure its speed with a ham radio when it sends out its beacons. You can measure. Hang on. You can measure. Can measure the Doppler shift of the frequency.
Boris, come on.
I've measured it with my ham
Can
radio
you
system.
show us any data of measuring the Doppler shift of the ham radio operator? Can you show us any data supporting that?
Oh yeah, you can do it
Okay,
yourself.
so post it in a flat earth text.
It isn't that I need to show the data. You need to do it yourself and see that. Oh, this.
That's called an owner's probandi fallacy, where you're trying to switch the burden of proof to me.
No.
Yes.
You're. I'm just asking you, why does this thing that travels so fast not burn up?
You don't know that it does. It's like you say it over and
like I
over.
said.
Yeah. Can I just get in here very quickly?
For a minute. Go ahead.
You can't just keep claiming the same thing over and over.
Well, but
and when I didn't finish. You can't keep claiming the same thing over and over, and when asked to prove it, you just assert it again and again and again. At some point, you have to actually. I'm still talking.
You guys
didn't
do the
finish.
Same sort of thing. But
moderator, can I be allowed to finish my sentence, please?
I know you are. What am I?
Boris, chill. Let Crypto finish his sentence.
Yeah, you can't just keep reasserting the same thing over and over. Obviously, anyone listening knows that that's the case. If I tell you over and over that unicorns exist, it doesn't matter that I tell you they exist.
No, I get what you're saying.
I didn't finish.
But you don't
didn't
need
finish.
You don't need to repeat.
Why are you talking over me, bro?
Let him talk, dude.
Fuck me.
Chill.
Like, I'm just trying to emphasize the point that over and over again, saying unicorns exist isn't proof that they exist. India has asked for proof. You haven't provided it. It's the second time tonight the claim has been made with no proof. Just worth knowing. You know, the audience that doesn't listen to this stuff very often, you guys should be considering this. Many claims, zero evidence. And that's going to be the theme for the night.
Yeah, I feel like all Globers try to use these sneaky debate tactics.
He left. Still waiting. I would like to add that in order to have the speed of the ISS, right, you must first assume that you have a distance between the center of the Earth and the distance to the ISS. Then you're going to be figuring out, you got me, bro. Then you're going to have to be figuring out how long it takes to make a circle around the entire Earth. And from this, you can calculate how fast it's going based on the assumption that you know the radius. So at some point, we should talk about how that was proven.
I think he left. Are there any other Globers in here?
There's a question in the text there. Grumpo is asking, I would like to ask about tides. How would that work with the flat Earth?
Yeah,
I mean, it's a simple. It's very simple. Like you're gonna ask a lot of questions about how things work that in reality since we can't scientifically provide evidence for how something is working. You have an assumption on one side, and then there's a burden for us to say, well, how does it work if it doesn't work in the heliocentric model? When the reality is, you're standing on the beach and the moon is heading over you. You don't feel the hairs on the back of your neck or the top of your head stand up. Nothing is happening. There's no change. There's no difference. It's quite obvious that that's just a story that's told.
Yeah, if I could just add on to this point. So tides it's a good question, but again, like we're saying, it's not really something that you can scientifically test all over and empirically validate any of these stories that they're giving us. But an important thing to note is that they'll give you the story that the moon's gravity is causing tides. So then wherever the moon is, those tides would have to be occurring, but they only occur in oceans, right? Salt water. They don't occur in inland seas and lakes and any other body of water, which should experience it if it's simply the moon's gravity. So observably, you can see that the heliocentric globe model story isn't correct, but
So
what it actually is a bit more complicated. Sorry, just quickly, I think Indio wanted to add something, and he's usually got some good info on this. Indio?
Oh yeah, hold on. I was muted at my mic. Anyway, and it doesn't even tides don't even occur on over 50% of the ocean. There's something called tidal nodes in which there's absolutely no measurable tide difference at all. So there's that. It's like nearly the entire like southern ocean.
Yeah, let me just remember to add. So tidal nodes is a good one to look into, but also if you join the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where someone can post a link in the channel, you scroll down to the additional information section. We've got loads of channels, all alphabetized, and Currents is one of them where it speaks about tides, but it goes through, we've got channels on gravity, NASA, astronauts, sun, the moon, stars, all this stuff. And it's stuff that you won't find on YouTube or Google because they censor Flat Earth. So it's worth joining the server. So I'm getting some background noise. High viscosity liquid. Could you chill? I'm gonna pop you on mute.
Sorry, I was actually.
But yeah, so check out the Discord server that someone will post a link to, and there's loads of information on this kind of stuff. But
you can join the Discord in announcement page.
Yeah.
And I wanted to give the gentleman that underwater currents probably are the best explanation for why tides happen.
Well, I would say this about tides, that there is a weak correlation with the position of the sun and the moon, but not really that strong. So if you look at actual tidal data, so the theory is that the moon is pulling the water along, and that sometimes the sun, if they're in the right position, interacts. But if you look at, let's say, the tidal data for the UK, right? So the pull of the tide, high tide should follow the moon when it's at its local meridian. That would be directly overhead, right? The water should be going towards the moon, like where it is. But if you look at just the island of England, you'll see that the difference in high tide can be up to 12 hours, and England's not that big of an island. So the tidal theory, the gravitational tidal theory, is demonstrably wrong just from data. This thing on?
Yep, we heard you. That was good. Good answer.
And if you actually want, I'll actually post it. Oops, sorry about that. I'll actually post.
There's another question in the voice text, the text channel, unless someone else has something else to say about tides. King of Kings wants to know, in the flat Earth model, the sun is smaller and closer to the surface than on the globe Earth model. Is there something preventing the light being emitted from the sides of the sun from reaching the outer edge of flat Earth? I don't really understand that question, but maybe somebody else does. Is there something preventing the light being emitted?
I answered him previously. He didn't understand what I was talking about. So there's something called Laplace's extinction theorem. There's this idea that air is transparent. It's actually not transparent. And it falls off as a double exponential with the distance. It's not the inverse square. Because there's something called optical extinction. In any other medium, absorbs and attenuates light. So because it has to travel through this medium, for example, if you just measure just the sun at solar noon versus when it's on the horizon, sunset, the difference in brightness is a factor of 23,000. It's 23,000 times less bright just at the horizon. And that's just from the change in angle. That has nothing to, that's not even a calculation for distance. So if you want the physics mechanism why the sun can't illuminate the entire surface of the Earth, that's what it is.
I think high viscosity liquid had a question.
Yeah, I was just about to say thank you, Ryan. I'm gonna mute high viscosity. So just a second. High viscosity liquid is a glass blower, so he has some interesting devices running in the background. But Mr. Liquid, do you have a question for our guest?
Not a question so much as a comment. I unmuted myself earlier because I was wanting to interject, but I was waiting for a chance to talk, and I've got too much background noise here. Sorry about that. I just wanted to say that freshwater lakes do indeed have tides.
I believe also rivers, maybe. Like I know I live in Stockholm, and sometimes the water gets like lower and higher during the day.
Absolutely. Rivers tend to experience more of what's known as a tidal bore, where you get the water flowing backwards up river, and it's held back by the river, so that you end up with an actual wall of water. When it does manage to push up river, it's pushed into a wall and so the tides rise incredibly quickly in rivers. But that's ocean water coming up river. But lakes very much do experience tides.
Okay, can I ask you a question? What's the mean tide level change in the Great Lakes, say like Michigan?
I missed that. Say again.
What's the mean average? What is the mean change in tide on Lake Michigan? Like, what's the difference between high tide versus low tide?
Lake Michigan is the one that Google offered me an actual number for as well. So if you're if you're testing my knowledge is, according to Google, it's an inch and a half.
Okay, so an inch and a half, which is like what, 2 centimeters?
If that's how you do your math, fair enough.
Okay, so I'm trying to make a point here, is that this change of high tide versus low tide is not within this, it's within the uncertainty of the measuring device. Okay? That means that the measuring device does not have enough precision to draw a conclusion from the measurement. Okay? Random variation of water level can account for change in height of the water.
Okay, so first of all, you want to round an inch and a half down to 2 centimeters, and then you've already cherry picked Lake Michigan, which isn't that big a lake.
Well, I can also do Mediterranean Sea. I mean, pick one. I mean, seriously, it doesn't even matter because the measuring device
It's
itself.
just funny how you come with all these.
Okay, I was told to pick one. How about Lake Malawi? It's nice and big.
Okay, what's the difference in tides?
I don't know. I would have to Google it. But the fact of the matter is, there's that information to be Googled. And you're telling me, oh, their measuring apparatus isn't accurate enough to measure an inch and a half. It's like bullshit.
Okay.
Okay.
What does it measure?
Find someone else to talk to. I'm not wanting to argue. I just wanted to interject that you were wrong saying that freshwater lakes don't have tides.
First of all, I didn't say that. And when we say does not have tides, which means they are not measurable to any precision where you can separate it from noise. Understand?
You did say that there were no tides in lakes and stuff.
Yeah, no, that was.
Yeah, but when we say no tides, it's not measurable.
Was essentially that, but my point was that they're not the same as the coastal tides. That is what people are talking about, which have variations in the feet, right? These ones that they're talking about, and only in recent years have they started really saying that places like the Great Lakes have tides. Like Indio is saying, they're a few centimeters at best, and they do not correlate to the movement of the moon, which they would have to in totality if the story about the moon's gravity causing tides was true. So even if you want to quibble a few centimeters variance in freshwater lakes and rivers, that's not the same as the coastal tides, and it doesn't correlate to the movements of the moon. So what's the point? It doesn't say anything for the globe.
All I can found is that
I'll just underline that.
I'll just underline 5 centimeters.
Yeah, can I just underline that just by saying that the real point here, which Cyclone, more or less touched on, is that when people say lakes have tides too, It's a massive oversimplification and it doesn't actually mean anything. And again, it's just another claim without evidence that doesn't actually support the globe, even though people think it does.
And I'd like to also add that most people don't even know what the actual theory of tides actually is. The theory of tides, the gravitational theory of tides, is not that the moon is pulling the water and making a tide. It's that the moon is pulling the water at some place, and this displacement of water is creating a hydraulic pressure that's pushing the water up and creating a tide. So it's creating the tide in another location. And I'll post a link to this. The title of the video is actually Why Most Physicists Get Tides Wrong. The tidal theory, the gravitational tidal theory, is just, it's utter garbage.
Can I mention something here also? So when I was talking about the hair on the back of your neck, I was being serious, right? So now, if you think about the vestibular system, it's the liquid inside of the semicircular canals in your ear that helps you stay upright, right? And so I would think that this small amount of liquid in your ear would be affected, right? If the tides are being affected, then why wouldn't some small change here affect you in the sense that you might become a little dizzy? This never happens. Is that crazy to say?
Well, if we're 70% water, surely the moon should affect.
Are you measuring your 15-degree drift with the vestibular apparatus in your ear?
Yeah, and the common theme here is that there's no proof of the cause of any of these things people have been asking about. There's another question.
I'll tie both of these together. So with the vestibular system, I would assume that this would be affected the same with the tides. Because it's like, okay, well, we're going to make a correlation somewhere and say, well, the moon causes tides. And I'm like, okay, well, if the gravity of the moon causes tides, then shouldn't it affect other things? And that's the same way for this, the gyro that's supposed to be detecting a 15-degree shift. Well, if that's the case, then shouldn't we experience the movement of the Earth? Like, say, when you send a drone up in the air. So when it's in the inertial reference frame, shouldn't the sun or these other things that are also in the inertial frame not be moving?
Well,
Yeah, and
just
I
to
think it's
comment-
good since. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no, Dandy, you go first.
Well, I was just going to talk in general about the nature of science. If you got something specific about that, then go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make the point that to any objective and independent listener, the three kind of points that have been tried to use to counter what we're saying here is nothing relating to Earth being a globe. We had a begging the question fallacy about a gyroscope, where someone's observing a gyroscope spinning and saying, well, that means Earth is spinning. No, it doesn't. Then we had Boris talking about the ISS, something he doesn't know what it is or where it is, begging the question that it's in a vacuum and that it should burn up. And then this one about quibbling whether or not the Great Lakes changes by 1 or 2 inches. Right? These are nowhere near proof that you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum. But these are the points that they have to really labor. And it gets you nowhere.
Can I address that comment you just made?
It wasn't finished, bro.
I'm asking
Boris,
you
you're
to
back.
explain it. That's all. That's all I'm asking.
No, but Boris, you're begging the question to begin with. You're saying your default is that this object is in a vacuum. You can't even prove that there's a vacuum there. So no.
No,
I
I'm
think-
not. No, I'm not saying there is a vacuum there. I'm saying is that you claim that there is gas. So I'm asking, why doesn't it burn up when it's flying at 27,000 kilometers an hour?
You don't know that it's flying at 27,000 kilometers. You're just saying that. That's the whole point.
You can measure it with the Doppler shift.
No, you can't. You can say that.
We
but you
asked for
can't.
that data. We
Yeah,
asked
you've not
for
shown
that.
anything, Boris. We're not doing this again right now, Boris. We'll come back to it if there's a lull.
No, I wanted to
to
ask one more question relating to that. Is if there's perspective, like when the sun goes down, is there perspective when it comes to radio signals?
Absolutely not.
Then why can't I detect ISS all the time?
So again, this is just another insane reach into nothing. We're talking about the Earth being a spinning ball here, Boris. Have you got anything for that?
No, I'm not. I'm
No, you're not
asking you
arguing that
to
Earth is a spinning
demonstrate
ball because
that
you
it's
know
flat.
there is no evidence for Earth being a
How-
spinning ball. So stop wasting our time.
Yeah, this is a whole bunch of misdirection, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's not.
May I?
Boris.
I'm actually curious in where this leads. Can we go down this road for?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's give
What
it.
is-
Hold
Boris?
on. May I just moderate quickly? Let's give it
Yeah.
5 minutes back and forth. One question, one answer, one question, and be fair. All right. I want to see where this leads.
Can I ask the Globers just generally a question?
I want to see where this. First, let's do the Boris thing. Let's see where
Okay,
it
sorry.
leads.
Sorry.
Let's give it 5 minutes. Does that sound fair to you, Boris?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it
Right.
probably won't take that long. I just wanted to address the claim is that the Earth is flat, and Globers claim that the Earth is a globe. I'm just basically asking the question is why can't, in the case of the ISS or that thing up there, why can't I detect it with my radio all the time? And I get told that I have to prove it, and I'm not making a claim. I'm saying why can I not detect it? So what I'm trying to get is a model of the flat Earth that fits that issue.
Okay. So what is? Can I just talk to this guy for a second? Okay. What is perspective, Boris? How does perspective work?
It
What is it?
It doesn't matter. I asked the question.
It does matter. You
no,
asked me. You're pressing. You said if perspective is why we can't see the sun, why can we see? But does perspective work with the ISS? And yes, perspective does work with the ISS. But I have to make sure you understand what perspective is in the first place.
No. Somebody said that there is no perspective when it comes to radio signals.
Well, because it's not. Perspective is a visual term, right?
Right.
That's talking about vision.
Right.
But the same principle applies, right? So the angular size of an object changes with distance, right? It subtends visually a smaller angle, right? It does not matter what wavelength of electromagnetic radiation this is. The further away something gets, it subtends a smaller angle.
Yes. So that's when.
So when the ISS is further away, it has a smaller cross. Please let me finish. So it has a smaller cross section, right?
Sure.
Okay. So let me ask you this: can you, let's say radar? I'll just for the purpose of this conversation, I'll call radar seeing. Okay. Now, does the radar wave? What is the wavelength of radar waves?
Depends on how old the radar is. When it was invented, the wavelength was 11 meters.
Okay, 11 meters. Can you see something smaller than 11 meters with 11 meter wavelength radar?
No. That's why they made radar to be smaller and smaller. And during Second World War, I think they got it down to somewhere around
you can't see
centimeters.
Yes, you cannot detect things smaller than the wavelength that you're looking at something with.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure.
This is the Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah.
Right?
So, yeah, but that's not.
So if light is at 400, if the average wavelength of light is 550 nanometers, right, which is a lot smaller than 11 meter radar, why do you think you'd be able to detect something with 11 meter radiation that you can't detect with 450 nanometer or 550 nanometer?
Yeah, but I'm not talking about radar.
Can I comment?
Oh my God! Yes, you did. You said, "Why can't I detect it with radar?" See, this is the shit I can't put up with. Lying,
5 minutes.
I literally can't put up with lying.
I'd like to just wrap it up then, if it's over. I'll just simply say that's not what I said. I says, why can't I not detect it through radio reception? Why can't, like I can when it's overhead? Like, where does it go?
What frequency is radio?
Can I address this argument that's being thrown out there? Because I think it's absolutely silly to suggest that things actually shrink when they get further away. I mean, visually they appear
straw
smaller.
man. That is a straw man. No one.
That is a nice straw
no
man,
one said
okay.
that.
Nice
No.
try.
No, but that's what would
Nice
happen.
try. You want to pull up where somebody said that?
Be the case in order for these radio waves to suddenly be missing the thing because it's smaller than 11 millimeters or whatever. Or 11. Yeah. Anyway.
Again, that's a straw man. You're straw manning
It's a
again.
straw man. You don't understand the conversation. Okay. Now you said radio waves. What does radar stand for?
Hang on, I'm saying
Is radar radio waves? Yes
can
or
I
no?
explain it? Because I think you're missing something here, and you're not gonna let me deal with the part you're missing. What I meant was not sending out a signal with radar or any radio wave and getting a bounce back. I'm talking about the fact that this thing, the ISS, as it's called by a lot of people, puts out a beacon and they can talk to people. Why
In what frequency?
Why can't I detect its beacon when it goes in off into the distance? Why can't I detect it if it's a flat Earth? Because theoretically, from a flat Earth, I should be able to detect it anywhere on the planet.
No, you're wrong. You don't know how any of this shit. You don't know how this shit works. Okay, you're just talking outside of your pay grade or something.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So the antenna. So the antenna has a
May I
size.
just please,
So
we shouldn't insult each other. Boris is an engineer.
Are you kidding me?
Let Indio finish.
Please go ahead.
Are you really kidding me? He's an engineer in what? Sorry, I'm mind boggling. Listen, because I think he should know better, and I kind of get I don't know.
Just say it.
The antenna itself, the antenna is an emitter, right? And that emitter, that antenna that's on the International Space Station has a size, right? It has a size. So let's say the antenna is 50 feet long. Say the entire International Space Station is an antenna. It's a 300-foot antenna. That antenna can only emit, say it's full wave, radio waves, right? So the wavelength is the entire size of the antenna. Or let's say there's a bunch of emitters on the antenna. The angle subtended by the entire antenna is smaller than the wavelengths. Can't see it, dude. It's sub-wavelengths. Okay? That's why you can't pick up, radio waves. You can't pick up, 95.5 FM with your cell phone antenna because the cell phone antenna is designed and engineered for 5 millimeter waves. Okay? Does not matter because the antenna has a size, man.
Well, the antenna isn't your filter.
Oh, the antenna is an emitter and it has a size. Okay, and the size
They can be of all kinds of sizes.
Okay, so let me ask you: if I have let me ask you this. Okay, so if I have a 10-foot diameter spotlight and a 1 millimeter diameter LED, do you think you can see them from the same distance?
Depends on where that LED is located in the spotlight.
Oh Jesus,
But besides that, you can have antennas of different lengths. It's an irrelevant thing. Like you can use
it's not irrelevant
ground plane or a half wave dipole, or you can use a Yagi antenna, or you can use a dish or a corner reflector.
Why do we make antennas bigger? Why do we make antennas bigger? Why do we just use one size antenna for everything if it doesn't matter?
My 2-meter antenna is small compared to, say, a 11-meter antenna. So how do you figure it actually works better? Because you want an antenna that's resonant in a certain frequency. So you tend to make them to the size.
Dude, that's a straw man.
I have a Yagi. No, it's not a straw man. I'm talking technical issues here, and I'm trying to make
You're saying random antenna types
without too much jargon. I'm being talked over. Why? Okay. Anyways, just drop it, right? Because it just proves you're trying to talk about things you don't know anything about.
Right. No. Before we draw a line under it, just to confirm, Boris, you weren't saying any of that proved the globe, were you?
I wasn't. I was simply trying to understand.
Exactly. Hang on. Right. None of that proved the globe. This is obfuscation, Boris.
I'm not talking about the globe.
Really quick, guys. Really quick.
None of you guys like to talk about.
Guys, really quick. I just want to interject in here. I know this can be a super touchy topic. All I ask is that everybody in here flat earthers, globers, whatever, let's try to show everybody the same respect that we demand of ourselves. I've seen lots of over talking and then people being like, oh, well, you know, don't over talk if you don't want to be over talked. And let's stop insulting people and dismissing things. We're trying to have a discussion. This should be a discussion, not, okay? And it hasn't been going that way. So can we all try to reset, stop insulting each other if, you know, this is obvious, and have an actual discussion?
Yeah, no, I agree, and that's what we're looking to do here. So this was just to highlight that. You know,
Well, can I say one more time?
Here,
Can I finish up like one more statement? It's going to be 2 sentences long. Then I'll shut up.
No,
I can just point out. Boris claims that the size of the antenna does not matter for detection of the signal emitted for the antenna. I just want to say that. That's what he said. That the size does not matter at all. Okay. Anyone with half a brain knows that that is utter nonsense, and I don't even know why he's saying it. See, like, listen, and I know you said everybody should be respectful. I don't think lying is respectful. I actually think that is the ultimate disrespect. And that's why, at least me personally, I just sit here and listen to 3 different people tell things that they know are absolutely 100% false. It's not because they're incorrect, or it's not because they're misinformed. They know they're false, and they're saying it anyway. Okay, I find that disrespectful.
How many antennas have you built?
What does that matter?
Well, I'm just
What does that
asking
matter?
you.
Does that somehow prove that antenna size doesn't matter? Obfuscation.
I'm trying to determine how much you really know about antennas, because antenna length you can tune in any
Instead of
length
actually
antenna
trying to
any
prove your own point,
you
right?
want.
Indio, please don't respond. Let me respond to that. We're trying to move the conversation along. You yourself said, hey, I'm going to drop the conversation. And now 2 minutes later, we're going to get dragged back into something about I find that, hold on, I'm going to be done in a second. I agree with the guy that just came in to say, let's calm things down, because this isn't calming things down. This isn't talking about what we came here to talk about. I actually want to ask the guy that came in here to try to get some good conversation going. Would you like to ask a question, sir?
Sure, I'll go ahead and ask a question. So to me, there's an interesting experiment that was done. It's a flat earther who has a channel. His name is Jaron. I think his channel is Jaronism or something like that. He's associated with Bob Nodell. And I'm not sure if you guys have seen the experiment, but he did an experiment on a canal with some lights, with cutouts. I'm just really curious, what do you guys think about that experiment?
It could have never worked even in principle. Because of divergence of light, diffraction.
Yeah, so this is from the Behind the Curve Netflix documentary, right? So this is one that a lot of people see and they think, oh, look, a flat earther proved that the earth is curved. But that's not what happened. I mean, this was selectively edited. The laser that they intended to use broke, so they never used it. They tried to do something with a flashlight, but it didn't work. And the results they got wouldn't correspond to the globe's claimed curvature anyway. So that was, but if you understand the principle behind the idea of that test, we can show you plenty of demonstrations where there is a successful test where we actually do manage to shoot a laser 40 kilometers and hit a target on the other side that is supposed to be beneath 90 meters of Earth curvature. If you understand the principle behind what that Netflix documentary was essentially bastardizing, we can show you plenty of examples of how even you can do this yourself using a long distance observation. And people are doing that test and there is no curvature being measured.
Okay, I got two things to say. One in terms of
viscosity. Could you wait right now? I think the interlocutor is Curious Panda. If you would like to go next, I'll queue up afterwards. Is that okay?
I was going to address as to why a laser curves in the atmosphere, but I'll shut up.
Yeah,
I didn't mean it like that, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Hi. Not that you need to shut up. I'm just trying to keep it to one point at a time and ask a quick follow-up question on that. So I'm not referencing the actual footage from the Netflix. There was a YouTube video of it as well. Now that aside, I am curious what the experiment that you referenced afterwards, where laser beams have been shot over. I can't remember the exact number right now, but where they have hit a target. Where were those experiments taking place? Was there control for it? And what terminology can I look up to actually find those studies or those experiments being done?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Indy.
Hey, yo, howdy.
I was just
What's
gonna.
up?
I
How
was
you
just gonna.
doing?
Yeah. Okay. Great. I'll post a link to the PDF. So this is so it was 3 sets of tests. It was more than just one. There was one done at Lake Valentine.
Can I?
Can you interrupt me? Sure. Go ahead.
Let Indio go, please, guys.
I can interrupt him. It's fine.
Anyway, yeah. So there's 3. It's a measurement report. There was 3 sets of tests. One done at Lake Valentine. There was 2 tests done there, and then there was 2 sets done at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands, right? So this is done by laser transit. The laser is electronically aimed. They had a beam collimator with a 0.08 millirad beam divergence. And yes, there was controls. They took meteorological data at both sides of the lake, and they did the test 3 weeks apart. So they replicated the test 3 weeks apart from each other, and they got the same result. So, I mean,
would you say that it could be possible? Because I think this is possible with anybody in any type of belief system. That
where does belief system come into it? I don't understand that part.
Well, just what somebody believes is true. So at a point, everybody believes something is true.
Well, there's a difference between believing and knowing. We know it's true.
Right. So I don't want to derail the topic into something different. But would you say it's possible for there to be a biased or cherry picking? Because I think that's possible with just about any type of research or data. Would you be willing to admit that there is a possibility that there is cherry picking that does happen?
Cherry pick from, well, there's no, listen, I would say yes, that's a possibility. But to date, as far as I know, or any Glober, no Glober has ever presented any type of laser measurement across any distance to show that it's obstructed by Earth curve.
Yeah, I would argue that.
So there's none. There is no data to cherry pick. There's only ever been one result.
Yeah, I would argue that you can't cherry pick the truth. It's just the truth.
Okay, granted, I just wanted to establish a baseline.
Well, yeah, it could be. Listen, of course, the data could be
a possibility.
It could be, and if you had contradictory data, but we don't have the contradictory data to cherry pick from. So there's more. There's more than just like one person did a laser test. There's multiple of these. It's something like 20 I know of. So, and they all get the same result, and there's none that say another result.
And none of them are funded by NASA or any government agencies. They pay for it out of their own pockets.
We try to stay focused on just like the experiment and not like weird
Yeah, so
shit.
I think Elijah's trying to jump in, is he?
Yeah, I was.
Go for it, Elijah.
So all that I wanted to say was you asked a question, good question. Indio provided an answer. You asked where you can find this information. Indio provided an answer. So I would.
Well, I didn't post a PDF. I'll post that.
Okay.
I posted.
Yes, please do. You can DM it to me.
Right. So the next step is to actually go ahead and look through the information and to really make sure that everything in there is up to snuff. You might want to recreate the situation and do it yourself, given all the information provided, to see if everything checks out. So Could things be cherry picked and all this? Maybe, I guess. But based on what you asked, it was provided. And that's all we can do, right?
Yeah. So exactly. So we've posted the PDF in the chat, and I've DM'd you it as well. And like I said before, if you come onto the Flat Earth Discord server and you scroll down the additional information sections, you'll see a channel called Laser Test, and there's a load of them in there. But let's just, because we're on this topic, Curious Panda, let's just, because you haven't had the chance to review it yet, just go with us on this for now, since you understand the principle of it. So if we're saying we're shooting a laser from, say, 2 meters off the surface over a lake, say 25 miles, 40 kilometers, and there's a target on the other side at 2 meters height, that laser, according to the globe model, should not hit the target. You agree?
Can you, I'm sorry, can you repeat that again really quick? I just want to make sure I fully understood exactly what
you understand that shooting a laser between 2 points over 40 kilometers, the globe model necessitates a certain amount of curvature between these 2 points. I mean, you can double check this afterwards, but just for the sake of argument, what it says is there's about 90 meters of elevation difference between those 2 points. So the laser should be sailing way above where that target would be on the other side of that curve. So according to the globe model, that laser should never hit the target on the other side of that 40 kilometers. Do you agree?
So I would actually answer that with a question. And I would say, what is the measurement or the calculation or equation that you're utilizing to determine that how much curvature or how much land should be obscured?
So it's based on them telling us that it's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which gives you an approximate 8 inches per mile squared curvature drop rate over the surface. And that's good for about 250 miles or so, maybe even more, right? That's an approximation of the curvature that they tell us is a physical necessity. So you can go on Google and you can Google Earth Curve Calculator, and you can punch in those numbers, your observer height or your laser height, and the distance to the target, 40 kilometers, and it'll show you the numbers. So you can double check this, as I said, but just for the sake of argument, this is what it tells you, and you'll see the same when you check it. So it tells us that it shouldn't be possible for that laser to hit the target according to the size of the ball that they tell us we live on. So if we do hit that target, which we are repeatedly, in horizontal pans over various distances, using different colored lasers to check for refraction, all this kind of stuff, if we're hitting that target, do you understand why that's a problem for the globe model and what that says about the nature of the surface between those 2 points?
So, given the criteria, if all of that criteria that you just submitted is 100% accurate, I could see how you could possibly come to that conclusion. However, I would posit that there's possibly an error fundamentally in that calculation, primarily if it comes to using 8 inches per mile squared as a calculation for curve, as I believe that's an inaccurate formula, because that's actually a formula, an equation used to derive the curve of a parabola. And the globe claim is not that the Earth is a parabola, it's that it's an open spheroid.
That's why
so I would argue that equation, right? But I think my perspective would be, I think that it's errant to even utilize that equation in the first place, because it's not an accurate. That equation isn't for measuring what it's used to measure.
Yeah, go for it, Elijah.
Okay, so then how did they? Okay, so here's the thing. This whole conversation started with Jeranism, right? So what formula were they using to determine that that was Earth curve that the light was blocked from?
Can you repeat that again, Elijah? It's a little difficult to hear you. Sorry about that.
I apologize. What formula did globe earthers use to determine that Jeranism proved that the earth was curved?
So that's a little bit of an aside. We did kind of already move on from that. I'm actually referring to yes. So what Cyclone was talking about is something different, and we moved a little bit towards the calculation or the equation that's used to measure curvature. And so my reply was I think it's possible that there is errors in that based on an improper equation being utilized.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but if we can focus on not repeating ourselves. I heard it. Everyone heard it. No disrespect. I took the mic away from Wolfgang, so I think he was going to respond to that point. I just wanted.
I'd like to respond to it. I'd like to respond to the parabola thing because it is a red herring. Okay, and I'll tell you why it's a red herring. So in the chat, I just posted. So this, I just buried my post. So I just posted. So there's the equation, right? So there's the drop using cosine and the radius and all that stuff, right? And then it compares it to 8 inches per mile squared. The distance at 41 kilometers, the difference in values of the drop is 2 inches. Between 8 inches per mile squared in using sine and cosine circular functions to calculate it. So it's 2 inches at 41 kilometers. So do you really think that that is a bigger difference? That's not even detectable. Right. So listen. So let me start kind of from the beginning, right? The globe model makes a prediction, right? They say the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. The globe model says that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. It makes a prediction of how much something should be obscured at every distance. At this distance, the distance in question, okay, the drop from eye level of the surface at 41 kilometers away should be 127 meters or 440 feet. Okay, so that's the prediction. What was measured was the laser was seen at 1.5 meters. This is a two-order of. See, this is a typical thing that always happens, right? So, can you mute that person, please?
Yeah, I put him on mute
every time, dude.
We can unmute him after Indio's finished, but T-Pan.
I'm sorry for that. There was just some background noise coming from the random user.
So the difference. So this is a 2 order of magnitude difference between what was observed versus what the prediction is. 2 orders of magnitude. This is not a measurement error or a calculation error or some insignificant, or like where something's in doubt, right? This is a difference between the height of a person and the length of a football field. Now that is not like, oops, I thought it was, 4 feet, but it was actually 400 feet. Nobody's going to make that kind of error with measuring with a measuring tape, right? That's not that's a huge difference. So this is not within the measurement error or the uncertainty of the instrumentation. It's way beyond it.
So my reply to that would be that if it is a red herring, that the difference between that we're not using the right calculation of 8 inches per mile squared. At this distance, they're so similar that it's irrelevant. It's 2 inches at 41 kilometers when the actual difference that was measured is 2 orders of magnitude. Right. So my reply to that would be is that I wouldn't say it's insignificant because if you're dealing with the distances that we're talking about, that's 2 inches or whatever exponentially creates a gap or an error in measurement. So the longer the distance you have that you are measuring with that discrepancy, the larger the discrepancy that you're going to have.
You haven't understood what you said.
Personally, I think it's something that shouldn't be discounted
Dude, you haven't understood what he said.
You don't understand what I'm saying. If we draw a
I do understand.
right?
I'm just disagreeing.
No, you actually don't understand.
You're disagreeing with mathematics? Like, I mean, okay, disagree.
Yeah. Let's give Indio or Crypto a chance just to clarify the point.
Go ahead, Crypto.
Right, but I'm not going to give him a chance to like shit on me.
No. We're
I'll be very quick.
Disrespectful.
No, it's not about
So,
you, Curious Panda.
We're not trying to do that.
It's not.
No, I'm not trying to shit on you. I'm saying objectively, you haven't understood what he said. Like that, this isn't I'm not trying to make you feel bad or look bad or anything. You just haven't understood what he said. So when he said that at a certain distance there's a 2-inch gap, there's nothing exponential about that because he's given you a snapshot. He said at this distance, this is the difference. There's like exponential doesn't mean anything when you're talking about a specific point. It only means something when you're talking about like you're going on from that point, then it matters.
Right, and so that's why I was saying I didn't misunderstood. I was just taking it to the next step.
Yeah, but Curious Panda, what I would say
as you get larger distances of measurement.
What you said doesn't make any sense then.
Well, yes, we know that
Agree to
at
disagree.
larger distances, the error becomes greater. But we're
That's
only
all
talking about. But yeah, we understand that. But like,
That's all I
we
was
can't
saying.
see 1,000 miles anyway. So it's like, it doesn't matter because, first of all, we use the correct calculation, but you can use 8 inches per mile squared as a rule of thumb. If you're close to the surface, right? If you're not at like 1,000 feet elevation, you can just use it as a rule of thumb, but you wouldn't use it as proof of anything. You would just say, okay, say you saw the photograph and something was 150 miles away. You're like, okay, 150 miles. You can do the quick calculation in your head and say, oh, this mountain's this height. Well, that's problematic. So let's do something more rigorous and use the actual formula and get that observer elevation and all this stuff. Then you go through all the steps. We just use 8 inches per mile squared as a rule of thumb. It isn't something that's a proof. We wouldn't use 8 inches per mile squared as a proof of something.
No, that's just an approximate for the globe model. But Curious Panda, if I could just quickly, what's being missed here is we get your point about the exponential nature of it, but we're talking about this particular distance, and the crux of it is that the laser is hitting the target. So if the laser is hitting the target, how is it possible that there's curvature between those 2 points as described by whatever formula you want to use? Use the 8 inches per mile or use your sine cos, and it's going to be 2 inches different, right? Either way, it can't hit that target if the Earth is a ball. So this is the main crux of it. So if it hits that target, how is that possible on a ball the size they say?
So I'll take a page out of your the way flat Earth can kind of comes. Can you show me? And not to be any disrespect, but I've generally when a globe Earth claim is made, the standard answer, and I can show in text, it has been given many times, is that show me, prove it to me. So shouldn't you guys be held to the same exact standard if you're going to make these claims? Should you also not be able to show me?
Yeah, but that's why we posted you the information, and I said at the start of this, I know you haven't had the chance to look at it yet, so just follow along and entertain it because you can check this for yourself. Just assume that what we're saying is true for now for the sake of the conversation, and then if you later go and check it and you disagree with what's being observed and recorded, we can discuss it then. But I'm saying for the sake of argument, that we're telling you that this test shows... So I'm getting some background noise, I don't know who that is. But anyway, if this test, when you review it, you'll see what it says. And if what it says is the case, how is it possible on a ball? That's the question. I know you haven't read it yet, but I'm saying once you have, because this is just a case of information very possibly that you just haven't looked at yet, right? That doesn't mean it isn't true or it hasn't happened. It just hasn't come across your desk, right?
Yeah,
So
you
once
have to understand that it's a system. You have to think about it as a system.
I'm just get this answer from Curious Panda, right? For the sake of argument, the laser hits the target at 40 kilometers. How is that possible on the globe?
Now, I'm sure there's probably some certain things that do make it possible. Now, for the sake of argument, like you said, though, if I have to grant something to you guys for the sake of argument to prove a point, would you also be willing, in the same fashion, to grant certain information from
Well, that's
a
vague,
globe
but
side argument?
we're talking about something specific here right now. I mean, if you've got something that you can present for evidence, that you've got a test and you can say this is what this test shows, then we'll have something to discuss and we'll have to review it. But at the moment, we've presented these tests and there's plenty on the server. And the question is, how can this be possible on a globe? The answer is it's not possible on a globe. What that shows is that there's no curvature between those 2 points. If that laser hits that target, which it does repeatedly, verifiably, then there is no curvature between those 2 points. And that's a problem for the globe because the globe necessitates physical curvature. So you understand why people hitting targets at 40 kilometers away with a laser is on paper a problem for the globe model, right?
It would have to depend. What is the elevation of the observer?
Yeah, we've told you it's 2 meters. It's impossible on the globe. All this math's been done. It doesn't.
Is the
work on
laser is the laser verifiably being fired across a point that we know is 100%
water.
flat level?
I have a question.
No, the other right.
Wired
So
across water.
we're all trying to let each other finish, right?
Yeah,
so
go for it.
Let's all give each other the
Wired
same
across
courtesy.
water.
Now, if I would grant that experience of a laser being shot over 40 meters, did you say, or kilometers?
Kilometers.
40 kilometers. Okay. To you, if that's indicative that can't be possible on a globe Earth, would you, and that's something that you accept as an experiment being accurate and true, would you grant the experiment that Bob Nodell did using a laser gyroscope picking up a 15 degree per hour drift? So my question is why is that experiment easily able to be discounted? Because the results of that experiment, the conclusion would be inevitable that we do live on a globe.
Right,
so it feels like it's not being treated fairly. So
they're totally different, though. One is a line
would that
of
not
sight
be
test.
right? But they still are going to prove either flat or
No,
globe.
because if
So
the-
if one
the laser
experiment
hits-
proves globe and the other experiment you believe proves flat,
okay,
why is
No, that
one
doesn't prove
experiment
globe.
more
Okay,
valid than the other? Hold on, let me finish. Let's not talk over. I'm almost done. Would that not be an exact example of cherry picking data?
No.
Now, listen. Hold on a second, Wolfgang. Please let me answer this. Please.
And that will be my last question.
So why don't you post the report
My
that they
last
did?
response.
Okay, so I'm going to answer you. Your question was, why aren't we giving them the same validity? Please post the report of Bob Nodell's experiment. Post all the data in the chat.
If you give me some time, I can definitely do that.
Okay.
No, you can't.
I do have to say though, when it comes
You're gonna have a long search.
when it comes to flat Earth, it's kind of like it's insane to me that do you think that the government or something or someone is lying to us about the Earth being globe? Like, what do you think?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Can I answer this
So
question?
my question is, who's doing
Can I
it?
answer this?
Yeah,
My
We're
question
getting
is,
way off topic, dude. We're going to let this get buried into bullshit, dude. Like, seriously.
It will get buried into bullshit. Yes, it will.
Okay. So
Yeah, that's
quickly,
what I wanted to-
before we move on quickly, then let's just say for Panda's claim that he tried to make about Bob Nodell's rotation, you're not going to find any information about that because there wasn't an experiment or a paper written up about it, as far as I know. But feel free to
I've
try.
actually already found
I've seen the
plenty
data.
of information. I'm getting ready to post it right now. So,
Okay, but then you
hold
would
on.
also have to
Keep your shirts
consider-
on.
But you'd also have to consider, right? The difference
Yeah,
is
in before the meme.
Yeah, the difference is a laser can hit a target. That's an observed fact within that, and we can attribute that to testing a line of sight over a surface curvature or lack thereof. With the gyro, you're just observing a gyro rotate, and then you're begging the question, saying that the cause of it is Earth's rotation, because you're assuming it's a ball that spins, but you haven't got the curvature bit. to even be able to assume it's a ball, let alone a ball that spins. So no, they're completely different, those two examples, but feel free. And then Crypto, I think you were wanting to answer the question from the other guy.
Well, I just want to point out that his question was, why aren't we giving them the same credence? Okay. And the reason I asked for the data, there's a specific reason. Because there is no data. It's something Bob Nodell said on Netflix that's just like an off-the-cuff comment. And I'll give you some information. Bob Nodell never had the gyro. It wasn't his gyro. Okay. Netflix has a bunch of factual errors in what they did. It wasn't a $21,000 ring laser gyro. It was a $7,000 fiber optic gyro. Bob Nodell never had possession of it. And 15 degree hour per hour drift was never measured because he would have had to have been at one of the poles. And we all know that he wasn't at the North or South Pole. And guess what? What data was generated? Listen, what data was generated? I've actually seen. And want to know what was actually measured? Earth rate drift of 2.24 degrees per 24 hours. Yeah, that's right. 2.24 degrees for 24 hours. Because, listen, I have a personal knowledge of all this. When it was done, there was a Skype chat that where everybody involved was in it. I don't know what Bob did, whether he didn't read it correctly or whether he skimmed it or something. But the data that was spat out was 2.24 degree Earth rate drift when you combine all three axes and sum them together. Okay, this is why I asked the question. This is why why don't we give credence to it? Because there's no data. There's no data that was released. You've noticed FE Core never released anything on it. Neither did Rick Zimmerman. And plus, there's other factors of why you can't draw conclusions because they also did with this same gyro. They did other tests, right? They took it to altitude and it slowed down this so-called Earth rate drift. They put it in a vacuum chamber, right? And they evacuated the air out of the chamber and it registered a slower so-called Earth rate drift. And because they got this, they actually went and looked it up. So it is recorded. There's published papers that a ring laser gyro, when placed at high altitude or in low pressure, slows down the so-called drift precession of the gyro. Okay, these are like little factoids you guys don't know, and I don't know why you get your science from Netflix. It blows my mind.
And CGI.
Did we go over the snow wall in Antarctica yet?
No. So the next question was from the guy who was saying, so you guys think people are lying, and then Crypto was going to answer, I think.
You got to get into sociology.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted to cut that off at the knees. Like, we're talking about the physical reality that we live in. Everyone knows that people lie. It doesn't matter why. People lie for all sorts of reasons: money, power, greed, just to fuck with other people. Who cares? We can actually directly measure the Earth, so let's do that. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, to be honest, like people lie about things, sure, just to fuck with other people, but I don't really understand how that's like hey, the Earth is flat, you're lying, like, and I guess exactly.
I'm gonna repeat my answer. I'm gonna repeat my answer. Yeah, because I gave you 5 different options, and you picked the one that you thought was weak. Right? Listen to the answer again. People lie for all sorts of reasons, including money, power, control, and to fuck with people. I could go on and on and on. Now,
okay, but what he's asking is
fundamentally what matters is
how does that apply to anything?
Yeah.
How does
the flat Earth apply?
Answer the question if I'm not allowed to answer the question.
How does it do anything?
I think I saw some. Corvo, how can I answer the question if I'm not allowed to actually finish my sentence?
I think actually that's fair enough, Cat Pants. And if I see this is some other guy who posted a meme in the Earth chat that I didn't like. So, Cat Pants, if that happens again, I'm gonna have to mute you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so people lie for all sorts of reasons, but of course people, when they ask this silly question, it is sociology, it's not science, so fundamentally we should just hand wave it. But what I would say is if you're going to ask this question, you need to ask who, right? Lots of different people are lying about this stuff, so why does NASA lie? Well, they get funding. Really simple. Loads of people do jobs. They just do their job. right? Unless I don't know if you've ever worked in a big corporation. People just kind of get on with it because there's all this office politics to worry about. People just want to earn their money and go home. No one's really concerned with the project itself. They just do their job. They get paid. They go home, right? So that's NASA's answer. Why do the people behind NASA lie? I don't know. Don't know them. Don't care. Fundamentally, though, we shouldn't even have to answer this question because it doesn't matter. What matters is that we can actually physically verify the Earth. People lying has got nothing to do with this.
Okay,
it's more. Can I speak, please? It's more of the fact.
I'm gonna have to ask you to calm down for a moment.
Why was? Oh, okay. But basically, it's more the fact of how many people you are asking to lie about this, and not one person, not a singular person is all like, "Oh yeah, they were lying. Here's the evidence."
Okay, if I can address that, there's been entire towns that were sworn to secrecy during the atomic age to build weapons. Okay, it's not hard to keep a secret.
Can I just point out to the moderator, he's just literally asked the same question again with different words.
But the thing is, what he's saying though is that
let's keep
but you're expecting
talking about
around
not
the
just
world.
a small town. You're talking about the vast majority of scientists among the world, the vast majority of space exploration programs around the world for multiple governments around the world. You're not just talking about one city.
Governments do.
How many people have
governments
been to space?
Governments do conspire with one another to deceive the people.
Yes, but you're also talking about
can I just say this a third time?
Don't ally themselves with each other. Some have actual wars going on between each other. But amongst all these governments, some of which hate each other for many different reasons,
none of this matters. None of this This is bullshit. All of this is a complete deflection. Doesn't matter. No one cares why people are lying. Talking about physical reality. People lie, get over it. We're talking about physical reality.
It doesn't matter to you because it proves your argument wrong.
No, that's not the case. I care about physical reality. I don't know how many times I have to say this. It doesn't matter what other people say. What matters is physical reality. So I don't know why we're talking about this.
You obviously don't believe in physical reality.
Okay, so hold on a second. I want to address Mr. Hey, Crypto, let me just say.
Yeah, go ahead.
If that argument proved our argument wrong, right? If not knowing why they lie proved it wrong, that means if everyone signed confessions saying that the Earth was actually flat and they were lying, it would prove the shape of the Earth. Now, is that the case? With signed confessions from everybody in the world saying they all lied and that the Earth is actually flat, would that prove the Earth is flat?
What I'm saying is, I'm not asking
yes or no, man. It's a yes or no question. You know what the answer is.
No,
Do you know the answer is no? It's irrelevant whether they're lying or not.
But what I'm saying is
let's try to stay charitable, guys.
Every single country that says, "Hey, the Earth is round. Hey, the Earth is round." Hey, the Earth is round. Every single why? Like, you're asking why would people?
Cat pants.
I'm sorry. I just speak loud. That's just on me.
You get emotional.
That's fine. Yes, if you don't understand that there's classified, if you don't understand that there's classified levels of information and that governments are perfectly capable of keeping many secrets, I don't know if I can help you. For example, the entire Vietnam War was
Thousands
started
of
on a lie of this entire Vietnam War was started on the lie of the Gulf of Tonkin, which has now been declassified and shown to be a false flag event. I can get you the link from the navalinstitute.org website to show you that our government has now admitted the entire Vietnam War was started on the basis of a lie at the false flag event at the Gulf of Tonkin. So I do understand for people who are new to this information, I would hope that people who are new to this information about the globe model being a mathematical and logical failure would at least recognize that in the world today, information is been extremely narrowed to your access to information, even though you think through the internet that you have access to all kinds of information. I think you're seeing information here tonight that is new to you. In the past, when people had a genuine spirit of scientific inquiry before that was squashed in people with the current pseudoscientific mainstream more politicization of science. People understood the concept that to do science, you had to go out, make a natural observation, develop a hypothesis, test the hypothesis, and have results that are repeatable and testable by other people. Now we have an entire field in the area of astrophysics, which is almost entirely theoretical and based on presuppositions. So that's why you see these people that come in here like Boris and God 420 earlier that just say, it's a fact, it's a fact, we live on a globe, that's what we are, we're in a lab, it's on a globe, we're on a globe, we're on a globe. I mean, do you guys not see the difference here between the global arguments and do you not stand back and say, gosh, if this is settled science, like why is it so difficult for these people to show that we live on this spinning globe? And then you might, when you're sitting by yourself tonight, or maybe going out and sitting under a tree, think, maybe there's something to this. Maybe I should rethink the programming I've been exposed to through the mass media owned by a very small number of corporations. And then you guys are in here telling us you don't think those guys who are raking in billions can maintain a lie if it profits them? I mean, how about just try to figure it out first, like people used to do, understand their own reality, not just believe what they've been told, because there's a lot of assumptions going on here, starting with the assumptions, we definitely live on a spinning globe. There's got to be some way to prove it, got to be some way to prove it. And just say, oh, maybe I should set that to the side. If I'm a person who wants to understand how to use and exercise reason, because to be able to hold a position and to be able to effectively debate it, you should explore the other side and understand where it's coming from. And to be able to do that, you have to consider, even for an instant, give it a 1% chance. This mathematical, theoretical model of the spinning globe that you have never observed or experienced, that you are going on somebody else's report on, and even on NASA, even if you just think NASA is the greatest thing in the world, right on their own website, they say, and I'll put the image there in the Flat Earth text channel, they say, Robert Simon, visual designer for NASA, he doesn't say we went up to take a picture of the globe for you. He says, the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. Then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble. So right there on the NASA website, you got them saying, we're not taking these pictures, guys. We're making them up with the computer. It's hidden in plain sight. So you can either choose right now to rethink what, the truth is, or you can keep listening to your television and your computer screen, and you're not going to get the information there. I can guarantee you, because Flat Earth is a highly censored and shadow banned topic, proven in congressional hearings where that YouTube admitted that they do that. So you remember 10 years ago or whatever when we said, China, oh my gosh, they don't let people see all of the internet. They control Google. We're doing that now here. Where's the outrage? Where's the upset? Where's your sense of adventure and spirit to find out, is there something to this? Like, you wonder why some people in here feel combative about this? It's because we are constantly being attacked just for saying, the math doesn't add up, guys. The math doesn't add up, guys, and we're never given a decent argument on the other side.
Can I get in here for a sec?
Hold on.
Oh, by all means.
Hold on.
Before
Before you go, Viscosity Liquid, I just want to anchor this point that Mary Mum has made, because there was a whole lot of outrage just then with the insinuation that the Earth is not a ball, which means you would have to have proof that it is a ball, which means that you would have to have a measurement of the Earth's curvature. So as an open question to all the people who currently believe they live on a ball, could you provide us with anyone in history who has physically measured, demonstrated, evidenced the Earth to be curved and to match this radius value of 3959 miles that NASA tell us? Someone from the globe side, what is the measurement? Who did it and when? Because that's the foundation for all of your claims, all of your outrage at us for saying, no, this isn't true. You're saying that exists. So could someone provide it? Thanks.
I would just like to mention, actually, Numa has just come up in the text and has mentioned Eratosthenes, which is one of my favourite subjects. So, would anyone like to discuss Eratosthenes? I don't know if you guys know.
Yeah, that'd be a good one for you to go over, Crypto, if you're up for it.
I can do. I just want to make sure that people are actually familiar with it. Otherwise, I'll be saying stuff that doesn't make sense.
Who's that?
So Eratosthenes.
Well, before you get started, I just want to say he was a bitch. But go ahead.
And I
wasn't he smart? Do you not like smart people?
4 times already.
What a straw man.
From our side, that's not. We don't have to do that. That's like sitting in it. See, look, we don't have to do all that. Okay, let's just provide evidence as best we can, and leave the insults to the people who feel insecure about the topic. Okay.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so we're told that Eratosthenes proved the Earth's a globe, right? And the way he did this is he put 2 sticks in 2 different points on the Earth. And because we quote unquote know how far the sun is away, we know quote unquote that the sun's rays are parallel, and therefore the only way that you can get different shadows, when you compare the shadows, you can actually work out the circumference or the radius of the Earth. The problem is, of course, is that it's literally, well, spherical logic. No, it's literally circular logic. You've assumed that the Earth's a ball, you've assumed the parallel rays, and you've assumed that the sun is 93 millimiles away, to then find the conclusion that the Earth is a ball and that the light rays are parallel.
Wait, he didn't assume anything. Those are the conclusions that he came out with.
No, and I'll tell you why. So, if you were to assume that the Earth was flat, that the light rays weren't parallel, and the sun isn't 93 million miles away, then you can prove that the Earth's flat.
No, there's like an in-depth video of a guy explaining this, and those are the conclusions that he came out of it. He never asserted those.
Yeah, based on the assumption of parallel rays, yeah.
And a curved surface. Yeah, so Eratosthenes made 2 assumptions. The surface is curved and the light rays are parallel. Both contradict what we actually observe in reality. We observe a flat Earth. We observe divergent rays from the sun. So 2 assumptions he made, and there are academic papers.
Wouldn't there be
on
like
this.
strong gravity if we had a flat Earth?
Wait a minute. There are academic papers discussing his assumptions and confirming that it would work on a flat Earth with a sun with divergent rays. So it proves nothing.
Even
someone can post that in the flat.
Neil deGrasse Tyson himself says the same.
I'd like to go through a thought experiment with you, Victor.
I'll post it. 1 second.
Yeah, go. Victor Enjoyer. Do you have a room?
Yeah, I have a room, yeah.
Perfect. Does the room have a flat surface on it?
Yeah.
Anywhere. The floor even is fine. Do you have a light source in the room?
Yep.
Perfect, okay. So if you were to get 2 pens and put 1 pen directly under the light source and another pen off to the side, so far off to the side that the pen in the middle has no shadow and the pen off to the side has a 7.2 degree angle shadow. If you can do that, then we can actually calculate the circumference of your floor using Eratosthenes' model. So does that prove that your floor is a sphere?
No, I think he observed like how he wasn't able to see like the full the whole stick when he put it up in Egypt or whatever.
I don't really care about him now. I'm asking you to engage in a thought experiment with me. So if you have 1 pen directly underneath the light source and another pen off to the side, if it's 7.2 degrees, as in Eratosthenes' case, he says it's 7.2 degrees, I can actually calculate the circumference of your floor.
Okay. What does this have
Is
to do
your
with
floor
anything?
a sphere?
No, my floor is not a sphere.
Okay. So do you understand the problem now?
I don't think that's how he did anything, dude. I'm sorry.
Exactly how he did it. Listen, we speak about this every day, guy. This sounds like something you've kind of just read 10 minutes ago.
So if you go into, can I say something real quick? If you go into Flat Earth, I just posted a video of this actually being done. So this is actually a blind test. So he outsourced and hired some people, some engineers in Indonesia to actually just do this, do the measurements, set up the light, set up the nails. He didn't tell them what the purpose was, and they just sent them the data. And he calculated the circumference of his table.
Okay, can I get in here with a question?
I did want to finish what I was saying.
Wait. So why is that when we observe like a solar eclipse? Like, why is like the shadow like a sphere?
Can I finish?
How about you get one question?
You're cutting into a conversation here, bud. Let the gentleman finish.
Yeah, is that possible? So we can calculate the circumference of your floor when we know it's not a sphere, right? Now, the way that he quote unquote proved a globe is that he assumed that there were parallel rays, and then he said, okay, there's a 7.2 degree angle, therefore 7.2 degrees is 1/50th of 360 degrees, therefore the distance between the 2 points is 1/50th of the Earth, therefore times the distance by 50 to get your circumference, right? That's all he did. It's just maths. There's no proof there. He's assumed the Earth is a sphere, and then he's calculated what the circumference would be if the Earth was a sphere. But he hasn't actually proved that the Earth's a sphere. He's just assumed it and then concluded it because it's in the assumption.
And
do you have any like debunkings of like modern like ways that we find like the Earth is flat? Wasn't that like thousands of years ago?
Well, hold on.
Good, but we were talking about Eratosthenes, right? So you understand that Eratosthenes concluded what he assumed, and that's why we can put this to bed.
I'll have to look into it, but at the moment, we can put it to bed. Like, I'm just asking if any debunkings.
But I want you to just tell me: do you admit that you can calculate the circumference of your floor?
I don't know.
Okay, but I just showed you how to do that.
You showed me. No, you told me.
Okay.
Well, I showed you a video of you can watch the whole thing of them actually doing it. You can watch the whole 30 minutes and watch them do it.
Yeah, and as I said, I'll look into it later. But at the moment, can we just move on?
Yeah, sure.
So this is what I'm saying, right? So we came up with Eratosthenes because the question was put to the room: who has measured Earth to be curved? Because that's what you need for all your other assumptions based on Earth being a ball, meaning Earth is curved. So we've agreed Eratosthenes didn't measure curvature. He looked at shadows and assumed that it was a ball already. So not Eratosthenes. So who else? Globe believers. Next person. Who actually measured the curvature? Tell us.
That glass blower guy. That glass blower guy's been waiting to ask a question for quite a while. So I think he should get a shot.
Yeah, who was that? High viscosity.
Viscosity liquid.
Yeah. Here's a thing. If we were allowed to turn on our cameras, which I'm fine with, because I can talk in hypotheticals, I'm sure that some of us could go outside and turn on our cameras and show that it's daylight, and some of us could go outside and turn on our cameras and show that it's nighttime. How is this possible?
On a globe?
I actually addressed this, and you actually talked right after I addressed it.
Wait, what?
You mean how?
Called Laplace's
The thing
extinction
about the
theorem?
table.
No, he's talking about why the sun does not illuminate the entire Earth. Right?
Yeah, and one of you said that.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Imagine a table, and then you said if you had a table and you shined a light on it, that it would refract.
That was not the answer. That was not even close to it.
Yeah, wait to show
I'm
you're
just
not
summing it up.
That's not what
the sunlight up the bottom of the
Two
ocean.
things I wanted to. Sorry.
Go for it, Elijah.
Because the water absorbs the light. Now the air absorbs light too. And I talked about this. There's something called the Laplace's extinction theorem, and there's optical extinction where light absorbs and attenuates light. So much to the point that just the comparison of solar noon to sunset is a difference of 23,000. This is only due to the angle. This is just the calculation due to the angle has not.
So yeah, light doesn't travel forever. There's an extinction point.
The sun moves. That's what we observe. If the sun moves away, the further away it gets, the more air the light has to travel through, the less bright the light source is. It moves far enough away so it's dark where you are.
Depending on the humidity, you could actually watch a sunset while you're in darkness in certain parts of the world. But also, So I posted at some point, I'll probably post it again. It was an Alaskan cruise, and the guy looks to his right and he can see the floor illuminated. He looks to he looks to his left and the water is illuminated, and the right of him, it's not. It looks completely dark as if looks like nighttime. So there's that. And then, like Indio said, light attenuation. Light doesn't travel forever. Like how far away do you think you could see, say, for instance, a candlelight forever? Or do you think that the air in between you and them will eventually be so opaque that it wouldn't be visible? Because from your location, it could be a sunny day. 2 towns over, it could be, cloudy. And so it really depends on the angle between you and the light.
Okay, some people. I mean, how could the sun be below the horizon for some people and just having gone below the horizon for some people and high noon for others? I mean, I realize it could be it would only be high noon for somebody.
You're begging the question.
But you're...
It's not below anything.
Yeah, you're begging the question by saying, how come it's below? So you're already making the assumption that the Earth is a sphere and that we're spinning away from...
Okay, phrase it how you want. Somebody just watched sunset, and there's somebody else for whom it is noon.
Yeah, because the sun's moving, like you observe. Right? Covered this with the other guy. You observe the sun.
I think the misconception is that... Sorry.
Throwing streetlights on a flat surface.
Yeah. I think the misconception is that he thinks that the sun is 93 million miles away.
Doesn't matter how close it is. If the sun is below the horizon, like out of sight below the horizon, and you watched it disappear below the horizon, and somehow it's still overhead for someone else, I don't see how that's me being daft.
It's not going physically below anything.
It's not below the horizon.
Yeah, it's not below anything physically, right? We can demonstrate to you that an object will appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface, then that eliminates the claim that this can only be due to going behind a physical curve. This happens on a flat surface when an object moves a sufficient distance away from you.
What, you're talking the inverse square law? It just it gets dimmer because it's further away? I mean, that's not making sense to me.
No, I'm talking about the optical effect that you see of something sinking on the horizon. You're claiming that's a physical ascent or descension below a physical curve, when we can show you this effect of an object appearing to disappear bottom up on a horizon on a flat surface.
Flat Earth.
So if it's apparent on a flat surface, it doesn't indicate a curved surface. You observe the surface to be flat. You observe the sun to move, right? When the sun gets a sufficient distance away from you.
No, straight triangulation, okay? If I'm seeing the sun low on the horizon, then you can argue it's still above someone else. But as it lowers down, it appears to be getting lower down. Now you say it's just moving sideways further away. At what point does it, it just doesn't make sense as far as...
Can someone post the shrinking sun video? Have you ever seen the sun appear to shrink off into the distance rather than setting or appearing?
I already posted it. I'll do it again.
So if you look in the text channel, if you look in the text channel, Indio is about to post a video where you'll see the sun not set below the horizon, go off.
What the fuck?
In size.
Okay, 2 things to say about that. One is it appears to be some sort of fog to the extent that it is real, and
That's
you're
exactly
going to talk.
what I was saying.
And you're going to talk about. You're going to talk about. You're
Dude,
going to
just go one at a time. You can't even hear this with this guy having his fucking static on.
Well, don't worry about static, and I did interrupt him, but I'm sorry that I interrupted, but that's the exact point I made. Based on the angle and the atmosphere that you're seeing through, it can block the light. And now you're telling me, or telling us, how well, the reason it's appearing to disappear that way is because of what? The same thing I just told you. Now, if you're talking about, why it appears to get lower in your field of view, well, I mean, if you take any kind of light, a street lamp, and it's above your head, the further you walk away from it, the more it's going to get lower in your field of view, right? That doesn't mean that it's actually shrinking. It's just a part of the perspective.
Yeah, okay, but the problem comes where it suddenly goes dark. It gets dark over the course of about 10 minutes as the sun drops below the horizon. In my perspective, apparently I'm making assumptions and I shouldn't phrase it that way.
Sometimes it takes 3 hours. For instance, I live in New York City. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to do some more observations as I did some last year. And the sun would set at 7:30. Meanwhile, I still had daylight till about 10:30 at night around the summer solstice.
Wait, you had that's impossible. I've never heard that before in my entire life.
What do you mean that's impossible? I can show you pictures, videos. I did this all last year. Myself, not some other person.
Well, how would I know that it's actually 10 o'clock?
Because the videos that I've taken, they also have the information. So you know how you take a picture or you take a video and you click information? It sometimes gives you the location, but it gives you the time it was taken as well.
Yes, we're getting off into the weeds a bit. I mean, I would just like to say we can demonstrate these effects of objects appearing to crush into the horizon and go beyond your vanishing point, like when you're looking down a hotel hallway and the roof and the floor seem to converge and the walls seem to converge. This is just how our eyes work. At a certain point, you can't resolve it, and due to the atmospheric occlusion and everything else, the light doesn't travel forever, so it becomes nighttime. The sun is moving like you observe. So,
yeah, and this is Art 101.
It's an awful perspective. It's an awful quick transition, and I'm sorry, but the inverse square law says it should be dimmer. We should still be able to see it. It's awful bright.
The inverse square law applies in vacuum only.
Yes, I'm aware that you have to add the filtration of the air, but the air doesn't suddenly become...
Which is a double exponential, which is our exponential function.
No. There's not an exponential...
No, they are exponential functions. I'm literally gonna post the math. I'm really gonna post the math. And you're gonna nut again? Like, seriously, you're just not on, dude. Like...
Can I also point out that... Sorry for the whip. Let me stop here. But when the sun is overhead, it's a white light, so bright that a lot of people shy away from looking directly at the sun, while some are brave enough to do it. But as it gets closer to the convergence point that we call the horizon, it looks red, which happens to be the longest wavelength of light. So what do you mean when you're saying it's not dimmer? That's exactly what we're doing.
I'm not saying it's not dimmer. I'm not saying air doesn't filter out. I'm not saying air doesn't filter out ultraviolet.
No, we're all together.
Guys, please let him finish.
When we try to talk one at a time, it becomes very difficult to follow conversation.
Okay, so...
Discuss it. Please finish your point. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to finish my point. Thanks for interrupting me to give me the floor. I mean, at this point, I don't know what to say other than if that's the best argument you've got, that it gets dark like drastically quickly, like over the course of about 10 minutes. Just because it's suddenly moving away quickly? No, because of the double inverse square. Well, no, it's not an inverse square as to the added filtration. Every foot of filtration only...
I don't know why...
Every foot of filtration only adds another foot of filtration. It doesn't increase exponentially, much as you might wish it to.
Yeah, that's a straw man.
I literally posted the graph. I literally posted the graph. literally posted the graph. And the claim that the sun, it gets dark rapidly, that's just empirically false, objectively false. There's something called civil, nautical, and astronomical twilight, right? But each of those lasts 30 to 40 minutes, depending on the time of year. Each of those. So this idea that... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, it also depends where you are on the Earth. Twilight actually happens more quickly in the south than it does in the north. And all of these things are factors that globers don't even consider, they don't even think about. But I just wanted to make a more general point to the moderator, Corvo. We seem to be having a lot of... What globers do is they go, we observe an effect, therefore globe. But they never actually seem to present why it proves a globe. And when you actually go more than scratching the surface, you realize it doesn't actually prove the globe. So
why are you appealing to me as a moderator? If they feel...
What I'm asking for you to do, if you can just look out for that in future, because I feel like
I don't think that's a bad argument. So if they feel that's their strongest argument and you feel that's a very weak argument, then in the spirit of the discussion, let them fall on their own poor arguments.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish though. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and finish. So
Can I finish? Fuck.
No, he was talking.
Okay.
Yeah,
let Crypto finish.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, crypto, then high viscosity liquid. Let's do it in that order.
Yeah, okay. So the point I'm trying to make here is that a lot of time is being wasted on this nonsense, where it's like, we see an effect, therefore globe. We've gone through about 5 or 6 different things now where we've demonstrated that it doesn't prove a globe, and yet then there's number 7, number 8, number 9. I would like at some point for you as the moderator to say, right, it's time for the globers to prove the globe instead of throwing out random obfuscations and weird stuff that doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, I agree. After these next two people talk, then I would think that somebody here who's, believes they live on a spinning globe could present their best evidence. That'd be cool. But yeah, there's 2 other people in the queue first. High viscosity, what did you want to say? And then Elijah after that.
I'm just responding to the claim that there's an exponential increase as you've got a further...
No, you're the one... okay, I'm sorry, but you're the one who brought up a question that was already asked at the beginning and already answered multiple times. And then we answered it again, and then you're quibbling about the details. So what we're saying here is, if we live on this spinning globe, let's see some evidence for it. But what were you going to say, Elijah?
Okay, so I'll just fuck off then?
I mean, you can repeat what you already said. We all know what you said. The point is that it doesn't address the main point. But continue. We want to listen to you repeat yourself again. Go ahead.
I don't want to have to mute everyone. If I may, I think we need to bring this back into a more civil direction. I think it's high viscosity liquids time to make his point. Then we should try and move on from this point.
And then Elijah, and then we can move on.
Okay. I wasn't actually trying to make my own point here. I'm still trying to respond to India. He said he posted the graph. Yes, I look at this graph, and I understand what's going on because, of course, when the light is overhead, it's going through less atmosphere. It's going through vacuum until it hits atmosphere. When it's coming at you sideways, it's going through a whole bunch more air. Yes. So it stands to reason that there's an increase in the filtration. And I'm not sure where this graph comes from. Does this include the fact that, or what I'm calling fact, what I think of as fact, that it's dropping below the horizon? Or does it show this curve, this exponential curve based on it going through air? It doesn't make sense that it increases exponentially as it goes through that much more air. There's an exponential increase, yes, I would concede partially because the air is thicker lower down. And so per foot that it's going through, matters more. But okay, as I said, this isn't my argument. My argument was about going outside and seeing with your own damn eyes that you can have nighttime, daytime, sunrise, and sunset all happening at the same time on camera. And this is being hand waved away as far as I could tell. So yeah, have at it,
sun,
kids.
Listen, I'm going to explain to you. The sun is local, and when it's far away, it has more air to go through, and it's not being filtered, right? This is a property of electromagnetic radiation that, when it passes through a medium, it is absorbed by the medium, and it is attenuated by the medium. Both of these, if you look at Maxwell's equations, are exponential functions. So they're compounded exponential functions. You also call it an impedance, right? So there's different ways to this. I'll actually post a formula, and this comes from an astronomy site, and this is based upon the value they use is air mass, the volume of air that the light has to penetrate through before it reaches wherever you are. Break up? Somebody hear that?
Yep, I heard.
Okay. So I'm actually going to get the source and I'm going to post it. Like astrosim.org or something.
May I just make a quick announcement, please? I was informed that we should conclude the event in 15 minutes. Does that work for the...
Yes, but this is when we're getting to the meat of it now, right? So we've went the whole time without anyone presenting any evidence of the globe.
Yeah, I think we should keep going.
And sorry, guys, can you hear me?
Yep, that would be good.
Right, so we're coming back now to where we left off, which was what's the evidence for the ball? Who measured curvature? We had Eratosthenes. We agreed it didn't prove a ball. So we're still waiting for that evidence for a globe. In this whole conversation, we've had tangential non sequiturs that don't come close to evidencing we live on a spinning ball. So now's the last 15 minutes for you globe believers to show us who's measured Earth to be curved so that you can claim to live on a ball. Show us that. This is what the 15 minutes is going to be. It's either going to be you presenting evidence or it's going to be awkward silence.
They don't have any evidence.
Let's see it. Globers, step up. Who measured the curve?
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you asking why we think the Earth is a globe? Are you a flat Earth?
No, I'm saying,
Yes, that's what we're asking.
We're all flat Earthers.
The Earth is a ball, so that there must be curvature because balls have curvature. Okay, so who measured the curvature for you to presume you live on a ball? Who was it? When?
I don't believe the Earth is shaped.
Cool. So no one's got anything for Earth being a ball then? Is that what we're concluding?
We're
Sorry,
keep
go ahead.
going.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, are we all in agreement here that the Earth is flat then?
I guess it is.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so who measured curve?
Okay, wait. You can't.
No, this guy who just said no. No, this guy who just said no.
Wait,
who measured
you
curve
don't let him own this debate. First off, you got to prove
it's not
your
a debate. There's
position
been
as
no
well.
evidence presented for the globe to debate.
Wait. Okay, so here's the problem. You can't keep saying, "Well, someone try to defend it." Are you going to defend your position as well?
We have for the last
what the heck?
3 hours.
I just joined.
Guys, so welcome to the server, Ryan. We're proud to have you. Guys, I don't like to use priority speaker. So the event will be concluded soon. Everyone in staff is very fatigued. Formally, it will be concluded. Then we can continue on as you guys like.
Well, we'll just keep discussing without the staff.
Moderator, didn't the Elijah had the next on?
Yeah, Elijah's got something to say, so I guess we've got 13 minutes left.
Well, it's too far removed to go back to the other guy. I mean, he kept saying...
You guys have 15 minutes.
Right.
The globe has...
Yo! It's really
I just showed up to the server, but if I have to say one point here is that the flat Earth theory or hypothesis or perspective.
Holy shit! Somebody was in the middle of something.
Yeah, dude, come on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So we can do two things. Okay, forget what the other guy said. We can just get down to brass tacks. We can do two things. We can either wait for you guys to tell us who measured Earth curvature to figure out that we have a radius of 3,959 miles, or we can use the only method we know of to either conclude that it is 3,959 miles or it's not. So we can go on the offensive or we can wait. We already went on the offensive with the laser, but we have other ways. So there has to be convexity somewhere. The ball is in your court. Which would you like us to do?
So I had a question earlier. I was wondering, do we have to lead with
Which
that?
would you like us to do?
The problem is for
there
me.
there is only 10 minutes for the live portion. I mean, you guys are just burning up time.
Well, the thing is, I was wondering if we had no choice but to respond to that specific, because I had a completely different point.
So are we conceding that there is no one?
The young woman came in and she said, well, you guys have to prove whatever. And I said, well, we can do that two ways. And I just laid it out. And I asked, which way do you want to go? Based on what she said.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could either, we could just have no one talk except for one flat earth person who could present the black swan argument, for example, or, we could take some more questions from people who, I don't know, Shamron has some other question. I guess what we want to make sure that anyone listening to this, especially if they're new to the topic of the flat earth, to realize that when we ask for the best evidence of this thing that's supposedly settled science, nobody said anything, okay? So you guys, a lot of you, if you've grown up here on the earth, you probably thought, at least up until today, if you're new to the topic, that you lived on a spinning ball. And many of us did. When I first researched this when I was working on my master's degree in science education, I was writing a paper on how to show to students that they're wrong if they think the earth was flat. Because just like most people do, because the propaganda works, I believed that, these flat earthers, they're just stuck in the dark ages, they're just uninformed. And that's how most of us have gotten to this, because we actually looked at it and we thought somebody must have conclusive scientific evidence, right? Because it's all over the place, and we found out it wasn't there. So that's what we're trying to tell you here. And you've just had this demonstrated to you live, that people don't have measurement of curvature or rotation. They just don't have it. So yeah, I mean, are we taking a poll, Elijah, or what? I don't know.
Did we get to gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, let's
I
try
don't
and
think anybody talked about that.
Yeah, let's try and do gas pressure and the black swan in the last 5-10 minutes, if someone can bother going through it.
Again, I was saying, do we have to? Because I have a completely different point to bring up.
Well, if you can be quick, just ask your question.
Okay, so basically, the way how I have learned how a lunar eclipse works is when the Earth goes between the sun and the moon.
Yep.
That's not
right?
observably true.
Right, so that's the story they'll tell you. Sorry, Elijah, go on.
The quick answer is that's not observably true. Now, it's on you to say, how do you know that? Or, fine, I accept.
Okay, so how do you know that?
Well, there was just a lunar eclipse just the other day. It was a total lunar eclipse, and everyone who observed it observed the moon and the sun in the sky while they were standing on the thing that was supposed to be obstructing the light. So no, these three bodies, so-called, aren't in alignment.
Let me just quickly say as well, if you look up something called the Selenelian eclipse, Selenelion, this is when the sun and the moon are both observed above the horizon at the same time. So they're not in syzygy. They're not in alignment like they tell you they have to be for there to be an eclipse. Both above the horizon, and yet the moon eclipses. How is that possible based on the story that they tell us about the alignment? It's not, right? It's not possible. They need to be in syzygy, but they're not.
So the moon eclipses, that debunks the syzygy theory. So what it is exactly, we can't tell you because we can't test the mechanism. But what we can tell you is that it's not based on the alignment of a ball, sun, earth, and the moon. So yeah,
The
like,
shadow.
Wait, what
Shadow.
part of the flat Earth conspiracy do you follow? Do you believe in that Freemason shit?
so just to summarize what Dandelion was saying, we've went the whole chat without one piece of evidence for the globe. A lot of questions, a lot of stories going around,
they
but not
provided
one piece of
evidence, but you just denied it. You
What
just
was
denied
the-
it and
what
said
was
it
the
wasn't good
evidence
evidence.
What was the measurement of curvature? What was it?
I'm pretty sure that one guy that had
Pretty
like
sure
a
that
turbo
one guy-
mic offered something.
Right, what was it? What did he offer to give a measurement of curvature?
The shadows.
And don't tell him. What was it?
Yeah, like what he said.
So you don't know. So this is it. These guys are just taking the piss, right? So
I'm taking the
I know
piss?
this is
Why do I
gonna
take
end pretty
that?
soon, but I wanted to thank Corvo for even entertaining it. And now Corvo.
Wait, what's your IQ score? I'm wondering. I'm just genuinely curious.
Providing anything.
No,
and yes,
no,
the
no,
Atom
no, no. Don't burn up
insults
the last 5 minutes. Go
because they've got
directly into the
nothing.
Black
Yeah,
Swan.
I'm just gonna
Go
mute him.
directly
Yeah.
into the Black Swan.
Yeah, someone posted Black Swan in the Flat Earth text. Right. So if you're looking at the text chat, we see oil rigs. There's a predicted geometric horizon to a ball Earth. You can go onto Google and type in distance to horizon calculator, put in your observer height at 1 foot, which is where this is taken from. And
Yeah,
you'll
and
see
the,
that
like-
the horizon is seen beyond the second rig, which is over 10 miles away. The Globe Earth model says that the horizon can be no further than 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer if boats are going over a curve of horizon. But obviously not, because we see that horizon beyond the second rig. This has been repeated multiple times. There's no geometric horizon.
Isn't the rig
beyond which there would have to
extremely
be if
tall?
it was a ball.
What?
Yeah.
The globe's
That's a terrible
not
argument.
Very tall.
What's
It's
the
a
argument?
terrible
You can see the
argument.
bottom. Hold on. What's the
The
argument?
legs are covered in
Wait,
the one.
I'm asking him a question. He says a terrible argument. What's the argument?
He's saying that if you're able to see a rig, and
That
from
is
like
not the
that's
argument.
10 miles. No, I'm speaking, right? I'm speaking. Don't interrupt me. If you're able to see a rig from 10 miles away, and like the spherical globe model says that you should only see it from like 1 mile away, and that's like the amount that you can only see it from. You should see it from 10 miles.
The oil rigs are not. Wait. I was talking to him. That's not the argument. By the way, because you didn't even listen to the argument. It wasn't about the oil rig. It wasn't about the oil rigs. It was about the horizon.
Was it about a boat?
No, it's about the horizon.
Yeah. He was talking about like seeing an oil rig.
No.
See it further.
No. He's talking about the horizon. The horizon is further than what the globe Earth predicts.
Based on the site of the oil rig.
I'm talking. You said. Oh, you were talking. Now I'm talking. The oil rigs are just demarcation to where is the distance. In other words, they're just markers of the distance, not the horizon itself.
Yeah, you're able to see the oil rig because the oil rig is like 10 times as high as it is far away.
Victory,
Come
why
on.
is the horizon?
Terrible
Why is
argument.
the horizon seen beyond the oil rigs? Victory.
Huh?
Why is the horizon seen beyond the oil rigs?
What do you mean horizon?
What do you think the horizon is?
I actually don't know what a horizon is. Like you
So
can be
why are
able
you
to see
having
that
this conversation? Why are you having this conversation if you don't know what the
to
horizon
learn
is?
something.
Okay, the horizon is the apparent demarcation point between land and sea or sky, right? So where it
So
appears
what
to meet.
does it look like?
He's trolling.
So
the
he's
last
just trolling.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not trolling. I'm asking you a question.
Hold on. Here's the thing. The girl asked the question because she came in late. I offered to go on the offense. This is the offense, and it's not being. We're not allowed to just run it through the end zone. Okay, this is what you people asked for. What is the problem? Seriously.
The problem is they can't tell us why the horizon is seen beyond the oil rigs when the globe model says it can only be seen at
they're getting
1.2
scared.
miles.
They're scared now. They're scared now.
Okay.
We're still waiting for an answer.
Like I said, let's avoid things like that,
defenders
guys.
and
That's
right there at the goal line. And
Helio. Let's avoid things like that, please. That's like super provocative.
No,
when you make statements like that. So hold on, let me ask you guys, okay? And okay, okay, guys, stop. I'm staff here for a second.
Can I ask you?
I hate to pull the card. Okay, let's stop this for a second. All right.
You believe someone doesn't know what a horizon
You guys got 5 minutes left. Okay, you guys got about 5 minutes left.
We have as
all
much
right.
time as we want. We do this 24.
Do you want in this server? You guys got about 5 minutes left.
All right.
Let's not derail it. Okay, with accusatory stuff. All right.
Can I politely request that all flat earthers, apart from Cyclone, shut up, and then he can just finish his presentation.
Here. Good idea.
Yeah,
Yep.
well, I suppose
Take us out, Cyclone.
If we've got.
Let's all be respectful and let's take it out on a respectful note. How about that?
That's what we're doing. Listen, all I'm doing is asking for an answer as to why we see the horizon at a distance that the globe model says is impossible. And the response we get is just trolling, right? But it's there. The horizon is visible for all to see. It's been verified. There's no answer to why you can see it on the globe model. If you want to get into refraction, that's a different story. But there is no answer to that observation that works on the globe model. It debunks it. So that's another good point highlighted. No evidence for the globe, no response to the direct observations that debunk the globe. And for the last 5 minutes, we can just go on gas pressure. Gas pressure, by necessity, by definition, requires a physical container. On the globe model, there is no physical container, but we do have gas pressure. That's what we breathe. So if you can't demonstrate gas pressure existing without a container, then there's no demonstration for the globe model. It's a violation of natural law. High pressure flows to low pressure. So the high pressure of Earth, its atmosphere, would rush into the low pressure space, which is space, the vacuum that you've been told about. Gas pressure requires a container. Natural law debunks the globe model. So do we have any globers here who could show us gas pressure existing without a container for this story to be true?
Before we do that, the time is up. I'm just
we have 5 minutes.
I know. I'm just gonna do this quick speech for a second. I really appreciate the Flat Earth community coming over. So I officially just conclude the event. It will continue on, and Curious Panda is being given official authority over moderating, and he's a very fair guy with 10 years of moderating experience. So for everyone coming, thank you so much for coming. I am personally just extremely fatigued and exhausted. It's 2:30 a.m. for me. So I really appreciate everyone showing up, everyone doing their best to argue their point and belief. I really enjoyed.
Really appreciate you having us here.
Of course, man.
It's been a really fun time. To be honest, I've been listening the whole time. Been an awesome stream. So.
Yeah, I've been listening the whole time as well. It's very interesting,
I'll go ahead
very
and
informative.
end the stream, from here, and then I'll move it back over to our live stream.
Yeah, so I was thinking it can continue on the discussion, but the moderator will officially be Curious Panda, and he's a very fair guy. So thank you so much, everyone.
This was a very, very
in a
interesting
regular
event.
fashion now.
Sorry, could we get, anyone who's got some comments or anything, feel free to make them. It would be interesting to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
This was a very interesting event to listen to, and honestly, a lot of the things that I thought before have definitely been challenged. I do like it.
Well, we appreciate that. Thanks for coming along.
Great. That's the best news I've heard all day. Somebody who's has food for thought and continuing to think about issues. That's what we like to do, is talk and, discuss new ideas about the Earth. And I think, I really appreciate Corvo inviting us and providing this platform for us to talk to new people. It's been fun.
Yeah, and for all the new people, could we get someone to post the link to the server?
Yeah, please.
Yes, the link to the Flat Earth server is in the announcement. Please check it out.
Yeah,
Helioskeptic, I'm gonna post the link to the to your stream as well in the chat, if that's okay for you.
Yeah,
please. Okay.
Please go ahead and do that.
So make sure to
Also,
check out
let's-
announcement page.
Can I just
Also, let us know that you come from the Chatterbox, because there is a check-in process, and we'll definitely get you there
Folks, can I
check
just
it out.
add? I've got a Google Drive. If anybody wants to look more into the flat Earth sort of evidence that we've got and a lot more, I'll drop it in the flat Earth chat just now. It's got gigs and gigs of stuff in it.
Excellent. And Eli, I think you were trying to say something as well, right? Thought I heard Elijah.
If I was, I can't remember.
I think it was me
Can I
that
put in my
said-
2 cents?
Thank you for having.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I want to put in my 2 cents. None of us here are trying to convince you the Earth is a flat or a globe. We're just trying to convince you to think for yourself. So the question of what the shape of the Earth is, you know, some people don't think it's important, but we do. Because a lot of people are making, you know, life decisions and base their entire worldview that they're an insignificant speck in the middle of a vast cosmos, and that their lives don't matter and don't mean anything. So if you're going to think that, that's fine, but we think it should be based upon objective empirical evidence and be proven, and not a talking head on TV just telling you it is so. So, I'll have to say.
Here.
Thanks for having us on, guys. See you next time. Anytime that you want to do this again, we're ready to do it. It was really fun. Thanks.
I'm out of here. And Epstein didn't kill himself.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
No. All right. I'll say I always get redundant because
this isn't the like. Well, yeah, you join in the discussion, and then they run rampant with like different ideas of what they think flat Earth is, mixed in with what it's like. And that's why, like, coming into this forum, a lot of people that have flat Earth tag aren't just flat Earthers. They're like they're still in cognitive dissonance, all that residual baggage from their ideas of like, well, they were lied about the globe. Now they're gonna like know the truth. So all the truth, everything that they hear is gonna be, yeah, that's a possibility. No, it's not. So it's like you can't do that. Like this isn't the like. Well, yeah, you're a flat earther. Cool, bro. Let's think that the Earth is as we have a map of the moon, like on the whole Earth, like that. These ideas, right? Like you can't do that. That's how we got in the mess in the first place. Like making all these assumptions, like that. You cannot do that. You have to just think about things logically, and it is what it is. Like I mean, we're dealing with it on all levels. So just having people like really, and that's why I'm not very liked in this forum when it comes to flat earthers because of that fact. I will always just like listen. Like if it's something that you can verify, you can talk about it in a way that we can all look into it, and that's great. I like it. But when it's something that's speculation, just say, hey, it's my speculation. There's no harm in that. But when you're coming in here as a matter of fact, as a flat earther, then you might end up in a bad way because of that.
I proudly share that judgment with you.
I don't know. I've always expected like this forum was something different, and people even say that this forum is not the same like these other flat earth platforms, and it's not. We've curated it to be what it is. It has painstakingly curated to be this way. People hate this forum if you can't use your speculation as a matter of fact. And they're like, well, I'll go somewhere. Go ahead, man. Like, that's the point.
That's right. That's
There's other forums.
There's a time and a place for everything, and the people that have the platform can determine what they want to restrict on their platform. I have no problem with that whatsoever myself. When it comes to especially something like this where you can join and speak and any Joe Blow can show up. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with having some stricter rules, but it's nice to have a place too that if you wanted to get a little deeper with someone that you can go wherever and then talk to them. But again, like you said,
oh look, Mr. Sensible popped in here.
It's funny because there's one of the prevailing worldviews among not just flat earthers but alternative cosmology in general is something that intellectually I'm very on board with, and it's the thing that I come to blows the most with me saying, look, a lot of that speculation, I'm not going to go into what it is, but there are things I believe, but I accept that it's a belief, and I won't insert it into anything I talk about at all.
Exactly.
Because
Meme, I don't know if you know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you know. We just have Mr. Sensible pop in here. He was on a debate with Witsit. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute that guy, Mr. Sensible?
Do I know Mr. Sensible?
He was on a debate with Witsit. I think Witsit had a debate with him and Conspiracy Cats.
Okay.
Is he? Let's see, what roles does he have? Because if you're in this VC, we do want to talk to you. So go ahead and open up your mic if you got. If not, let me see if I can give you a role. Oh, he doesn't have any. Okay. All right, I just unmuted you. If you are who I think you are, you don't need any introduction. You can go ahead and speak if you want. Mr. Sensible, are you there? Hello? You are muted. You have control of your mic.
All right, then keep your secrets.
All right, keep your secrets. I went ahead and gave him VC verified in case it's.
Thanks, me.
Done with him.
Oh man, I might get up my good microphone. This might be interesting, and it might not. Mr. Sensible, are you there? You could bring him back.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I've got some issues trying to get my setup working. My screen's not working. You guys carry on. I'll jump in a few minutes if that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, cool.
Hey, by the way, before you come back again, you are the Mr. Sensible that has had a debate with Witsit, right? Just to be sure.
I just lost the sound then. I heard you saying, am I that Mr. Sensible who had that debate with Witsit? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can just label him Globe Earther then, Meme.
Okay.
He's good to go.
No problem. Manage.
Put those skills to work in the creation of enormous monuments, most of which have tragically.
Yeah, I think I'm all sorted now.
Any other
Before he
tags?
starts talking, I want to make sure it's a one-on-one and a civil conversation. You guys know that you're sorry. Go ahead, man.
It's. I mean, yeah, it's an open forum. You guys can chime in, but yeah, this is Mr. Sensible, the guy who had the debate with Witsit. So I guess if you wanted to talk to him about that specific thing, or I don't know, maybe if you want to say something, Mr. Sensible, it's up to you. But we already know your position. But if you want to state it for us, why do you think the Earth is what it is, and what evidence do you have to back that up? So that's usually our introduction for everyone. So you're no different, getting no special treatment or anything. It's just how we operate this forum. So if you just want to give us a rundown of what you think the Earth is and why. Your position, basically, so everybody here knows who doesn't know you.
Well, basically, I was just trawling around, and I just saw that I had the 24/7 Discord link on my set of links, and I just thought, oh, I'll have a listen, see what they're talking about. That's all. Yeah, standard globe position. The prevailing, beg your pardon, prevailing view of how the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy is understood to be and understood to behave. All that you would expect from a globie.
Could I ask kind of a cognitive question?
Ask away.
Sure. If I were to ask you, how do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy, what would your answer be?
How do I know that we're in a galaxy?
How do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see the what do you call it? The Milky Way, which is looking across the cross section, the flat cross section of the galaxy, and we can see all the other galaxies. Stars that we can see are all in galaxies. I didn't realise that was contentious at all.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Great Rift, right?
Well, isn't the Great Rift one of the gaps between arms of the galaxy? We can see the dust clouds and the band of stars of the Milky Way as we look towards galactic central.
Sorry, I got a spam call right then. If you never looked in the mirror, would you ever know what you look like?
Well, I guess there's other ways. Look at reflection in water or something.
Well, I mean, if you didn't
but you can see all the other people. You could feel your face, and you know that you're going to generally look the same. You can see that everyone has subtle differences, or differences to a greater or lesser extent. But you're going to feel that you've got a nose, a mouth, a chin, ears, and so on.
Don't you have to first assume that you're in a galaxy to say that you look like the other galaxies?
I guess so. Why would you? Why? I mean, the alternative. No. I mean, it's just a nice chart. No, you're not having a go. That's fine. But to assume otherwise would be to assume that we're different than all the other solar systems, that we're special in some way.
Okay. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on it.
Hey, Mr. Sensible, do you think that we have to imply, or implore, I should say, leaps of logic when we think about the Earth being a globe?
Do we have to? Do we have to take leaps of logic? Did you say?
Yes, to implore that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think so. When we look at the other planets in the solar system, we can see that they're all spheres. I can understand if you were sort of created. This is day one. You walk out. A good starting place would be it's a flat surface. That would be a reasonable first assumption until we investigate further.
I wonder if CB, if you have that clip of Michio Kaku, just for Mr. Sensible's sake. I don't know if he's heard
science,
this or not.
we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Sorry, what field is this?
Oh, Michio Kaku. You don't know who he is? Is he something?
Is that him you were playing? Sorry, that was it. I thought that was someone else on the in the Discord talking.
No, that's Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah. Yeah, he's a cosmologist, isn't he?
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
and astrophysicist.
He's well known.
Yeah. No, I know of him.
But I wouldn't say he's somebody to take lightly in the community of people speaking about what like the cosmos is. So he's not somebody to be discredited, is what I would say. He is somebody well within the realm of a respectable, credited person to say he's a science communicator. Let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that being the case, he's also saying what it is, how they think about the universe and such. So from this coming from just like, hey man, this is what this guy is saying. What do you think about it? Because obviously it sounded like at the beginning when I asked you the question, you said something opposite to what Michio Kaku said, which sounds like you're in disagreement with him. You can't be in agreement with him because you already stated that you're not. So I just want to make sure that the audience that we have understands that the position you have from the position he has, and let's say, I don't know what credentials you have, or if you have any, or if you don't. But the thing is, you're saying one thing, he's saying another. And that's interesting. Right? I mean, not if you don't think it is.
Well, I mean, if he's talking about cosmology, they can't use the scientific method like you can with, I don't know, chemistry, and you can mix certain chemicals, heat them, do whatever, try it again and again and again, repeat it like that. But they come up with thoughts and then look for evidence to try and support them, but it's not that sort of science. They can't carry out those sort of reproducible experiments.
What sort of science is that, though? I'm trying to figure out what sort of science is where you implore thoughts and in your. It's just like guesswork. It's what he said, right?
Because any science starts off with a guess, though, doesn't it? If I add,
real science, right? Real science first real science first up starts off with an observation of physical reality, and where you're observing the effect of something. The guess always comes from what have I observed in order to be able to guess what I can vary in order to prove a cause. That's hard science. So it requires an experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, with cosmology, you're observing something and trying to come up with an explanation.
But that's
with
just
many aspects. With many aspects, it's going to be hard to come up with an independent variable to manipulate. With some, not so. For instance,
right.
like distance to the nearest stars, we can use parallax over 6 months. The parallax from the position of the Earth, and see the change in the apparent position of the star against the background star. Background stars to work out a distance. So, with that, there is an experiment you can do. With other things, maybe not so much.
What experiment are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying with some of the nearest stars, to work out the distance to them, if you take an image of those stars, let's say in January, and you can see it against the background and surrounding stars, you look at the same star 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth.
So what you're saying is the stars move.
Stars do move.
Oh, wait. Baseline with how the Earth moves? Is that what you said? Because at the end of that, you said the baseline is that the Earth moves. Is that correct? Like, I'm just
we've moved 6 months around our orbit, so from one side of the sun through to the other side of the sun. So that's half the orbit around. So if you drew a line between the two positions through the sun, that's the base of your triangle. Looking at the star, it is the peak of the triangle. But looking along those two viewpoints, you can see its apparent position has shifted against the background stars.
All right,
just like holding your finger in front of your face and closing one eye and then the other eye. Yeah, parallax.
Parallax. We are fully aware of parallax. But for those who don't know what parallax is, maybe you just want to go into that a little bit before I even, I don't want to address it yet, because maybe parallax is alien to people at the moment. But if you want to tell them what parallax is and why you're using it in this context, that would be great.
Well, take an example. If you stood looking at a tree with a range of mountains off in the distance, you can see that tree, let's say, is dead in line with the peak of one of those mountains. You move a distance to the left or the right, look at that tree again, it will no longer be lined up with the peak of that mountain. That is parallax. Simple as that.
Pretty easy to grasp onto if you guys don't know what parallax is, but just for your sake, I wanted him to just kind of explain why he thinks parallax is relevant to this specific topic. And also to get into
in my example, the star that we're looking at is that tree. Our baseline, our two positions are the position of the Earth in January, the position of the Earth in June, and that star is no longer lined up with the same background stars it was, just like the tree is no longer lined up with the peak of that mountain.
It's like
so simple trigonometry, then you can calculate the distance.
Right. So simple trigonometry. But before we get into because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Andy, hold my beer is here. He was listening to a debate that you had with Sid, and he was on edge as to how come, somebody was so blatantly ignorant to the fact that the Earth isn't what they're saying it is, right? Being that it's a globe that it shouldn't be, right? So he's taken a very staunch position, and you just made him more dug into the fact that he now is solidified as someone who's going to now bring forth the case for flat Earth. But my thing is this, right? Because I know that, and I'm just saying that because I'm saying hello to Andy, who came in here pretty fired up because of the fact that he was listening to you and was it Conspiracy Cats? I would say
it was myself and Conspiracy Cats. But what is it that's got Andy? What's it that's got Andy fired up then?
I'll let Andy speak. Andy, before we get into Mr. Sensible's kind of discussion of the cosmos, I wanted you to just kind of, if you had a little piece here to say about why you felt that conversation went in a bad way while you're listening to it. Can kind of give them a little bit of like what we hear on the critiquing side of like what you thought was going on with that. I'm putting Andy on the spot here, guys. You don't have to chime in if you don't want, though, but it's up to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just woke up though, guys. So, yeah, give me a sec. I need at least 10 cups of tea. Yeah, no, I watched that debate and I just got annoyed because it seemed like one side were lying quite a lot, and especially this Kat's character. I don't know. I just didn't like the debate tactics as well. And what the hell was he doing with this statement? Like, oh, this is what he's going to do, and he's going to make this, sound fancy and say these fancy words. And what was he doing? Why the tactics? It just really got to me.
Are you talking about his thing about predicting the future? Or he was a time traveller.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was fun. It was pointing out.
Fun?
Yeah. He was pointing out that it was absolutely known what would happen. That Whitsitt would not produce actual evidence. But I mean, you'd have to take that up with Katz if you wanted to take it up. You know what I mean? I can only really speak for myself. And by the way, I didn't say hello, guys.
I just sound like the usual stuff for you guys. Just ad homs before everything was said.
Well, I didn't ad hom. I showed. I'm going to struggle to remember what evidences I showed. I showed the thing about neutron detectors detecting the sun from around a mile underground, and they do most of their detection during the night when the sun's on the other side of the Earth, and you can see the direction the neutrons are coming from, which would be impossible on a flat Earth. The next evidence I gave were the tow tanks that they use for modelling ship hulls and so on. I used the Southampton, I think it's called Bouldra Wood tow tank, about 138 metres long, and it's got rails for the gantry to roll along. And they have to be I'll just finish off. They have to be perfectly level, and that is a curve, and it took 2 weeks for it to be adjusted. There's a hump, if you like, of 0.6 millimeters over the length of the 138 meters. And I can't remember what my third. The third one was wasn't it my Mage balloon? Can't remember.
Well, where's that hump at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, I think Mimas wanted to jump in here real quick, and I still haven't addressed Mr. Sensible.
I mean, I don't think metal warping in a poorly built ship is proof of something.
No, that's not what it is. They got a tank of water, 138 meters long, and they tow a model along it to see how it reacts, because it's got a wave maker in it as well, to see how the ship's body would react in the water. Now that tank has to hold the model ship without pushing it down, without pulling it out of the water. So it has to be freely moving. So it has to remain the same distance above the surface of the water. The gantry runs on rails, which must maintain the same distance above the water level along the entire length. And once those rails are adjusted for that, there's a 0.6 millimeter hump, if you like, along the entire length, because
so in
138 meters.
And 0.6 millimeters?
Yes.
0.6 millimeters. Okay.
Yes.
That's
not much.
That's within the margin of error for anything, though, isn't it?
Well, they use a microscope and a pin breaking the surface of the water, or just not breaking the surface of the water. And I think there's about 400. Like on a railway where you get the metal clamps that hold the rail to the sleeper. Yeah. There are about 400 equivalent clamps like that had to be adjusted to make sure the rail didn't lift or sink down towards the surface of the water, to maintain a perfect level distance above the surface of the water.
Okay, so I do have a question then. I do have
Yeah.
a question then. So there was a hump of this this metal. Was there a hump in the water?
Yes.
Do you have paperwork for the hump in the water? Or
Sorry,
just
do I
in the
have,
rail?
do I have
Yeah,
what?
do you have the documentation for the hump in the water or the hump in the rail?
I can post a link to that if you wish.
Sure.
You have to give me a minute. So carry on. I'll
Yeah, we're gonna put a pin on a specific discussion that we had about the cosmos in order for you to address this specific one. But we'll get back to that other one. I think it's important. Once you finish up with this one and we tidy up a bit on this, and then we'll move forward to that one.
I
Unless
don't know
somebody
where
else has-
you want me to post this.
Go ahead.
Just in the lobby.
No. Okay, so you're new to this forum, correct?
Yeah.
What you have to do is go to the live stream voice text, which is above the
Got it. Yes.
the one here. So
Okay.
you should
So
have
there's
perms. Yeah, you have perms.
yeah.
Does he have any perms too, or is it just links?
Do I have what?
Let's see. Can you post an image? I think
He
you can.
can't. He need image embed role.
Let me give him that.
Right. Well, that's the link to the website. I'm just trying to find the actual.
No, you have to be able to post images as well, so that everybody can see anything that you want to present. 1 second. And by the way, I'm gonna preface this sensible because things in here. This is like a very much intellectual forum, so you're not gonna get what you get from other places. This is gonna be really. I think it's really hard for globe earthers to be in here that take a staunch position. So, I would say fasten your seatbelt because Kansas is going bye-bye in a moment. So I just want you to be fully aware of where you're at. This isn't like a debate. This isn't a debate forum like you're used to. I would say this is way, way, way different. And I just say, just be in here. Don't get scared. Don't if you have somebody else you want to bring in that's a friend of yours or whatever, that's great. If you want to have a buddy, because this isn't like for flat earthers. This is not even a great place to be if you're speculative, I would say. Flat Earth or Globe Earth, it doesn't matter. Like, this is an intellectual forum, so you will be called out on a lot of stuff if you don't have any evidence. So we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of why you think what you think, the psychology behind it, and all the things that are good for us to know when we investigate. So that's one of the... I just want to preface it with that. So that's what this forum is. Just to be fully aware. And we're going to address each point, make sure each point is thorough. We're not going to go skip off and scattergun you with a bunch of questions. We'll let every person that comes in finish their point, and we'll move off to the next person. We're not going to have a dog pile. It's not how this works. So if you're in this forum, you've been in here with me, you know that's the way I run things. Don't dog pile, Mr. Sensible. Let the person who's speaking finish their point, and then allow the other person to come in with another point. If you do start to dog pile, I will mute you. So don't do that.
Hey, Mickey, I'm gonna have to run for a little bit, but it's in your hands.
I got you, bro.
Well, I just posted a couple of images of the one's of the tank, and the second one is more details of the rails with those adjustable clamps on. I can't find the direct link to the document so I'm still looking for that.
No worries. Whenever you get them.
Yep.
I have a quick crack at this math here. 138 meters, 414 feet, approximately a 13th of a mile. Looking for around 0.61 inches bend. And you're talking about a half of a business card. You're very polite, by the way. I must compliment you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem with chatting to anyone. There's no point in just slagging people off, is there?
Well, it's the nature of the beast, Mr. Sensible. And as you can see, both positions are pretty upset about each other. So it comes with the territory. So the thing is, it should be expected on either side. And with that, with this forum, however, I run a tight ship. So I don't allow just the dog pile. Everything has to happen in an organized fashion. And people coming through are going to address you one at a time, and they're going to fully go through whatever they want. And we can have people that support what they're saying. They can pop in there and support what they're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have somebody on your side come in there, pop in and support your side. That's how this works. But we will get through every topic thoroughly. There isn't anything we're going to leave up for questions. There isn't. We go through everything as much as we can thoroughly with everyone. So we want to allow the person who's speaking with you go ahead and finish what they're saying. And guys, remember, if you're done, just say, I'm done. Anybody else can chime in, so we won't know that you have another point coming up. Please allow
I'm good. You can go on. I just wanted to establish that math for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in and have a conversation with Mr. Sensible? Other than if nobody does, then I have a point to bring up about the cosmos. So I'll wait you guys if you want to speak with him. He's the guy, if you guys may or may not know, had a debate with Witsit. Him and Conspiracy Cats went a 2-on-1, I think, or 2-on-2. I don't know who else.
Well, yeah, it was supposed to be 2-on-2, but the other one was Brian Leakey. So.
Oh, that's right. He didn't really like that. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. We want to know if you have any questions about what Mr. Sensible is thinking about. He's very much in the position that the Earth is a globe. The evidence speaks for itself, according to him. So. This is your time, guys. If you wanted to speak to somebody who's in a position that thinks the Earth is a globe,
I have a really quick question, Miggy. Real quick question. After getting smoked in a debate, how are you still a globe earther?
Smoked in the debate? Which debate was that?
Any debate with Witsit in it?
No, Witsit is rather famous for his word salad. He spouts lots of stuff. He did not address the toe tank. He did not address the neutrino detector. And I have posted. Sorry, I have posted those couple of images. I posted the link, and I'm just about to post a screen capture of the relevant part of that document. Here we go. This is the bit that says about the hump, if you like. I don't know. Is that come through okay? Can you all see that? Oh. Yeah, there we go. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the Sagittar for an east-west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.6 millimeter. And the top faces of the rails must be level, that's to the surface of the water, within 0.1 millimeter over their length. So that's where I got the figures from Southampton University, okay?
Do you have any idea of... So you're saying this university says that the water is bending?
Yes, they got the rails. The rails could be adjusted slightly up, slightly down, based on those red sole plates that are in the images that I posted above. And to maintain a perfect height above the surface of the water. Once you have that, so they're all at the top of the rail along its entire length is exactly to within 0.1 millimeter, the same height above the surface of the water, then that rail has a curve of about 0.6 millimeters over its entire length.
So we really can't use the rail. What are the rails used for?
That kind of proves that the water is flat, though.
The rails are used for that gantry. Can you not see the gantry?
I know, but the rails are kind of irrelevant because they're built, right? They're not what's level.
Yes,
they are. That's an instrumental error. That's user error.
They build the concrete walls of the tank, obviously as level as they can. They actually let it settle, I think, for a number of months. And then with all those red sole plates, the rails are mounted. Now, of course, just mounting them is not going to be that accurate. They are then adjusted to make sure they maintain the same level above the surface of the water.
Right.
So they follow the surface of the water. So if the water was absolutely flat, then the rail would be absolutely flat.
So they measured up from the surface. They measured up from the surface of the water, and you're talking about a 0.6 of a millimeter variance.
Yes.
Okay.
They used a microscope. They used a microscope showing a needle pressing against the surface tension of the water.
Right. So when I go to a machine shop and have them bore out a motor and they have an error, that never happens?
Thank you. I'm a machinist.
How have you? How have you taken into the mechanical variables? How have you excluded them? How have you accounted for them?
How do you exclude metal expanding and contracting under stress and heat?
When they did that, they could not, and in fact, it says in this document that I linked to, they couldn't even use a laser because of refraction. That's how accurate they had to be. So they're going to use accurate instrumentation. It was had to be the same person had to make the adjustments along the entire length, so that he would be making exactly the same adjustment. Because if they change to someone else, they'll see it slightly differently.
So how would you account for his error then?
Well, I mean, you can read the document. I mean, that's the information I have. They used a microscope and a needle against the surface of the water.
I know that.
And adjusted it so it's the same at every salt plate.
I've done the geodetic robotic systems because I do surveying and stuff. This is not perfect equipment.
Oh no! And it even says they're allowing for an error of 0.1 millimeters. Remember, they're looking through a microscope when they do it, but 0.1 millimeters. They can't get more accurate than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're nailing it.
Well, they're within 0.1, and that ends up giving you a curve of 0.6 over the 138 meters.
0.6 sounds like they were off somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like they were off. That sounds like user error to me.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the university. This isn't me making a claim. This is a university.
Know, isn't there a better claim, like you have a natural body of water that you can look over and shouldn't see buildings on the other side or something? Something a little more than this very small margin of error.
Right. Well, we always hear about the whole thing about ships disappearing or wind turbines getting sort of chopped off, or Chicago skyline and things like that, which is all out in the natural environment. You've got temperature variations, you've got air density variations, and so on. Here is another example to illustrate the same thing. The tanks are actually built and have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, they
thus
don't.
demonstrating that
They don't have to allow for the curvature of the Earth at all.
Well, they're allowing for the curvature of the water caused by because the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential, i.e. maintaining the same distance from the centre of the Earth.
Okay, let's look at this document.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. I've got it in front of me as well.
Can you?
It's not very long, by the way.
They accounted. Can you find the part where they accounted for the gravitational pull?
Well, that screen capture I gave is on page 3 of the document.
You just post the whole document, just a link to it. That'd be fine.
I did, didn't I? Let me try it again.
No, you posted a link to the website.
Oh, there's the document. And this will be the same with all tow tanks. It's just the one that I used in a couple of debates. And as I said, it's on page 3, and it's the bottom left couple of paragraphs. Sorry, page 2. Beg your pardon, page 2.
Okay, that's page 2.
And Dave Hinkle, I didn't say tow tags. I said tow tanks. TANKS.
The Australian Maritime College tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Sounds like the concrete expanded.
Yeah. Because, you know, I
this is indoors. I mean, it's not going to be massive, massive variations in temperature.
Indoors.
Sorry, concrete.
I've done infrastructure concrete for many years for cities and the military. I've done military projects and infrastructure projects, and I've done surveying for them. I know what I'm talking about here. Concrete expands and contracts. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why you have expansion joints in long runs of concrete, of course.
Exactly. You just said it. Expansion joints.
Yeah, expansion joint. And they're there because it flexes and expands and contracts. Even 5 years after you build a building, it can change. Now, it's a microscopic change almost. You wouldn't be able to see it with your eye. But it says right here that one of the tanks they filled had a 1.2 millimeter variance, which is over double.
Hold on. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 2 where it says the staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Concrete. Is that the concrete should be allowed to settle? Yes.
Got two things involved: the mounting and the concrete and the metal. So there's a couple factors.
So yeah, they got deflections within 12 months, didn't they? And then looking down, so the tank was filmed in June 2015. Alignment started in January 2016 to allow time for the concrete to settle.
Yeah.
Okay, may I? I mean, a half inch or something, you'd start to concern me, and I would be looking into this. Other than that, I have to question also this test that they're doing with model boats on this little canal, if you will. What's with the high precision rate here for something that's going to be buoyant, if you will?
Because the model of the ship, let me see if there, I think there's, is there any images there of it? I don't, well, at the bottom you can see a model of a ship. It's actually suspended below a gantry which runs along those rails, so it's got all the monitoring equipment on it, and I think it goes up to 10 meters per second. It goes quite quickly anyway, but you don't want it pushing that model down into the water or pulling it out of the water, because that will affect the readings. I'm sorry?
I can understand quarter inch or more. I can understand that would be a variable. But honestly, we're talking about a test here. This isn't like absolute precision machinery. There's a lot more things in this world that are machined with higher precision. So to me, that test, that's as accurate as you're ever going to get, even if you did have up to a millimeter or more variance. That's dead level as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry, I've just also seen on that page that we're looking at, page 2, on the right-hand side, just above the photograph, it says the vertical alignment of the south rail was checked in 20 spots in June 2016. So that was 6 months later, and it showed that the concrete had not moved during that period. So, I mean, they allowed for any settling and whatever before they adjusted the rail, and checked it 6 months later and it hadn't moved.
Sorry, guys, I'm speechless. Go ahead. I mean, to me, that's level, dude.
Yes, it is level. It is level, and level is a curve. Absolutely.
Wow. At least you got your saying that on boys.
You say it with such gusto.
Again, I'm gonna have to go find this fellow I used to know that was into the construction equipment. And
Level
he's a high-end guy.
Level as defined by academics is not real level, because those of us who build things know what level actually is.
What size things do you build? What size things do you build?
I did 1.5 million square foot warehouse for the military. They never accounted for anything. They never account for anything. Linear lines, every direction.
Hilti makes a laser level 75,000 feet. So,
and you can go to the tool shop, buy a tool called a level that comes in all different lengths, and it has 2 mediums in it. It has a gas medium, and it has a fluid medium inside of the canister, and it shows you what level it is. So I'm trying to figure out how you build words into a definition that actually try to find the base of a tool.
Because in recent history, they've tried to change the definition of level because of this argument. That's not an excuse for the fact that level has always meant
right.
level.
And my point is, no matter how many words and word salad you can throw at me trying to tell me that curved is built into the definition of level, I'm going to tell you I'm going to go buy a tool called a level with a capital L, and I'll smack you over the head with it, because there's no amount of words that you can do to cover up the observation of a level with a tool called a level. Like, that's a bullshit.
Right. If you're talking about talking about a spirit level or a laser level,
no, I'm talking about a level, capital L-E-V-E-L. If I'm going to build a deck, if I'm going to hang a TV, if I'm going to interact with the surface to ascertain whether or not it's level and make sure that the stuff I'm building is level, I'm going to use a level. Right?
Yeah,
now, you're not going to appeal to the definition that they revised recently to tell me that there's curve built into your idea of level. That's bullshit and a fallacy on its face.
No.
Yes,
Level
it
is the same distance above. So if the surface is curving, if you took
Hold on. Do you have validation? Do you have validation of a curving surface, though? Do you have validation?
No,
of a curving surface?
I'm giving an explanation of what I mean by level. If let's say you had a very large sphere.
Hold on, I'm stopping you because we already know that definition because we hear it all the time. No, that is not.
Yeah,
what
but it's not.
About. We are diametrically opposed to that interpretation of what level is. That's
So
not level.
if you're just talking,
and the point with, hold on a second here. The point with everything that's being
unfalsifiable. If you hold on now. If you claim that level and curved are the same thing, and you're just measuring up from two spots, so level will always look curved, that's unfalsifiable. That is literally unfalsifiable. We can
actually no, it isn't. No,
it is
no, it
unfalsifiable.
What you're talking about is horizontal. What you're talking about is horizontal, as in 90 degrees from plumb.
90 degrees perpendicular to plumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I dropped a plumb line, 90 degrees from that is horizontal. If I was hanging a TV or something that you suggested a little while ago, then yeah, you'd use a spirit level or whatever, because you don't have to take curve into account over that short distance.
Yeah,
if
and over
a distance away, a long distance away, you take another plumb, that will not be parallel to the first plumb.
So you think if you go to a still lake and you put your theodolite up and you're measuring 500 foot across it and you have identical measurements, there's no curvature? Or is the level of that plumb perpendicular straight line that you're running parallel over the lake, is that curving around the lake too?
It's the perpendicular to plumb is in effect a tangent, isn't it? So if you're on two sides of a lake, I think you said 500 meters across, drop two plums, and at each one you had a 90 degree horizontal to those two plums, then they wouldn't be parallel to each other.
They would be.
No, but no, they wouldn't.
And they will be.
And that's why I forget the exact term, but
reality.
It's not
not in the drawing in your head.
No, I am talking about reality. Have you ever seen The Main Surveyor? I forget the term.
I've been on a lake. I'm not delusional enough to think that the water's curving all around me. Have you ever been out on a lake?
Well, that tow tank that I just showed was 138 meters. No, let me finish. I'm responding to your point. That tow tank was 138 meters, and it had a 0.6 millimeter.
Okay,
so over 500 meters, you're only going to have a couple of millimeters. So no, you're not going to see it with the naked eye.
How much? Hold on. How much is 0.6 millimeter? How much
just over half a millimeter.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how small that is?
Yeah. You get two of them in a millimeter.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a 500 meter lake, you can imagine that it's going to be, about 4 times that. So about a couple mil.
Hold on. How many millimeters? How many millimeters are in an inch? Because we should have 2 inches of curve on that. How many millimeters are in an inch?
It's 2.4. Yes.
So you're off by 25 times. So there's no curve.
I don't really quite follow what you're saying.
Because at 138 meters, you would have about 2 inches of curved earth. You would not have.
Wouldn't?
Yes, you would.
2 inches at 138 meters.
I'll stop you there. It's 0.615, and if you want to go with your Sagitta, you can half that if you like. But either way, it's either 5/8 of an inch or half of that.
5/8 of an inch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still way more than a millimeter, isn't it?
Well, over 138 meters, you're saying that the globe theory, if you like, would predict over half an inch of curve.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the exact calculation.
That's not wrong.
I'm sure that's wrong.
Give him half for a Sagitta. It's still half of 5/8. Go ahead.
Sorry, who go ahead?
No, if let me ask you real quick. If level is curved, is globe flat?
Yeah, we're not gonna skip off. We're gonna stay on this one at the moment. Chad, if you're here, Chad has had studies with mathematics, so he would be the one to actually point it out to you, Mr. Sensible, if you're wrong. And I would say
I'd like
that
to
he has been
label
doing-
your level and our level.
He's been,
your
he's been doing
level's
it for a while.
your level's
Guys-
called radio
Guys,
level.
can you hear me? When I'm
Go ahead.
talking right now, yeah, just allow me to finish because I'm addressing what Mr. Sensible is bringing up here in this forum. So, Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Sensible, if you may or may not know, he's a person who does debates with Flat Earth. So he's done one with Witsit. So not known or known, but
Well, I just put 100. Sorry.
I'm gonna go ahead and let you present the mathematics for that, but we're just gonna go right now based on the mathematics. And there's been a gentleman who chimed in here who was correcting you. You said that's not right. Can you please, guys, go over the math one more time so that way Chad can hear, and at least maybe Chad, if you want to test this and see if it's not what they're saying.
Well, if it's 160 meters, that's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
138. I mean, let's call it 150. 150, just to make it.
160 is a good number because it's a tenth of a mile, isn't it?
Okay, but you're going to be mixing up imperial and metric.
If you're going to haggle over that, I'm not going to bother.
Well, no, there's a big difference between imperial and metric. I just whacked a target distance of 0.138 kilometers, so that's 138 meters, with an eye height of 0 meters into the Earth curve calculator, and it says the target hidden height would be 0.0015 meters. That's using the Earth curve calculator at GitHub.
I don't know if there was going to be a response to that or if you guys are doing something with what he's saying.
I just said if he's going to haggle over silly numbers, I'm not even going to bother. So,
what am I haggling over? Go on, say it again.
I think Mickey was just trying to give him the floor to speak.
Yeah, I was just giving him the floor, actually. But it seems like we are, I guess, at the end of that point. You guys already said that there's a bit of haggling over the numbers because it seems like there is curvature with the way you're presenting it, or should be anyway, and there isn't, according to Mr. Sensible, or at least not enough to be detected. Is that correct? Am I getting what you're saying, Sensible? It's too minuscule.
I'm saying if you were looking over a lake 500 meters wide, the amount of curvature is not going to be apparent to your naked eye.
So, well, that's interesting because we got a contradiction here that I'm going to have to point out. But it's too interesting to point that out at the moment. I do want to get back to the cosmology point that we were on. Maybe if everybody's good with this point, if you have anything else to add before I move on. Anyone? We're all good? All right. So going back to the cosmology point you brought up, I told you that it takes leaps of logic according to some astrophysicists, including Michio Kaku, and there was a sound clip of actually him saying so. So it wasn't just me telling you that that's what he said. He actually said that, and I'm pointing it out, which is important, right? Because there's a lot of people that actually look up to science communicators such as him. Therefore, I said, he said leaps of logic, and that's a way that it works for him. You disagreed, however. You said it was actual, we can know things, and he didn't say that. So
we can know some things, other things we can't know for sure.
Okay, I'm going to take us out of the realm of vagueness, which is kind of like what your rebuttal was at. So know some things and not know some things. Okay, so let's put things into the realm of what we know, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to tell us give us a few examples, if not one, of what we can know from the cosmology side of things. Go ahead.
Well, this is not any field I'm a specialist in, but we know certain things, like we know the constituent elements of stars using spectroscopy. Sorry, I struggle saying the word spectroscopy.
No, go ahead. Spectroscopy, for sure. Okay, and you say that the way we know those elements is how? spectroscopy works in a way that how does it work? First of all, I think using words like these, they're fancy. Some of them are packaged in a way that some other people don't know. The audience sometimes they might be globe Earth proponents and they don't even know what spectroscopy is.
Right. Yeah.
If they're not in this discussion, they won't know. So enlighten people.
Could I just chip in on this one, Miggy? I've got a bit of information on this one.
Absolutely. I just want to either you or you tell us what spectroscopy is, and it doesn't matter who it comes from.
Just a quick question to Mr. Sensible. When you're looking at spectroscopy of a star, are you seeing what the actual star is made of, or what its atmosphere is made of?
It's light shining through the atmosphere. It's light shining through the atmosphere of the star.
So it's the atmosphere of the star. You're seeing what the constituent.
Yeah, but
not the actual star itself.
Well, the star is a ball of plasma, isn't it, and gas, whatnot, and shining. Taking spectrograms of different stars give you different results. But we haven't just to confirm what spectroscopy is. When you take light, you break it up into a rainbow. If that light is shining through a gas, you get what's called Fraunhofer lines, absorption lines, like a barcode, and each element always has the same pattern. So therefore, if you're looking at the light coming from a star, you examine the pattern, the barcodes, if you like, and therefore you can determine what the constituent elements are.
And this is what you said we know, right? We can know something, like we can know this.
Yes, because that's measurable. And if different people took readings of the same star at different times from different locations, they'll get the same Fraunhofer lines, the same patterns.
I think the audience might be a bit confused when it comes to things we know, because in this forum, we like to stand on certainty. And I'm going to sound a bit redundant, but 100% certain, right? So now I'm going to turn it around and ask you, are you 100% certain when you say that the star that you are looking at is made up of the specific element that you say that it is made up of? Go ahead. 100% certain. I'm not saying, now I'm going to phrase it this way, again, redundant. 99.99999999999% sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, no. I'm saying what's accurate is what you are saying, not what we think you're saying. So what are you saying? Tell us directly.
What I'm saying is, if they take a spectrogram of the sun, they can determine the elements that the sun is made of. You take a spectrogram of different stars or galaxies, you can tell the same. You can get the same patterns due to the various elements, so you know the elements.
Hang on, guys. I want to make very clear this before you guys chime in. I want to make this very clear before you chime in, because we get this a lot. So in this forum, you're going to have to tell us, and it sounds redundant, but you have to tell us what percentage that you know that you're certain that element is what you're claiming it is. Now, is it, I'm going to give you two options because it sounds like you agreed with it, 99.99999999999%, or is it 100% sure? Which is, without a shadow of a doubt, all certainty, for sure, it is the element that you're saying. Which one of those two is it?
You'd have to go for the 99.99999 to be honest, because there could always in science, there's a possibility of something else that you're unaware of.
All right.
That is science, isn't it? Which is why the strongest thing is a theory. Because it could always be overturned. However,
it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Sensible, but everybody in here who comes in and says that, I would say they are not certain and they do not know, because it could be, right? What we're doing here is we're analyzing the fact that the people that are saying these things are not sure. So, and you saying that that's the way science works solidifies the understanding that you don't know, because it could be, right, something else. Subjective. It could be.
That's true. That is true across all of science. That's true across all of science. If I take a hammer, I hold it in front of me and drop it or let go of it, it falls to the ground. I have never seen a hammer not fall to the ground, but there is always the possibility of some effect or whatever causing that hammer to not fall directly to the ground. Science, the strongest, as I said, the strongest position you can have is to have a theory made up of facts, but it's always a theory because it could be overturned. We've had theories that have been overturned.
Subjective. So what we understand now from your perspective of what science is basically not knowing things and just guessing. It's guesswork.
It's not guesswork.
Oh, it's guesswork, 100%, Mr. Sensible. And so what I'm pointing out here is the fact that you are giving us guesswork and telling us that it's science. And I totally reject that because I don't think that people put their... Listen, you might be standing behind this, and what I'm pointing out to you is that the idea that you are actually an advocate for this position, other people who listen are listening as you're making these statements as a matter of fact. Spectroscopy works this way. We look at the stars, therefore it is what we're saying it is. So they are not listening to you as in it's not 99.9999%. There's a sliver of doubt. It could be something else. They're actually looking at it from your standpoint and the way you're saying it as a matter of fact. So they don't understand that. So the confusion happens that person will come in here and tell us things as that they're 100% sure, and you don't know that because what you're thinking is not being conveyed over to them in the way that I'm telling you now. So now I'm exposing the fact that you are using guesswork as in what you think the stars are using spectroscopy because you admittedly said 99.99% is the most I guess you can say the trusted way that you guys work, and you guys, and I would say anybody who uses this, right? So now I'm getting to the bit where we're actually exposing the fact that no one knows what they're telling us because it could be something else, subjective. And that is why everybody who says these things doesn't know what they're saying, and we point it out to them. That's why it's important for you to understand that. There is no debate when it comes to flat earth and globe earth. Why? Because we see the same earth that you do. So the thing that you're seeing, however, is a perspective outside of the one that you're already seeing. So they're telling you a story about what's happening outside of what you already know to be happening. You see the stars, we see the stars. You see the flat level horizon, we see a flat level horizon. There isn't another Earth we're speaking of when we talk about flat Earth. It is the obvious and self-evident reality in which we all exist in. And this has been the issue with the flat Earth, globe Earth debate. It seems like we're speaking of two different concepts and everybody's coming at different points, and that is not the case. The case we're trying to point out is the confusion that is happening with the globe Earth, that you guys have been believing the guesswork, the 99.9% where there's a little sliver of doubt. That's what you guys believing is true. We don't have a position.
If I said to you, I've got a lottery ticket here, right? I'll let you have it for $1, and it's a 99.99999% chance you'll win. You would buy that lottery ticket off me. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's 99.99999.
Are we talking about things we don't know once again? Because we don't know, right?
The point is,
you're pointing out to me, we don't know. You're pointing out to me the same thing that I'm saying to you. So basically, you're arguing my point, which is what I'm telling you. We don't know. So you're telling me we don't know, but this is our best guess, and you're like, "Oh, it's not our guess."
We're not talking about a guess. What we're talking about, right? We've got an idea. We've made an observation. We got an idea about what that observation might be showing. So we look for the evidence to support it. Now, if the first person, so we take, I don't know, whatever the reading is, a temperature reading. Oh dear, that doesn't support our idea. So we'll have to throw it out and think of another idea. And we come up with that. And suddenly the temperature reading you take, for instance, supports that idea. It's consistent with that idea. So you look for more evidence.
Why are we eliminating things, though? Why don't we just outright know what it is? Why do we have to eliminate what it's not? I don't think that's a great way for us to get it to a conclusion. Sir, that is assumptions. Do you know that you're living in a worldview filled with assumptions and you're okay with it? And this is what we're trying to point out. So it's not just... Well, listen, we point this out to everybody. It doesn't matter what topic you bring up in this forum. We're going to point it out to you that you, sir, believe that the assumptions that you've just made are actually reality, and we're telling you it is not because you don't
we've got
know.
evidence. What you do is you've
do
got
not
your
have evidence.
observation.
You have guesswork. Mr. Sensible, you have
Are you going
guesswork.
to let me speak?
You have to admittedly say that's guesswork, sir. It is guesswork.
It's not a guess.
Just like Michio Kaku said. Here's where you're going off the rails and thinking that you know what you're saying when you don't, sir.
Right, I said to you, Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist. Theoretical physicist. Now, when you come up with an explanation for something, or a possible explanation, you look for evidence to try and disprove that. That's how science works. And if your evidence, you take measurements, you take various readings, whatever sort of readings they are, depending on what it is, if they don't rule it out, then so far that explanation could still be true. The more evidence you've got, the stronger that is, until you reach a point where you've got a theory which is virtually.
It is your best assumption.
Yes, supported by all the evidence. If you find,
see, for the record,
hold on. If you,
for the record, Mr. Sensible, you think that assumptions. The best. I'll put it this way. Let's dress it up. Let's put lipstick on the pig, shall we? Let's say the best assumption that you have. That is what you're going to run with. Your best assumption, sir. That is what you're telling us.
Are you going to straw man me?
No, sir. That's your position.
Right, well, don't tell me what my position is. Right. With this observation, whatever it is we've made loads of different readings. All of them support that observation. If you find one reading that rules that out, then you have to throw that idea that you're calling the subject out.
Rationalizing Michio Kaku's admissions. It's seat of the pants. Rationalize it how you need.
Yeah, you're just at this point you're just comforting yourself, which is not anything good for any of the audience. Audience is looking at this like, oh my goodness, the guy is not making any sense, because at one point he said we can look at spectroscopy as a great way to tell us what that is, and now you actually admittedly said we're actually looking at what it's not. What it's not.
No. We know that spectroscopy. We know that spectroscopy works. If you do tests shining light through various gases, you will always get those same patterns per element of Fraunhofer lines.
So let's go back once again.
Therefore, if you apply that same technique to the start and you get the same pattern, your assumption that it's hydrogen, helium, whatever the element is a damn good one to make.
A damn good one isn't knowing for sure, Mr. Sensible. Once again,
no, it's for knowing 99.99999% sure.
Let the audience decide, because right now they're hearing you say that. I didn't say that. So now you're telling them how you don't know, and I'm just exposing the fact that you don't know. And then so in any intellectual discussion, you're coming in half-cocked, half-baked, or whatever it is you want to use the term. You don't know what's going on. I'm pointing that out to the audience. The audience clearly hears that from you now. So, Mr. Sensible, anywhere you go, in any form you come into, you're going to 99.9999% know of what's going on. And for us, that's not knowing, sir. And so you can say...
Know anything, then. Tell me something, anything you know. Anything.
Thank you. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, come on, tell me something that you actually know.
Let's have a little exercise, because I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to actually show you. Are we talking on Discord right now, Mr. Sensible? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are we talking on Discord?
Are we talking? Don't like the music. Are we talking on Discord?
Yes, sir. Are we talking on Discord?
I have an image on my screen that looks like a Discord server.
All right, so we'll just say yes or no. Are we talking on Discord? It's
the best evidence. Okay, the best evidence that I've got right now is that we are talking on Discord server.
Okay, all right, that's great, right? I agree with you that we're getting somewhere, right? All right, so let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. You do not know about reality because you don't know your own reality, sir. I 100% know that you and I are talking on Discord because it is the platform that we are using.
Okay. Here's a counter example. You go to kindly make a donation to my Patreon. I send you a link, okay, and you send me some money. Are you 100% sure that's going to me? It could be some scam link you've got. It looks like my patron or your bank account, but that's how people fall victim to scams because something that looks like something isn't necessarily it.
Mr. Sensible, your Patreon link is actually a scam link, dude. The obvious one. Anyway, but that's beside the point. Listen, this is Discord. We're talking on the platform. You agreed at that much point, but see, the breakdown for you is reality. So for us, if we can't know our own reality, then we're not going to listen to talking heads who are telling us that they think they know what's going on with whatever they're saying with only a 99.99% chance. Because, sir, when it comes down to it, you wouldn't bet your life on that 99.99% at all. So
absolutely would. Have you ever been in a car?
Ridiculous.
Have you ever been? No. You've been in the car, haven't you? When you drive in your car from A to B. Okay, there's an extremely good chance you'll get there safely, but you might not. And if you do have an accident of one sort, there's a good chance with your seatbelts and your what do you call them? Inflatable. I forgot what they call them. The inflatable things that come up. There's extremely good chance. Airbags. Yeah. But there is the chance you could die.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You're pointing out things that we may not know or may know, but the thing that I'm pointing out to you is the things that we know. All right, I'll say it, I always get redundant because I hate it when I do. We know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. It's stupid, right? But I have to say it that way. Anyways, we know what we know. We don't know what we don't know. So when you tell us things that you don't know, assuming things and saying it like you know, then it sounds ridiculous to us as an intellectual forum. If you're not able to stand on all 10 toes and declare how you're 100% sure of what you're saying, I'm going to hand wave this and say you're just full of crap. You're just saying things because it sounds nice, because Joe Blow told you, whoever Joe Blow is. I don't care if he's a professor or the guy down the street. Doesn't matter to me. Whatever you are coming in here telling us in an intellectual forum that you know, and we're going to put it to the test, and you say, well, I'm not really sure. I think it is. It's the best guess, right? Damn good one, as you put it. And then it turns out that you don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sensible hasn't a grip on reality because he's not sure ever. And there it is, sir. That's
science. Has to be, by definition, science has to be falsifiable. Every single aspect of science has to be falsifiable, which means it could be wrong. Now, that may be a vanishingly small chance.
Sir, you're taking it out of the realm of science, sir. You're taking it out of the realm of science. This is not even science we're talking about. No, sir. We're talking about the most obvious, the self-evident things. I could put it to you this way, not even Discord. I don't even have to know this. I want you to prove it to yourself. What are you doing right now? Are you standing up, sitting down, laying down? What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know.
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that and you're sure that you, hey man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I was like, you can say that with all certainty. You're sitting down. It's okay.
You could assign a certain level of trust to something like that. If I said, hold on. If I said I have a pet cat, you could say, well, I've chatted to the guy. He seems fairly honest. It's quite possible he has a cat. Yeah, I believe him. But if I said I've got 3 Ferraris parked in my garage, you might think, well, it's possible, but it's quite unlikely. Do you know what I mean? You assign levels of trust and acceptance.
Oh, that's what you do. That's what you do because you've been told to think this way. You're okay. So the confusion happens to people when they're taught, or they're told, I should say, they're told how to think like this. So you were told at an early age that this is a good way to think. Leave yourself open for these things that are self-evident, things that are self-evident. right? I'm not even speaking of the things that you don't know and that you're making these speculations on. What I'm saying are the things that are self-evident, sir. This is outside of the realm of you just being able to be like, hey, let's science this shit. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you're saying you're sitting down, standing up, talking on Discord, whatever it is that you're doing, you're not even sure of that. So you're confused. So therefore, I'm going to attribute the word confused to everything you say, because there's nothing you're going to say that's going to be like, oh, wow, that's great. You actually know something, because you don't. So therefore, you don't know anything, and I can say that with all assurance because you've demonstrated that to us here in this chat and anywhere else you go, whatever platform you say, I want to debate flat earthers. It's not going to happen, because there is no debate, because you don't know anything. You're in a state of confusion, sir, and until you realize that, you won't come out of it. You're going to keep spinning your wheels and comforting yourself and saying, well, damn, I could be damn well assured that 99.9% is good. It's not going to get there for you. You'll never know. Ever, ever, ever. And that's not how science works. That's how you perceive science to work. And this forum will reject that all the time, because everybody in here will say, I know that I'm sitting down. I'm 100% sure that I'm sitting down right now. What else is it? Like, you can't do that to yourself. You're so unsure about yourself. You're very confused. And I can see why, because you're taught to think this way. You're told, somebody told you somewhere. So there's a lot of confusion with you people who are in a staunch position who think the earth is a globe, because outside of your perception, something's happening and you just can't be sure what it could be. So you have to leave yourself open for doubt. And so that's where that comes in, that argument that you have that you don't know everything. And it's just it's a crooked philosophy, man. You've been sold. You've been
science.
It's not
with science, it has to be falsifiable. If I just said just for the sake of argument, the moon is made from cheese because it looks like it, well, unless we can take some sort of measurement or test to falsify that, that's not science. That's just some random claim.
Well, that's
with
what
science,
you're doing. You're sensible. You just said the star of plasma with spectroscopy, and you know the elements.
Yeah,
and I said,
what I said was all our available evidence points to that. The available evidence points to the fact that spectroscopy works.
You're just finished telling me that you're eliminating things that it's not. That's what you told me. Well, our best. It's a.
But we have taken Okay, if we take a measurement of the sun using spectroscopy, we get certain patterns of Fraunhofer lines. Those patterns are known to appear if you shine light through, for instance, helium, hydrogen, and so on. Therefore, that would point towards the sun being made of those elements. It's good evidence for it.
Mr. Sensible, I'm going to point this out to the audience. The lawyer speak that you have to employ here is like off the charts. It points towards, it leans towards, it's damn good. It's not what it is.
Has science? Do you think science has ever come up with something that's then turned out to be wrong?
Right now is so warped and askew that it's going basically what mainstream rhetoric is telling. This is how they confuse you, sir. And so therefore you're going to continue to use these tactics because that's all you know. I don't blame you. I blame the system that has brought you to the confusion point in your life where you think that you can't know anything. This is the issue that has been rampant through all your guys' position. Like I would say anti-flat earthers, the guys who are not just upset the fact that people are saying the earth is not a globe, but the ones who are actually declaring that it must be with the I call it the lore. Because it's like a fantasy, right? So you're in love with the lore, and this philosophy that you can't know anything has been like a mind virus that has been infecting all of you guys. It has even crossed over into some of the flat earthers. They will even say that. But I'm pointing it out to you because you are using it as a way to tell us what you know. Sir, you are in the wrong 100%. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what the stars are.
Hold on. We know by...
No, we don't.
We don't even know what I was going to say yet, but we know by experimentation that shining a light through helium produces certain Fraunhofer lines. We also know that measuring the light from the sun or stars can come up with Fraunhofer lines that match Therefore,
You know?
it is evidence. It's not proof because God doesn't prove. It is evidence that the sun contains those elements. Simple as that.
Do you know, simple as what, sir? You know that 100% sure or no? You don't. Thank you.
No, we know 100%. Hold on. We know 100% that if you shine a light through helium, you get a certain pattern of absorption lines. We know 100% if you take the measurement. No, we have facts.
You just said you can't use 100%. You just told us you can't use it. Now you're using it?
No, hold on.
You're
We know.
contradicting yourself, aren't you?
No, you're not letting me finish. You're just going to try and steamroller me or listen to what I said.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. Well, let me finish, and you might understand what I'm saying. Right. We know that if we shine the light through helium, we get a certain pattern. We know that if we take that measurement of the sun, we can get that same pattern. Okay, those are both facts. But the theory, if you like, or the no, that's the wrong word. But because we got that same pattern in both, we can assume. Let me finish. But we can assume that same element is part of the sun. We could be wrong. But we have two facts. We have two facts.
You.
One evidence is the other.
I just want to point out that you're wrong. Dun dun dun. Sorry.
Well, tell me something scientific then. Tell me something scientific that we 100% know.
Sir, we could do this all day long. I could tell you many things that are scientific.
Well, just one thing. Just one thing.
Water boils at sea level at a specific temperature. And there you go.
At sea level? Okay, that's one fact. And we also know...
Well, I just pointed out. I pointed something out to you, but look, listen.
That is. You know, you have an accurate thermometer. You boil it, the water at sea level, at a pressure of 14.7 psi, and that will occur at 100 degrees. Yes. We also know a separate fact that if you boil it halfway up the mountain with a lower air pressure, it will boil at a higher temperature. Lower temperature.
I know, Mr. Sensible. We've already arrived at what we.
So those are two facts.
I know, but we can arrive.
He said sea level. That's it.
Listen, we can arrive at certain facts because we can achieve the scientific method to do its purpose.
So we've made two observations: one at sea level, one halfway up a mountain. Therefore, we could then come up with an idea. We've got two observations. We could say that air pressure affects the temperature that water boils at. Then we can make a prediction. Well, if we went up higher, it would boil at a lower temperature still.
My question to you now would be like, what does it? You asked me to provide at least one scientific. Fact. I did that. So anyway, so now on to the next thing, because we've already addressed that you don't know. The audience knows this already. We know that you're coming in here with this confusion state of mind. So
I'm not
for
confused.
us, sir, you're supremely confused, because to us, you're pointing to things and saying that are damn good evidence for. You know, lawyers speak. There's a lot of this lawyer speak that people don't pick up on because they don't hear you saying that. So what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that there is no debate for flat earth and globe earth, because there's only one truth. The earth that's presenting itself to you and me is the same earth that we're speaking of. There isn't any dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy. It's only the earth and what you've been taught what to believe that it is. So it's basically a belief system that you were born into. We have
a shed load of independent evidences from Eratosthenes.
Mr. Sensible, didn't we cover that? We just covered that. That you said that it's a damn good guess. It's evidence is just leaning towards. Mr. Sensible.
Yeah. Okay. We step out of our house for the first time. You and I. Okay. We both look, and you say, "Oh, I think the Earth is flat," and I say, "Oh, I think the Earth is curved." Then we look for evidence. So the various evidence is like 2 points of stellar rotation, like sunsets, like ships disappearing over the horizon, like sending up a weather balloon and filming the fricking curve of the Earth. All those evidences would be counter to the flat Earth. They're both ideas.
Listen, how certain are you of all those evidences you just brought up? And you're gonna tell me 99.99999% sure That's what you're going to tell me, aren't you? Be honest, Mr. Sensible.
Well, we have various facts.
Be honest with the forum, sir. Be honest with the forum.
Well,
just tell me that you're all
to get a word out. You said be honest, and then you don't let me speak.
You're not answering my question. I want you to be honest with the forum. Let everybody know that everything you just said, you're 99.99999% sure, sir.
But what difference does that make?
It's important. Let everybody know, sir.
I don't understand what difference it makes.
It makes a huge difference to everybody listening because they're not taking you. For a matter of fact, we want to know where you stand with the information, sir. So let us know.
Listen, it's either you're 100% or you're 0%. You can't be 99% on something.
I want you to say it the way you want. But say it. We're not going to leave this because it's important for you. It's
100% or 0%.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that makes a credible witness.
That's how shit works.
If you're not 100% sure, then you shouldn't be witnessing on whatever it is you're attempting to witness on. This is the point. You're not a credible witness in what you've presented so far. This is the problem.
Yeah, just tell us what you saw or not what you saw.
Actually, you know this whole.
No, we're not going to.
I am staying on point. We got that black swan picture, you know, with the oil rigs. Now, hold on. Two people witness it. Two people witness it. We've seen photographs.
As much as you want.
No, you said 100% or 0%. They both can't be true. So we got two photos of the black swan. One showing the whole rig, one showing half a rig. They're both photographs. Never mind whether you're flat or globe. They are both photographs. They're two different observations with different come up with different results. So if you take any one of them. Okay, how can they both be true if it's either 100% or 0?
We're not going there. Wow. The audience still hasn't heard Mr.
I'm not going there because you don't want me to point out the ridiculousness of that position.
Yeah, delirium. That's not even my argument at the moment. My argument right now is your ignorance. And so I want everybody to know how you don't know. So now we're going to go back to all those evidences you brought up.
No, he just said you're either 100% or 0%. So we got your black swan photo that shows the horizon behind it. Therefore, the horizon can always be seen behind it. Only we got photos when the horizon's in front. So you couldn't have been 100%. There's another explanation. Something else we did take into account.
You want to bring something up to get it?
Your take.
This is the what you guys like to do. You want us to get our eyes off of you, but we're not.
No. He said you're either 100% or 0. That is a straw man.
No. Listen, is it either an apple or an orange? So is it 100% an apple or 100% an orange?
Either
Which one is it, or is it 50% an apple? Can we have 50% apple, 50% orange in the same fruit, sir?
That's a bit nonsensical. I'm not trying to be funny.
It's nonsensical because you don't listen. This is what you're doing in here. You're telling us that you're not sure, but this is your best guess, and so everybody's following like, whoa.
No, I'm saying we're 99.99999% sure, and none of the evidence contradicts it. Come up with some evidence that contradicts it, then we can rule it out.
The Earth is flat.
What's that supposed to mean?
It contradicts what you think that the Earth is.
No, that's just an assertion. That's not an evidence.
It's not an assertion. It's self-evident, my man. You and me can go stand at the beach and see a flat level horizon, can we not?
To the naked eye, yes. You take measurements and you can see the curve. Have a look at mc2.net, a view of the horizon across some straight edges, and you can see that it's curved.
Right.
Again, Mr. Sensible, let's think about this. If you have 8 billion people on this place, and they're all putting their hands up stating they observe a level, that's 8 billion points of evidence that you have to talk down to say you see level because there's a curve. Do you understand that is a complete fallacy?
I understand
you make 8 billion points of people touching the surface saying I see level, and you're going to come along and say, but your curve is actually way deeper than what you're seeing.
The Earth is rather big that you're not going to see the naked eye stood on the ground.
Australia observes level. Canada observes level. Japan observes level.
Yes.
Where does your curve show up?
The curve is consistent across the whole distance.
So where can we see it?
Where?
This is not
Where? Because if everybody is at the surface putting their hands up saying, I see level, then at what subterranean level does your magic curve show up? Mr. Sensible? No, I'd like him to answer that question.
He's not going
Hold on. I'm just... I've just dumped into voice text an image. There's curve into voice text. Oh, sorry, have I sent it? 1 sec.
No, you didn't send it in live stream.
Yeah, 1 second, 1 second. What's happened there?
Maybe you did.
There we go. Yeah, it's just gone in now.
What is that overlay?
What is
on
that?
top of
Because
it?
I'm asking.
Let him explain. I think that you want to explain what that is, Sensible.
This looks like an atmospheric picture, not the surface.
That's hilarious.
That's a picture from 35 kilometres up from a weather balloon that I sent up. The overlay is the predicted curve.
What lens did you have on that camera?
Kilometers. Sorry, say again.
What lens was on that camera?
A non-distorting lens, a rectilinear lens.
Really? Because it doesn't line up with pretty much every other weather balloon footage we have.
No, because most of them use wide-angle lenses because they want a nice view. That's from my Mage. If you want to see, want to see a video of it, I have on my channel. It's called Mage. Mission Above Globe Earth.
The Mage, the Mage.
Yeah. So on there,
can you post that video, please?
Can I what? Post a link to it?
In the live stream.
Please, yeah.
Okay, you'll have to give us a second. I'll just call that up.
Take your time. I've actually wanted to pick apart Mage for quite some time, so this is perfect.
Let me just real quick before you guys get into it. I'm gonna step back here because I've done my bit. But just remember, keep in mind, guys, debating flat Earth and globe Earth is back and forth. And so what we needed to do was point out to Mr. Sensible that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's clearly shown today that he doesn't. But he's going to continue on a point, but I don't care. At this point, it's just belief. But if you guys want to take him on debate,
I have evidence.
It's going to descend into you guys like providing your evidence. He's going to provide his, and it won't get anywhere because he doesn't know that he doesn't know. That needs to be pointed out. At least I fleshed it out a little bit. So in this way, if it comes back around, you can say you don't know what you're saying because you're only 99.9% sure that you know what's going on. But that's fine.
I've just posted it. There are 3 cameras on that weather balloon. One was pointing up, looking at the balloon. That's a wide-angle camera, just to show because we had it, and it's just to show the balloon as it expands. There is a rear-facing camera labelled as wide cam, which is just for the view. The main camera, the one that has the strings across it, that is a non-distorting. It is not fisheye. It is not wide-angle. It's a non-distorting lens. That's the image that I'd posted above. Sorry, what's that? Someone's posting something there. And it shows curve.
I drew the horizon for you in a green line, and I don't got a curve.
Hold on 1 second, I've got a phone going.
Well, luckily for Mr. Sensible, level is curved.
That's the guy calling that said, hey, don't be presenting that as a curve.
A bit shortly.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I missed what you said. Say again.
I said, luckily for you, level is curved.
Right, well, you can see the 2 lines, the yellowish one and the darker one. Those are taut strings. They're spring-loaded or spring-taut strings.
So you've got the secret picture of the globe we've all been looking up for, and you're complaining about bendy oil cranes. And you need to remember, anytime you reference those oil cranes, the actual geometric horizon of the Earth, if it were a 39, 59-mile radius spheroid, would be in front of both of those oil rigs. They would be behind the curve. I think you've made it clear that you don't quite even understand.
Oh, I understand.
How little the Earth actually is.
There are plenty of images with those oil rigs partly behind the curve, hidden behind the horizon.
You must have wax in your ears. What I said was, if the Earth were the spheroid they're claiming it is, the geometric horizon would be in front of both of those oil rigs.
Yes, and you have always a level of refraction, which
and if you stand in the fog, you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Well, anyway, you were jumping away from the subject, which was my Mage photograph, which shows a curved horizon from a view of 35 kilometers.
Oh, let me guess. You believe the moon landing propaganda?
Oh my God! Yes, I believe we went to the moon.
Yes. Oh my God!
All the available evidence points to it. And hell, it was in the middle of a space race. If it wasn't true, the Russians would have called them out.
Fake space race, but yeah.
Oh, God, my goodness!
Got off and got out of high school.
No wonder you believe all that shit.
It still boils down
guys, just to give you a heads up, just off topic a second, I'm going to have to go in about 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah,
so
I
go
guess
ahead.
you would.
Yeah, because that was my wife just calling me. I've got to go in a minute.
Okay, well
Yeah,
then
so
leave.
come back when you're 100% sure, and that way
On
you can
anything,
come.
yeah. If you're 100% sure on anything, yeah, let us know.
That way, at least you've convinced yourself first before you try to convince. Because right now you're just bullshitting. You haven't convinced
That is the
yourself.
propaganda that's good.
I've shown you.
Are you 100% sure you're married?
I've just shown a photograph taken from a still from a video footage taken from a height of 35, just over 35 kilometers. You've got the two straight lines and a curved horizon, which
So just come back. Hey, listen, man. Come back whenever you feel frosty and you want to talk to us about what you don't know. Once again, it's great.
Very funny, very funny.
I'm just saying, man. Like we just pointed out that you
someone's
don't know, but, like,
someone's playing Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, that's a guy. And he was wrong about that. And if there is also a clip of Felix Baumgartner.
Sure he's a guy? Are you
there
sure
is
he's
a
a
clip.
guy?
99.9.
If you're not going to let me speak, guys. If you're not going to let me
Are
speak.
you 99.9% sure you're alive or 100% sure you're alive?
Yeah, when you can plant a flag and you've convinced yourself, you are sure that there's no doubt in your mind that what you're saying is true, then at least people will say, well, he's convinced himself. Now let's explore what you're talking about.
Convinced. But I am honest enough to allow for the possibility, unlike you guys, that I could be wrong. You won't have evidence. You won't.
We're the only people in here that have changed their mind.
Is it possible that I could come up with some evidence, something that would make you think, do you know what? He's right. The Earth's a ball.
Nope.
No. He said no because you're 100% sure it's flat.
Yes,
we're
okay.
sure.
Which means by definition, you're not scientific about this.
Oh,
and not honest
your
about it.
definition of science is wrong then. So yeah,
Whatever. Anyway, guys, listen. What I will say is this has been a polite and interesting chat. I am going to have to go, so I'll thank you for the chat.
Return whenever you want. Yeah, this is an open forum, so just come back whenever you want.
Yeah, man. Okay. And also, for the sake of openness, I have been recording the voices, and I may release this as a video unless you have any particular objections.
No. You do whatever you want, man.
Yeah, man. Let it rip. Yeah, not control about. Let's have people hear this because real ones will know. So
okay.
You do what you do. Point out what you want to point out. It's all good. I don't care.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. Good night.
Later.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Very fun. I've already stopped recording. Bye-bye.
Yeah, don't put that in your recording.
100% flat smacked.
Yeah, whatever. Okay. Do you know, guys, I probably will come back again.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
You weigh stuff in a vacuum.
One year at Space Camp, we went looking for Earth curve and we couldn't find any.
Maybe you should have went to Earth Curve Camp instead of Space Camp, because all you're going to find in Space Camp is just space.
Imagine Earth curve camp. Oh my goodness.
How about vacuum camp? Where we get our little astronaut suits on and we see how vacuum camp works out. Hi, little Bobby. Could you breathe in your vacuum with your little NASA suit? No, sir.
I remember I saw footage of the one guy in the vacuum chamber and he fell over backwards and passed out and stuff. And then in a different clip, I heard him talking about the trial experimentation they did. And he could feel his saliva boiling on his tongue before he passed out. That's crazy.
This one time at band camp, they told us spheres are horizontal. I asked them how they measured the curve. They said, get a ruler. I said, okay, what's step 2? They said, does it line up with the ruler? I said, yeah. I said, shit, you're done. Keep going. I said, well, how do I do Earth curve elevation? They said, don't worry about that. Just make a horizontal line forever. You'll be good. The Earth curve's got to be somewhere in between that, somewhere around that horizontal line forever. It's got to be somewhere. Keep making that horizontal line and we'll get to it. Four years later.
Bless you.
Move over, butter. If you're blind and your seeing eye dog likes the neighbors just as well as he likes you and he allows them to come in, it's pretty bad. Then you have people living with you don't even know, and your seeing eye dog doesn't even tell you there's intruders. Never feed somebody else the seeing eye dog. What if I had a seeing eye dog and my seeing eye dog was blind? That'd be fucking awesome. Just one man and his dog, both of them blind as a fucking bat, just walking where they don't know, but getting there somehow. That'd be crazy. He's like, I don't know where I'm going. I'm always going in circles because I got this blind seeing eye dog and this blind seeing eye cat. All they do is chase each other in circles. I don't know, man. These things are just funny to me. Has anybody ever seen like hey, what up? That guy came in there to adjust his mic. I said he could see forever. But then when you put the chart at the end of the 5-foot hallway, he can't read the letters on it. Or a 50-foot hallway. Or a mile-long hallway. Like, what the fuck? And a fly is not visible forever. Doesn't even, I mean. So I wonder, these Globers that can see forever, could you put an ice box down the way and they just tell you everything that's in the ice box? What about if you have the labels of all the items facing them and they just have to tell you the calorie count? Just read off from a block away when I got this ice box open. Just read the stuff off to me in there from a mile away. Because Globers can see forever. It's no problem.
If the earth is flat, how come my girlfriend can't count how many pimples are on my ass from 20 miles away?
You see, little Timmy, your girlfriend goes to a special eye doctor. And she doesn't have supervision. She's not Superman. And nobody can see forever, Tommy. They just hope they can. You know, we've got a lot of dreamers. They think they can look up in the air and see a twinkly light forever because it's a twinkly light. But that's just a lie. So the next time you can't get your pimples counted, don't be mad. It's just the way it goes, brother. All those pimples are going to blend into one pimple eventually. She's going to say you got one big ass pimple on the back of your butt.
Your whole ass pimple.
Yeah, and if you squeeze it together, stuff comes out. Isn't that crazy?
Saying the number they come up with, like with talking about how the Voyager's however many millions miles away. Like, give me a break, man. It's insane.
Yeah, but didn't we lose it until it got millions of miles away? We like lost contact with it. How do we can't contact the ISS. We can't get any footage back of anything. So, but we can see forever on a globe. But looking down from 250 miles, you can't see nothing. So from 250 miles above a dirt ball, looking down at the dirt ball, nothing in your way, you're looking directly down at it. You can't see anything. No airplanes, no boats, no nothing. But Globers can see forever. Just not down, only up. They can see up forever, just not down forever. Isn't that weird?
Another thing I thought about with their satellites and connections and all their technology, and it's horrible for all the people that just went through that hurricane stuff. But apparently, there's no cellular service. Well, I thought their satellites were giving that service out there floating around their ball. Like how did that disconnect? Just insane. Obviously, all the cell towers got wiped out, so there's no cell service.
Wish I had Glober eyes. Glober eyes. Sweet little see forever. Glober eyes. It said, I can see forever in your lies. Glober's paradise.
There's so many things slapping them in the face saying it's not what they've been told, but they still buy into it.
Listen.
It's hard to comprehend.
It's a glove. He said, give me on the hand. He's comprehend. Say, it's flat. Say, it's flat, boy. Heavy D and the Flat Boys. They're like, look at that sweet horizontal curve, boy. I just think it's funny when FTFE and McToon and all the goofballs say that a perfect horizontal line that you draw on the wall. They say that's more curves than the earth. More curved than the earth. They said a horizontal thing is more curved than the earth. That's what FTFE and McToon say. Isn't that weird?
I don't know where they get that logic from. It just doesn't makes no sense. Look how straight that curved line is.
Brother, hey, I'm telling you, because the thing I presented to him was a logical assessment of elevation and how do we physically demonstrate our idea or our reference of elevation to any other human in the world. And I said, mine's easy. It's a horizontal line. It doesn't change. Doesn't go higher or lower than itself. Wherever you start it, where you end it, it's going to be the same horizontal line. Now I said, now for like who, what fucking human can show the physical attribute that they calculated for the Earth curve to show us like what it looks like. And if these are the top dudes that do all the fucking math, one of these fucking idiots got to be able to draw a line on the wall that they're doing the math that supposedly follows that line. The math is supposed to follow a physical fucking line that you put on the wall to make the math account for. You're not supposed to be calculating nothing. You're not supposed to be calculating fucking nothing. You're supposed to be calculating a physical assessment of a physical attribute of a physical fucking mechanical, physical, real, touchable, tangible thing. And if they can't, with their fucking hand as a microscope, the smallest microscopic fucking dot human, like to this earth, they can't draw with a fucking little pen in their hand. Like this is the smallest scale we got as a human is the dot of an ink pen to fucking draw your lines with, you know. But they can't produce an earth curve with a small ink line as a human. They're too big to draw the earth curve, they're telling you. They're saying I'm too big of a human that the earth curve is so fucking minuscule and like doesn't exist so much that I can't even draw the motherfucker out. I couldn't even produce it. A differentiation from itself. So how the fuck is there a calculation that says that? How is there a measurement that says that if it physically has never been done up close and personal? There's like but they're telling you surveyors and building builders and street builders and pavers and basement makers counting for curb.
I don't know what they're going to come up with next. Artemis is due to be on the moon in a few months or something, I guess. Like, I think he said by 2025 he'd be on the moon.
Yeah, they've been saying that since 1972.
What'd you say? They're gonna go jump on the curve in a month. They're gonna slide down the Great Antarctic Sled.
Yeah, they're going to traverse that second law of thermodynamics violation with its lethal doses of radiation.
How did they go through lethal doses of radiation right now? Where did they test for that on Earth? Where could we
Chernobyl, obviously.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where could we send them with their suit? Not even Chernobyl. Don't we have power plants right now? Don't we have nuclear plants right now working? Isn't that where you would send them to fill the nuclear love?
Yeah, but most of the reactors are shielded, so.
Oh, we could find a way to unshield it and get them down there.
I guess we can send them to Fukushima then. No, that's more modern.
Yeah.
Because why would you put your backup pumps on the roof of your building away from the waves? Instead, put them at ground level.
If it's just nuclear energy they need, why is it always by water?
A good way to get free cooling.
It's a good way to get free.
Yeah,
it's
you don't
free
need to build
nuclear
those
heating.
huge
Yeah.
cooling towers.
It's free heat, free nuclear heating too. It's both. Same fucking time, brother. You take a small amount of compressed water as you pull it in and heat it up as much as you can, and then the offset of that back into the fucking wave going out or whatever. Or like, that would be the cooling. And they don't even do it right because they don't really want the cooling effect. The idea of nuclear energy is to build up the most fucking energy you can to put it into this shit. It's really not too cool. The only reason they need to cool it is because the shit can get so hot it'll go through the material.
Well, that's due to the poor design of the reactors.
Oh, no. That's due to some badass water. Water will go, bro. I'm telling you. There is no. Do you know how nitrogen or helium, when they like superconduct it, supposedly, whatever, get it to a certain thing, it'll just start pouring out of the container they have it in. It'll just release itself out of right through the container. Like fuck the container. So the reason they have to do that is because the hot shit will get out of the container. It, like if it gets too hot or too whatever, it'll eat through the fucking container. It'll fuck the container up. That's the only reason they have to cool it. And my thing is though,
They also use high pressure vessels, which makes building nuclear reactors more expensive.
yeah, why wouldn't you use the earth? Why wouldn't you just dig a big tube in the dirt and then react your shit right there? And then when you need to cool it, you just pull the plug. You got a bottom hole plug to it and the top hole. Top hole's where you get your power out of. When you get ready to cool it, if it's getting too crazy, you just pull the bottom plug, a little bit of water comes in, push down the plug, water stops. Cooled to where you needed it to.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
that's how the lifter style reactors work. If the power goes out, there's a freeze plug there that melts, and then sends all the fuel down into a pit where it stops reacting.
Right.
You know, safety first, not third.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, why are we using aluminum containers and shit when like there's earth that's like earth's dirt and clay, and like when you burn in that, it's not gonna really. I mean, what are you gonna do? Erode the hole a little more? I mean, what the fuck? And if they have a problem digging, why aren't they nuclear digging? Like, you can just erode the material through nuclear fucking process and heat it up and it just disappears and disappears and disappears and disappears. I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to dig 8 miles or 10 miles, why wouldn't they do a nuclear hole? Inside of the bottom of the hole have a nuclear reaction.
Yeah,
and
nuclear drill bit.
Yeah, it'll dissipate the material, right?
Yeah, just vaporize it all, right?
Yeah.
These are the combos I fucking love here. I love this shit.
I'm saying bone is a material. Sea coral, all that shit, the salt, the same. Certain materials can hold so much heat, like they use a human skull as like a like a thing to like put stuff in, you know what I mean? The gold or whatever. Kind of like a turtle shell is good for a certain amount of shit, and it's hard, and you can use it for like almost an armor, or alligator shell, or like just certain materials that are already just naturally what they are. They're just fucking badass. Like a diamond. Can you burn a diamond?
Yeah, you can. Burns like coal.
Right. So they're not so tough, are they? Not in the aspect when you add temperature. Because you can freeze a diamond and then crack it like fucking glass. Crack it like a piece of candy you chew on. So these things that are supposedly strong and weak and all this, I think temperature helps negate all that, right?
Somebody should do that play of that cash behind the unbreakable thing. Like I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. I think it's 5 million or something behind these glass in public, and it's like if you can get it, you can have it.
Hold on,
I
what
wonder
now?
if Denmark to like freeze it and then smash it.
Fucking right. Vibrate that shit.
Let's go
Frequency
there
will
and
put a
do
hole
it.
in that. Dude, if you have a big enough speaker or a big enough electrical amp, you make that fucking glass and pop a hole in the center. And you can stick your hand through it and it'll fucking just pull the shit out. The hell? Do they even understand what frequency does? Or freeze it. You know, the freezing is the solidification of the fucking frequency. Solidifies it, swells it. So you're saying they say it's unbreakable glass, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's some company. I think it might be like they're trying to promote their the protectability, like whether it's for bulletproof use or whatever. But yeah, the money's in there. It's in a public spot. I should Google it, see if I can find something.
Yeah, can you use liquid nitrogen?
That's what I'm wondering. I don't think anyone thought of that yet.
Or could you use like a laser to cut a hole in it?
Laser doesn't work well with glass.
Well, I'm just saying to heat what? Listen, there's a way you heated that glass to make it, so that glass can't take a certain amount of heat for it to be glass anymore. It would have to melt. So you could temperature is the key, whether it be freezing or heating it up. Like you took the sand to melt the sand into the glass, right? So if it's just heated up sand, you could probably take a hot rod and a hot ass fucking material and start stabbing it through the glass. Right?
Yeah, superheated poker, like that guy who heats up that nickel ball and just puts it
So
on.
take it. Yeah, get a hot cylinder, a hot tube, stick it through there, and then then let it cool. Stick your fucking hand in and grab your money out.
There it is. I just posted it from the advertising company on Reddit. 3M placed this advertisement. They claim you can't get through it.
There's also a chemical reaction with certain material. Now I don't know what kind of glass they're using, but like sometimes you can take a little piece of porcelain, and the right sharp piece of porcelain hits the glass at the right velocity, it'll crack the motherfucker. Just web it out. But it just depends on how thick the glass is, and Now, see, my thing is if it's a plastic glass and they're lying to you and it's not actually glass, it's like a fucking, it's like I don't know, a petrified rubber fucking, I don't know, like a granite type, I don't know, like a glass that's like fucking plastic material glass, if that even makes any sense to you. So it's got the hard idea of glass and everything, but like the resilience of fucking rubber almost. If they could make some material like that, then that would be some shit.
I don't know where that's located, but if somebody uses our idea to get to it, we'll be happy with at least 10% each. Hey, Denmark, 300 grand each.
Fucking right. You're telling me no one's poured liquid
15%.
nitrogen?
Where's it located?
And what, you can't use the what are they saying you can do? Are you allowed to drill a hole in it with a diamond bit? Are you allowed to, bring your?
Yeah, I think there's certain rules to be
Oh,
followed.
here. The
No.
true is that there are actually only 500 put on the top of the fake bills, and people were only allowed to use their feet to break it in case someone actually break it. There was a guard to assure nobody kept the fake money from the glass. He also had to make sure that the rules of breaking it were being followed. There you go.
You can only use your feet.
As if.
We need Tink Tink. We need a metal robot with some crazy badass feet. You know those glass breaking things where you hit the glass as a cop. You got that little thing. You pow, bust the glass, or if you're underwater. Yeah, his feet need to be that, and he needs to tap dance on that bitch. Da 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 da.
Yeah, just put shards of porcelain on the bottom of your feet and then give it a kick.
Yeah, there's got to be a frequency that you can put on your shoes and have like a tuning fork tip or a porcelain tip, and you just jam your that tip into that bitch a little bit, and then just play the frequency.
Yeah,
There's got to be something.
Use tap shoes.
Yeah, there's got to be some kind of frequency that busts glass too, though.
Oh yeah.
Because there's a frequency that can like bend it and mold it and make it wave, and it keeps its shape. So there's got to be the like I don't know, a shattering frequency.
But it actually wasn't glass. It was 1 1/4 inch thick acrylic.
Exactly.
Acrylic is plastic.
Yes,
Plastic
I knew
doesn't shatter like that unless you bend it really badly.
Yeah, I knew they were lying about something. Because, like, if it's the case the glass couldn't crack, then why would they ever have problems making an underwater fucking tube that everybody could go eat in? It would never crack, right? So are they saying this acrylic is that super shit that you just make an acrylic tube under the ocean and everybody can travel and walk under the ocean on the bottom? No problem. And if it's next to the bottom enough, like actually secured to the bottom of the floor or the bedrock or something, then you wouldn't even have to worry about water being underneath you. You could drill right into shit as long as you had a bubble over you and you're breathing and the water's off you. You can drill for gold. You can find the pirate ship. The tube observatory underwater is a good ass idea because then you can have air pressure flowing underneath to like fill it and give it its pressurize it from the inside out and then have it the material too. That would be badass. And you just make it in front of itself. You just carry the material in front of itself and keep, like, you use heat to keep molding itself in front of itself, to keep re-going in front of you. It's like your material can be molded as you go to keep going underneath. Just keep carrying the material to the front of itself. Keep pushing it to the front and heat it up. Push it to the front and heat it up. And you can just keep going. That'd be crazy. like something that put the material all the way out in front of itself in big piles. And once it's in front of you in big piles, you just dig through it. So you basically produce a big fucking rock in front of yourself, and you dig through the center of it, the acrylic rock, and you get through. Like your machine, like just produces it on the outside of itself with the heat. That'd be crazy. You could be under the ocean to the fucking whatever you wanted, whatever depth. You could put a tube over the fucking Marriott, over the fucking the ships or any pirate ship or any gold vessels or anything. A little dome, and just section it out to it, widen out from section to section, just spread it out like a fan. You open it up, pop it down there. You stick a tube right to the top, screw it in. And that's how you get down there. Hell yeah.
Not pending.
Dome Observatory.
It's an interesting idea. So, would the air be coming from the surface, or would it be self-contained?
You can do both.
Well, you have to make a choice. So, if the air is coming from the surface, you've got air surface pressure. So, like, let's say sea level surface pressure inside the dome, which means the dome has to withstand whatever depth you're at, the pressure of the ocean. And if you have it self-contained in the ocean, the pressure of the air will be equal to that of the sea, and then you have to deal with it with the human body having to deal with that pressure, like the sub that imploded a couple months ago.
So you think that if I put a tube under the water, and the tube has an opening that's not necessarily in the water, it's out of the water, and I could force air and pressurize the inside.
Yeah, you could. So
hold on a second.
That's fine. Yeah.
Or
Okay.
not. Like, what are you saying? So do you think that this material that's not going to break under this pressure, like it's made to not break under this pressure, like, so what would be my problem as having that material under the water? Like, you think there's going to be you think it's going to take on the attribute of the water around it?
It will. Okay. So yeah. So you're right. You're right. You don't actually have to do what I said exactly, but so there's pressure coming in from the outside. That pressure has to be either withstood by the material itself, like a submarine, right? A submarine's got a shell,
Yeah,
and it withstands a certain level of pressure. Now the submarine is pressurized inside, which helps the submarine withstand those pressures. In other words, you don't have just one atmosphere; you've got probably several atmospheres inside the submarine. I don't know exactly what they pump them up to, but it's like a bike tire. They fill it with air, more than standard air, I think. Okay, so you've got pressure pushing in, you got pressure pushing out, and if your material is thick enough, sure, it would withstand it, I guess, but you'd have to have a lot of it at really deep depths, right? Because pressure in the water is just incredible.
Right. So I'm saying, like, from the outside of the water to the inside of the tube, what do you think would happen to me if I'm standing there? Like, do you think it's gonna like crush me while I'm in the tube, or?
I mean, if you could produce a tube that doesn't crush, and you could walk on it all day long. It's a tough engineering problem.
It would, like, literally, but like, if you had a material like a bowl goes under your sink, like there's air, like you wouldn't have to, like, you could still go around and do your shit. Like, you think the pressure in the underneath the bowl would be the same as on the outside of the bowl that it's blocking you from?
I'm saying you have to pick your poison. Either you have to construct a very sturdy bowl. Like, let's say, how far down do you want to go? Just
say 7 miles.
That's 7 miles. Holy shit! Yeah, I'm not even sure. That's definitely as deep as the ocean goes, I think. Okay.
Well, that's where we're trying to get to.
I just I appreciate your ambition, right? Your Yeah, that's good. Let me just look at it. Let me just do a little bit of a little googling here because I can't remember these numbers off the top of my head. Okay, so at sea level, atmospheric pressure is 14 pounds per square inch. That's what we walk around at, 14 pounds per square inch, right? At 1,000 feet, right, which is nowhere near even a mile, right? 1,000 feet. It is 459 pounds per square inch. So each square inch of your material has to withstand 460 pounds of pressure. Each square inch. So, just multiply that times the size of the volume of the surface area of what you've got, right?
Couldn't you play a frequency through it? Couldn't you make it like your tube, like in a musical instrument tube, like I don't know, kind of like a flute or something that carried like a charge or like a potential with it, like like silver holds a certain frequency, like beep. So I'm wondering, like, and when you rub your hair on the balloon, this might be a little crazy sounding. You rub your hair on the balloon, and then the water pushes away from it. So I'm wondering if we could make it out of that acrylic material and add a charge to where we don't have to do all that crazy shit, because the charge, as well as the strength of the material, as well as pressure that we have inside or whatever we need to do, get the air inside or do what we, so the frequency would keep anything the frequency is playing through, like your bone, or like any material, it's going to carry that vibration, the frequency. So to keep the water away from that material personally.
Well, sure. Let's say you had, I think you could, in theory, construct a magnet, because water is diamagnetic, which means it's repelled by magnetic fields. You could, in theory, I don't know if you could actually do this.
Kind of like a sound barrier bubble underwater that kept going.
Sure. Sure, but even if you had something
And
which
you live
magically
on-
kept the water off you, the water would be pushing down on that, and that would be pushing down still on your bubble. I don't.
Yeah, no,
Unfortunately,
100%.
I don't think there's a free. I don't think there's a free lunch here.
No, I understand that. But so pushing down on your bubble, what would that mean? What would that mean for you trying to escape that bubble? Would that be like Earth pressurized and then space?
I just think you've created a barrier, but I don't think you've escaped the limitations of the pressure. The pressure is still going to be pushing down. It just might be pushing down on something else.
Oh, there's
which that
always
is something else.
Yeah, there's always a medium. There's always a medium around. We're not going to get out of it. I'm not trying to get away from that. I'm trying to live in it and not care. So if we can live under the water with the frequency bubble, or frequency bubble over the material, right? And it would the water would stay away. Like, regardless what's happening on the other side, it would be a thin layer between us and the other thing we would call space. Right?
Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna help you like you think it might. It's a nice idea though.
No, but listen, I don't think you're understanding what I'm talking about, brother. So the idea that they tell you space is now, and the idea that we have whatever here and then we go up to there, and then from here to there, there's a different reaction. I'm saying that in this idea, if we're under the fucking ocean and we go out of the little part that's protected by the thing, then we're going to have the super violent reaction. The same, or the oddly, maybe the opposite of supposedly what you're supposed to be happening in space. The super violent reaction of nothing to fucking keep you compressed all of a sudden.
Well, but to be honest, space is like child's play compared to the ocean. To be honest, so think about that. So if you have 14 psi at sea level, and you go into a vacuum, right? Basically, you've got zero, right? So you've got 14 psi pushing out. So our bodies are trying to explode at 14 psi, right? Compare that to 1,000 feet. Even at 1,000 feet, now nuclear subs go up to 3,000 feet. But anyway, so but to compare that to under the
That's not.
Their quote test depth is 1,600, but I think their crush depth is 3,000. So they won't go below 1,600 under what do you call it? so unless they're in action, right? What do they call that? Unless they're active duty, like they have a threat, like a legit thing, they won't go below 1600. So we've got multiples more under the ocean pressure differential than we would get in space. Of course, you don't. Yeah, and it's the temperature differential is much. Space is a lot colder than the ocean is, but the pressure's huge. Anyway, I got to run. Maybe I'll talk to you later about this.
All right. You could play a sound through something, going to the object, going to the dome, and the dome's like wah 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 wah. But no, the material, man, good material. Well, it's just funny that the only way they can show you like how space works is with water.
Contained water.
Oh yeah, there's nothing that's not contained by something. Everything's a medium. The water's a medium, the air's a medium, the dirt's a medium, temperature's a medium, like a physical thing that can stop you. Temperature can contain. But yes, if you freeze that acrylic shit, you should have something going on. It should like break like fucking, like, just like any other plastic ball you stick in liquid nitrogen, right? So yeah. If you poured some liquid nitrogen on it and started doing the tap dance on that bitch with some porcelain tips or whatever, yeah, anything. And what's this boy doing with spark plugs on his tap shoes?
The Earth is round. Oh. Hello?
Hello? Just a second.
Yeah, that's a nice tent. Can we move on to your proof now?
Oh wait, did you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Earth is round because of gravity.
Can you prove that it is round before you tell me why?
Yeah, hold on.
Because there's no sense in telling me why it is something if it isn't that thing.
Why don't you believe it is round?
You just said it yourself. Believe. Because it's just a belief, so why should I? I don't believe in Santa Claus.
You believe in the flat Earth. The flat Earth is just a belief.
No, it's not. It's what I directly
Why?
experience. I'm
It's a
directly
knowing.
experiencing Santa Claus.
Yeah, it's an understanding and a knowing. It's observably flat and stationary and experienced as such.
Do you experience curve or rotation of the
There is scientific evidence that the Earth is round.
So you didn't answer my question, but okay, provide that scientific evidence, please, for a shape.
Okay.
That's a category area, you know.
Yeah, I'm just looking.
Can't wait.
Teacher, I'm in the wrong class. Shut up, little Bobby. You're in the best science class known to man. Keep drawing those circles. Yeah, but I want to go to art class to draw circles. No, little Bobby, you're in science. Science those circles.
It's going to show us some scientific circles.
I wonder what the cause of a circle is, and I wonder what kind of an effect it would have on your life.
Check the chat.
A cartoon ball. Awesome. So that's proof of curvature.
Fucking
Happy days,
perfect.
everyone. That's it. Close the server. We're out. We're done. I'm
Shut her
going back to
down,
burn a ball,
boy.
Todd.
So in what
Hold
way
on,
is
I
this
want to know. I want to know where I can
work?
stand.
Yeah.
Where can I stand on that spot where that guy's at, and then look behind me and see no earth? I want that spot. I want to look behind me and see no ball earth in front of me. That's what I'm looking for. The earth curve to actually make itself appear. Where is that spot?
If the Earth is
No, stop saying the word if, religious guy. Stop saying the word belief. You just showed us an image. Go stand on that fucking spot. Now look behind you, guy. No earth. Now, can you go stand on that spot, that same fucking spot on your globe, right? Because it exists on the map, that little spot. Go stand outside in reality. Go outside your house. Go show us where you can look forward and not see any dirt and water in front of you to prove you have a globe.
the globe is too big to be able to see that.
Do you see your drawing? On your drawing, you have a guy. On one side of your guy is an earth that's too big. Then behind him is no earth. It's space. And the thing that's not earth, which is in front of earth, which would be space. So now, can we see where there is no earth in front of us? We don't care about the big earth and behind us. We're looking forward. We're not looking behind us. We're standing on the big earth on the edge.
Like you're just, I don't know what you're saying.
Your diagram. Turn the fucking guy around the other way. Make him look at space. Now you go find that spot for us and you'll prove a globe, you fucking idiot. Where your globe stops is where your proof starts. You dumb fuck.
You don't need to get personal on it.
Where your globe starts,
I don't know.
your
what you're
proof
talking about
starts.
anyway.
Your proof
can see in the
starts
shadow.
where your
You
globe
can
stops.
see- You can see in
The curve
shadow
of Earth, brother, goes down from your feet, down that way.
Do you have any
Not
etiquette?
out into space. Do you understand?
Look at
Now, if you're looking at a boat and you and Bobby think the boat's going over the curb, you say, "Hey, Bobby, are you on the boat?" And he says, "Yeah." Say, "Bobby, don't look at me. Look behind you. Look, there's no earth behind you because you're curving on it. You're on the curve. You're on the edge of Earth, going down like an elevator." So where's that part?
The Earth is too big.
Too big for what? To not be horizontal? Where's it not horizontal at, Goofy? Where's it stop being horizontal?
If it's too big to tell that it's a ball, then how can you tell that it's a ball?
Exactly.
Okay.
Where's it a ball at? Too bigger?
Hey, can you let me talk? Because you just interrupt every fucking thing I say. So shut the fuck up for 1 second.
Yeah, I know,
Look at
too
the
big.
Look at the picture below. You can
Is the
see in
picture too
shadows.
big?
You can see that in the shadow below. It's two curvature. It's
In your cartoon images?
That shadow's not a cartoon, idiot.
The cartoon images are cartoons. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the picture I sent below it. This.
Hey, jackass, when your parents take you over to their friend's house, do you start calling their friends idiots and shit? This isn't your house, man. Fucking show some respect.
Yeah, thank you.
So what are you showing? Where's the ball at? I'm missing the ball with shadows on it. How do you prove a sphere with shadows? Do you have a sphere handy to show us what the fuck you're talking about? Or no?
No.
You don't have a ball to show how shadows work on a ball? What kind of class are you going to, brother? Retard class?
Damn. So you have no respect
So,
for anyone.
we're going to see how shadows work on a ball. You said shadows, right? You have no respect for a fucking sphere and how shadows would work on it because you don't have one handy. So when you learn how a shadow works on a fucking sphere and then get a flat surface right next to it and show us how the attributes of them you think fucking match or whatever the fuck you got going on or how they don't match, show us. Show us what you're talking about.
So what you've got there is shadows of people on the ground. Whoop-de-doo. So out of that, we're supposed to what?
Okay, hold on.
The only thing shadows prove to me is something got in the way of the light. That's all.
Yeah, because I got like 4 or 5 lights on my bathroom thing. You know, it's got like a bar of lights, and depending on what you put where, there's like 20 fucking shadows. And I don't think it proves my floor is a fucking sphere. So I don't understand what you got going on. The light bulbs are round. The light comes off in an attribute of a widening effect. But I do not think that that proves the mathematical attribute that my flat floor is a sphere. Oh, wait, it does. Holy shit. It shows my flat table's round. Oh, what cool math. Damn, how'd I get this round flat table? This horizontal ball. I'm just saying, brother, you can take a light source and a flat floor.
Oh, Demok, no way. He did not just post that.
The Professor Dave. I was hoping you'd come in here and like, Andrew, are you serious, dude?
What?
So you think that there's no answer to any of these questions?
I'm just not I'm not hearing them.
Multiple flat earthers posted in that video answers to every one of his challenges, and he just deleted it. He just deleted the comments. You could look at the comment section; it reads like a hot mess because of how censored the comment section was. Then on top of that, people responded with videos. Then, going through every single one of his things, and then now the professor. He's not even a professor. That's just his YouTube name. He made a second video about debunking flat Earth without science. He ended up throwing away all of science. This guy's been tranced so badly that other globalists have disavowed this guy.
He doesn't even want to go to Antarctica to prove that he lives on a globe. Don't you think it's funny that Professor Dave would need to go to Antarctica to prove it's a globe if he's already proven it's a globe? What kind of idiotic, retarded shit do we got going on? If all these fucking globers and Pythagoras with shadows for all this time proved it was a ball, why the fuck would in 2024 all these dudes, Mick Toon and all these people, want a fucking $40,000 ride to Antarctica to try to prove it? If they've already proven it millions of ways to Sunday. Apparently somebody's proof wasn't fucking good enough for their self. So now, their proof that they don't even fucking believe, their science they threw out, now they got to go physically go with some flat earthers to take a look at Antarctica because Nobody wants to go and do no real stuff except flat earthers to go to Antarctica to see what's happening. But to go to Antarctica doesn't prove the shape, and not looking at the sun proves the shape. And that's the funniest part to me. So all these dudes and all the people you put your fucking belief in, the cankles of midgets that you think are fucking giants of science, are distraught. In 2024, they all need to make a trip to Antarctica in a couple days to see if there's a 24-hour sun or not, because they don't know. So they don't know if they're on a ball.
You look at the second video you posted, dude. It's a complete fan fiction. It's about some fictitious character going home for the holidays and then getting to a beef with his family members over someone having alternative epistemology.
And check it out, it's a cartoon, which is nothing out of the ordinary for people
I
trying
wanna
to prove
ask-
the ball.
Yeah, religious people get real bad and crazy with it. You know what I mean? Globers of the religion, when the only question is, do you believe? Why don't you believe? There's something wrong here. We shouldn't have to believe that we're on something that is the fucking thing we're on. We should know that we're on a fucking ball. We should be measuring water to curve.
Let me guess.
Go ahead.
Andrew, you're an atheist.
No.
Wow, I'm stunned.
But I have a question for you.
Normally, when you see this idea where you start linking Professor Dave and getting into beefs with family, that's a hallmark, like textbook atheist.
So let me guess, young fella. Yeah, someone said flat earth and you went, I'm going to debunk this shit. You typed in flat earth to YouTube. You found Professor Dave and a whole heap of other these dumbasses. Why is it you didn't find any positive flat earth stuff? If there's so many people with anti-flat earth stuff, surely there should be positive flat earth stuff in the first place. Doesn't make sense that it's somewhat imbalanced, does it?
Because a minority of people believe the earth is flat.
Actually,
The
if
belief
it wasn't for
word.
the algorithm, these so-called anti-flat earthers would be dust to the wind, my friend.
Yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
Belief isn't required. If you believe something one way or the other, even still, if a minority believes something,
Doesn't make it right.
that works. I would rather side with the. You see how fucked up and crazy the world is? You got people who believe all kinds of horrible shit. I would
Right.
rather be in the minority.
And it's not even about, it's not about belief. Listen, a question, asking me asking you a dumb fucking question, or me believing something to be true without having the facts to demonstrate it to you, that's the problem here. If I come in a room and I have something for you and I'm going to show you guys something, my thing is not going to be coming here and ask you, do you believe something? If it is, it's just going to be a stupid question, because then I'm going to present my thing to you, the physical thing of my thing. And it doesn't matter about the word belief I just asked you about, because then you're going to go fucking home, and whether you believed or not, this fucking little rainbow unicorn in my hand I brought and showed you is a real thing, because it would be physically fucking there, right?
Okay.
So you don't have to believe in a curve, brother. We should be able to go touch it, and you should be able to say, here it is, Democ. See this horizontal floating fucking material? The curve drops away from it. It's water. We should both be able to go do that.
My question is to the flat earthers, do you believe the world map with the examples of land of countries, is that accurate or no to you?
Well, can you post it? Which one you're talking about?
Yeah, which map is the accurate map to you?
Let's see what you're talking about, because I could show you. Like, here, let me grab it real quick.
A map globe, but I'm talking specifically about the land.
Do you have a map of a globe?
Yeah, he posted the Mercator.
Hold on. Crit, I don't agree.
Yeah, Matrix beat me to it. Which one of these maps is correct, Andrew?
Yeah, I don't agree
Look at
that flat circle would be your globe. Do you? Do you think that flat circle the government brought you is your globe? Is your government a flat earther? That's
So
weird.
Then again, you never answered my question.
No, listen, brother. What are you looking at? You're looking at a flat circle of all the fucking land masses. Listen, brother. Listen real carefully. Fuck what accuracy is. Which map do you have that shows the land masses only where they're at correctly? Only the size they are correctly. Do you have that one? Because if you're showing us a fucking circle dartboard map, that's a flat earth fucking idea. You're not supposed to be showing us nothing flat. You're supposed to be showing proof of a globe spherical fucking map. And a flat map ain't cutting it with me, buddy. I don't know what
This
your how
isn't
your
about
mind
the Earth
works.
being round. I'm asking if you believe this map is accurate or not.
Why would I believe in a flat circle when I don't think I live on a flat circle?
So you believe the outlines of these like countries?
It's not a circle. I believe Earth is not a fucking circle. Yes,
That
you're
wasn't
right.
the question. I was
If you were,
you're not
that
answering the
map is a
question.
that map is a cylinder, not a circle. You're already in heresy by presenting that
I'm
map.
asking if you find the land borders of these countries are accurate or
No,
not.
they're not accurate.
Okay, so you don't
What are
think
they
that's
accurate to? What are you comparing them to say whether they're accurate? What
I'm
do I
asking
have
it's
to
a yes or
compare
no
them
answer.
to?
So is your answer
America,
no or
where's
yes?
your other Americas? Which America do I have to compare to the other Americas from fucking 1892 to the year zero to the first map that's ever been made to half the map to a portion of the map to the fucking from the made from scratch? Like, what are you talking about? What do you have to compare it to other than the cartoon you've been shown?
I'm just asking.
If I make you a treasure map and it's the only treasure map, it doesn't fucking matter. That's what you got, whether you believe it or not, whether it's right or not. That's the treasure map, right? It's up to you now to go compare the fucking shit and see if it matches that treasure map. It's not up to me. If you believe a map, motherfucker, you got to confirm it. And I'm just saying that I don't have to believe. If you look at this landmass and they say it's this far away, Democ, but the plane goes 5 times farther, then fuck your map. Something ain't right. If the map's distance and your distance ain't right every single time, something ain't right. If you don't have a ball, if you don't have a 360 map, a sphere map, setting all airplanes, all cars, with the little marker dot, it's digital. It rolls around. You put your spot on there, mark your dot, and then go wherever the fuck you want. You don't have that. You got a flat fucking phone with a little section of your fucking puny ass surroundings of a fucking 30-second area or 1 minute area where you drive, dude. You don't get the outlay of fucking shit. You get highways, you get runways, you get fucking borders. Nobody can go do anything outside the lines of this shit. And if you go too far outside the lines or on somebody's private property, you're going to get shot. You go to a country they don't allow you there, you're going to get shot. So who the fuck is going to go compare these lands?
Why do you guys care about the Earth being flat so much?
Brother, okay, if you don't care and we don't care either, guess what? Then it's just flat. Shut the fuck up. Why do you care it's a ball so much?
Damn,
We can say the same thing to you. We can say, don't ever say it's round again. We don't care about balls. Why the fuck do you care about balls so much? Tell everybody it's flat. We can flip it on you too, brother. Now,
We didn't seek you out, my friend. You came looking for us, right?
yeah, we didn't go to your classroom and force a book under your fucking second grade nose, did we? Or 3-year-old or 5-year-old nose. Or 7 and 10 and 12 and all the way to high school. We didn't force a fucking globe cartoon on you. Ever. We sit here and wait because we're measurers, we're plumbers, we're fucking engineers. We work on shit, we do shit, we're surveyors. Some of us are cooks. Some of us fucking work with waterways. Some of us work with cement. Some of us work. Dude, do you think we're fucking retards over here, dude? We measure the fucking earth as flat. Nobody can find a curve. You and I couldn't draw what an earth curve would even consist of. All the elevation that we see is on a horizontal fucking reference frame. I hope you know what that word means. That means that from fucking you, wherever you are, I can draw a line on the fucking wall, and that line on my wall is the same height as the line on your wall if we're both drawing a 10 fucking inch line off the ground from any reference that we would both pick, going up vertically from a horizontal base. It's going to be the same no matter from Australia to here to America to New Zealand. It's going to be the same 10 fucking inches off the ocean up. A globe is not that. So on your wall, every fucking human, when they make your house, they make your docks, they make everything based on a horizontal fucking reference. They don't got shit tilting and falling this way and that way and falling off plumb to be plumb. No, Everything's perfectly fucking vertical on a horizontal baseline. No buildings are tilting or converging or diverging. No plums touch each other and fucking start kissing. Matter of fact, they do the opposite. They go away from each other a little bit, is what we've been told. So nothing we can do can prove this dirt or water is a fucking sphere. The water is horizontal at rest, brother. How can you have water at rest on a moving planet? If you show me a ball with water on the outside of it while you're spinning it, the whatever they say Earth's spinning, 1,036 miles an hour, 66,600 miles an hour, 400,000 miles an hour, however slow you make those speeds, you got to keep doing it faster because they build up more exponentially through space. And then show us how the water and how the shit reacts. You can't. We can't either. We can't go get a little globe model and show you how the seasons or the temperatures work.
So why do you think the government and news sources, etc.,
Why do you think they wouldn't? When have they told you the truth? When has the government ever told you the fucking truth, dude?
A lot of times.
The government tells you the truth?
Yes.
So reporters that you can't be, that have to sign a non-disclosure agreement to be a reporter on that channel, and anytime you say the wrong word on that list, you're fucking out off air. So now what do you get to say again on the national television that they don't want you to?
Huh?
Who can you go to right now? Name me the government official you and I can go talk to get every bit of truth. I don't want no secrets held. I don't want nothing, no secrets held on what UFOs are. Listen to me, brother. Hold on a minute.
Statement that the government tells the truth.
You're saying they don't lie.
Blowing it into a proportion.
So give me the motherfuckers that tell us all the truth. I only want the truth. I don't want no fucking lies. You're asking us about a government that all they do is lie. You're asking us, why would they lie? Now, why would they tell the truth? Because now I'm asking you for any truth. Because if that's all the government fucking does is tell us the truth, why can't you and I go suit up and go get all the answers we want from the government? You getting the key card clearance first, or am I? How do I get your key card clearance to get all the government truth?
Hold on.
Which government?
About the only truth that comes from the government, Demok. If you don't pay your taxes, we'll arrest you.
Yeah, but
Well,
what?
I
So
want
you
you to
mean we
watch
can't-
something. Andrew, like, watch this. This should be something that should snap you out of it, okay? 2 minutes long. If you watch this, put yourself on mute, deafen, watch this for 2 minutes, it should answer every single question you just had for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, I haven't met any government, CIA, FBI people that tell any kind of truth to
I'm
anybody.
just gonna leave this because this is going nowhere. Have a good day, everyone.
Yeah, I'll see you later, nowhere. See you later, truther. Go get some more truth from your government. They'll show you flat screens or balls and stuff. It's okay. All your flat TV balls. Show some truth. I'll show as much respect as I get truth shown.
So, young Andrew, you believe you live on a ball, yeah?
Must have bounced.
No, he's still there. He might actually be watching that video, which would be a good thing. Maybe.
I think it's important for everybody to remember that any official that is representing or employed by the government entity, whatever that entity is under no obligation to tell you the truth about anything. They may be contractually obligated to protect the interests of the municipal corporation that they are working for. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, what is the national secret about? Like, what is a secret? Like, what is it? You know?
Can't handle the truth.
Yeah, it looks like he left. The Sinclair report bricked him. Well, I guess in the laughing emoji. So the laughing emoji combined with the Sinclair report, and he was done. He doesn't. Well, probably it says who also slapping the fact like they are not obligated to tell you the truth. Matter of fact, they will lie, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how their globe always falls flat.
I mean, you knew that guy was in trouble when his first post was Professor Dave.
Oh yeah, he knows all the good guys.
Why don't they have Professor Dave come in here? Why don't they say, hey, Professor Dave, the flat earthers heard us. They told us the truth.
Yeah, because we turned his little ball tart into a pincushion. That's why.
I'm saying,
Professor Dave's.
Cry. They should go cry to him and tell him to get his ass over here, right? Leader, go over there. Take him out, leader.
Well, that's what Professor Dave is there for. He gives them this sense of false confidence, right? Because he's very arrogant. He's pretty antagonistic. And so that false bravado carries over to all of his acolytes. And the acolytes come in here and don't realize that they've been fed a really hefty straw man. And as soon as we tell them, well, nobody here ascribes to the straw man that Dave gave you, then they don't know what to do.
He spews a lot of crap. He's an upside down mop. Professor Dave, he's dirty on top.
Yeah, it's like defend a disc in space or the Earth is a globe.
Yeah,
how about no?
Right. Defend my snuffleupagus, or else you are this thing, or this thing is your reality. Like your belief is like, why is it if and belief? And a question. Literally, bro, that's all we're ever going to get is a question, an if, or a belief. Why don't you believe? Well, if this, and I've got a question for you. That's fucking it.
A lot of their ifs questions are contradictions. If the Earth is flat, then, and they'll give you something they think makes it not flat. Even if they start their comment with, if the Earth is flat. So they're already contradicting their own logic, but they want to say it's your fault. Like how? How is it my fault that you have a logically incoherent question to start with?
They should be wondering where they're looking to when they look forward and see their own ass on a globe. They should be wondering, like, oh no.
Yeah, so Crit, the example is right. If the Earth is flat, how do we have sunrises and sunsets, which is totally non sequitur?
Which breaks their worldview. So they're saying if the Earth is flat, how is it not flat if it's flat? Based on this non sequitur, something else, like some completely random, incoherent point that breaks their worldview because that's how illogical they're being. Yeah, sunsets debunk the flat Earth. How?
Because the tenets of my religion state that they can only happen on a ball.
It's like the scarecrow if he only had a ball. If I only had a ball. Like for a brain, is put a globe inside his fucking head, inside his hay bale. If I only had a ball, I'd be smarter than everybody. These dudes are like the fucking Wizard of Oz. Every one of them needs a ball. They need a ball of courage, a ball of mapping, a ball of hope, a ball of measurements, a ball of physics, but none of them have one. Isn't that crazy?
I remember a time when people will join and say, everything is a ball. Why are we not a ball?
But would that only apply to the celestials, or could it apply to anything? If I see a lot of trees, does that mean I live on a tree? If I see a lot of cars, does that mean I live on a car? It's just asinine. It's just terrible, terrible logic. Nothing follows. You have to live under the delusion first that you are in space, very first, and that the things you are seeing are in space, and that apparently you live on something that is just like the things that you see in that imaginary space.
Hey, wait a minute, you. That's all I can imagine. That's all they showed me to imagine in this color and cartoon book. Why don't you just leave me alone? Because that's all they give me to imagine. That's all I can repeat, whatever they parrot and infuse in my brain, whatever they school and teach and like indoctrinate me with. So, like, if you don't like my cartoon school book programming,
So in the Bible, it says, do not make for yourselves any graven images. Now, a lot of people just kind of condense that down to, well, don't make any images of dead things. But if you dig a little deeper, there's this idea that not them as if are real or reality or something to be worshipped. So we have our entire existence, and we're being constantly bombarded with all of these images of things that aren't real, but are oftentimes told, or at least it's told to us, or we are given a rhetoric around those images that they are real things and part of your reality. And the concept or the image of space is one of those things. Interestingly enough, there are images of dead men printed on pretty much every currency that is circulated in the world, just as a sidebar.
He said, why would they lie? Why would the National Security Department of Defense Group, or the CIA, FBI, ATF, like, the fuck? The WHO? Why would they lie? They call themselves the WHO. Why would they lie? Same reason they'd call themselves a fucking 3-letter word. That's a question.
It's also an acronym for an international health organization. So it's not only a question, it's an entity.
Right. Like the Watchers. Must have been the WHO back in the day. That is weird that you get the idea that a light is watching you. Way back in the day, the Watchers. That's some crazy. Man, come on now. This shit got to be coming from some technological type fucking far off, you know. The hologram aspect, sending the frequency there, frequency back, like all the in between.
Well, in Genesis 6 and even in the book of Enoch, the story is that there were beings, interestingly enough, kind of like what we would have today, where there are lights in the sky that move, more like a UFO, the things that we can't explain, not just the planets, not just the stars, but actual beings that descended and began to cohabitate and intermarry and even interbreed with the women of the earth. So that's the official story.
What are you talking about, dude?
The Watchers.
What you say? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just kind of yap. So, anyone want to disprove the globe Earth model? Or?
Can you present it in the side chat? Can you put that model up for us?
Cool.
I've never actually seen this globe Earth model. I'm wondering if you have it and you could post it for us.
Yeah, it's a 2D image, and the Earth's 3D, but I'll do my best.
2D image. Okay.
So you can't, if you don't have depth perception, you might not get it, but.
So you even have a model that you're declaring that is not even sufficient to give us a 3D idea of where we live?
No, it's because the format I'm giving you is 2D. You need to see it in 3D to understand it.
Well, do you think you could give us the 3D one?
No, you
Or
need to
is it a
see it in
is it a
3D. That's what
mathematical
I'm
model,
saying.
or is it just like this paper mache thing that somebody just made up?
Yeah, I'm posting it right now.
Okay.
Okay, that's the globe Earth model in the chat there.
So you got a toy
When
globe, and that's your proof of we live on a ball.
No, it's not the proof. He just asked for the model, so I gave him it.
that's not a model, that is a projection. It's called a polar coordinate system. That's not the globe Earth model. Are you not aware of this?
That is a globe Earth model, though. It's a model of the
Okay.
globe Earth. So yeah.
No worries. So does this particular model, is it supposed to represent the Earth having a radius of 3,959 miles?
I'm not sure. I need to read it.
You don't even know the model that you're presenting?
No, I just searched up globe on internet, dude.
So you don't even know this is a globe model. This is just a picture of a globe, which is a projection.
No, it's a picture
So
of the globe Earth model, because it's a model of the globe, which is the Earth. So yeah, it's still a globe Earth
okay,
model.
so this is a paper mache model, and this is a downsized
I don't
model
know,
that I'm
man.
assuming it's scaled. Are you going to interrupt me, or I'm asking you questions about the
It
thing
could
that
be
you're
ceramic.
presenting?
That's all I'm saying. It might not be paper
Okay,
mache. It could be ceramic.
maybe it's, well, that looks like it's not even, that's a drawing. Oh, no, it's not a
No.
drawing. I guess it is an actual globe. Okay, so desktop globe, a polar coordinate system projection. Is that supposed to be a scaled down version of the Earth that you live on with a radius of 3,959 miles?
I need to fact check the numbers, but yeah, it's like a scaled down version of the Earth, and it's like a model.
Okay.
Because you can
Maybe you
actually
should
have
check to
it
make
code
sure.
size, because it's too big.
Right. Right. So if that is supposed to be a scaled down model, then we should be able to see geometric Earth curve on the actual Earth that matches that, right?
Yeah, you can see it on the model.
No. On Earth. See, if you say it's scaled down, then we can also go back to the Earth that it's supposed to be scaled down from and get radial values from the curvature that we actually measure on the surface of the Earth, right?
Okay, so see, basically, if you made that model really big, then it would be the same as the Earth. Obviously, not with like the hills and stuff. It would be flat, but it would be like the same,
Right.
pretty much size.
Right. Well, the claim is that the oceans curve at the rate that is supposed to be the value, the radial value of the Earth. So where is that curvature on the ocean, since they're following the contour
Why are you
of
talking
that
about radios?
particular radius? Radial?
Where's the radios getting in?
Radius? So you don't know what you're talking about. That's pretty.
You just said radio. I'm getting confused. Why are you saying radio?
Not
waves?
radio, not radio, radial with an L. You got to listen.
Right.
Are you listening?
No,
Okay.
I think you're just not pronouncing it right, dude.
No, radial. Yeah, radio.
You said radio.
No, I didn't. But anyways,
You need to pronounce
if you're
it
gonna,
a little more.
are you gonna just red herring? Okay,
You
are you gonna
said
red herring on
radial.
this? Are you
Come
gonna
on,
get
just
me the
fix
measurements?
pronunciation, dude.
All right. Anybody else want to talk to the troll?
So what I wanted to say earlier, that's not a model for the globe at all, because what I see there, that's you showing that you can wrap the projection of the map, our continents, on a sphere. That's not the globe, a model of a globe, because what I will find there, that will be a hollowed sphere, and you don't claim that. You claim that you have a nucleus, molten metal in the middle, surrounded by cooler lava than the middle one, surrounded by the surface that we are living on. That's not a thing that that I will be able to see. And also, you could put a topographical map on that sphere. It will be closer to that to the globe that you claim, but still, it won't be a model for the globe, the claimed globe, because you can't wrap water around the globe, because your globe is not paper on a blue sheet on the surface of our planet. Literally water, a liquid. So it's not a model, it's just a map projection of our continents.
Yeah, but it's like a scaled down model of the Earth.
It's not a scaled down model of the Earth. The Earth is not hollow. Well, depending on what I hear from the Globers. I never heard you claim you have hollowed Earth.
Yeah, it's not actually like real Earth scaled down. It's just like a ceramic, just to show you kind of the model.
Model of what? The maps drawn on
Of the globe. Some globe model.
It's not a model of the globe. That
Yeah, it's
shows
just to
only
kind of
one
show you the idea. It's not actually the Earth.
That doesn't show the globe Earth. That show you the map of the Earth projected around the sphere, wrapped around the sphere. So the AE projection wrapped around the sphere.
Yeah, but it's trying to show you that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
It's still a globe Earth model, even if it isn't made out of dirt and stone or whatever.
So when I will refer to that decoration, which is not a model, which is just a decoration stated under each one of them, when you read the tickets under that thing, you will read that it's not for scientific purposes or educational purposes, it's just a decoration. Per se, it's not a model, but I am not
Wait, no, can I just rewind there? You said it's not for scientific purposes, but it's not for educational purposes. It's the same thing. Educational and scientific are the same thing, basically.
No.
Dude, it's like us asking you for a model of a car, explain how a car works, and then you post a picture of a Matchbox car. That's what you just did.
Yeah, I think that would kind of explain a little bit how a car works.
No, we're talking about
Obviously,
a scientific model.
if I
We're
was
not
giving
talking
you,
about a toy model.
yo,
It's
I
like,
can't
how does
really.
Superman work? And you post a picture of a figurine of Superman. Just ridiculous.
Or asking how like horses work, and then asking how horses work, and then you post like, I was talking, you talked over me, so excuse me.
No, man, I was talking right there.
Yeah,
It's
no,
just
I was
funny. He
definitely
talking to me, so I was
definitely
responding.
talking before you. I was
And you
definitely
just
talking
butt
before you.
in there. You butt in that
100%
conversation.
talking before you. I know I was talking before you, dude. Just relax. So it would be like you posting up a picture of a unicorn and saying this is how horses work. We know unicorns don't exist, and
Yeah,
we
I
know that
muted that
it's
guy. So
dude. You're gonna get muted. Is he left? What happened?
And it's
Nah,
not a
he's still there.
working model either. It's not
Yeah.
working for anything.
Across your mic sucks.
I'm sorry. Hope it's better now.
That's much.
But do you understand the point that he's making and that I'm making and the other guy's making, right? So you've got something that's not even close to an approximation of what you need to provide, and you think they're equivalents. No response. Okay. It's funny how they just don't respond. It's funny how they just don't respond when they're asked like something so stark.
yo, so can somebody post like the flat Earth model or something?
What I just said
isn't a model.
Wait,
you know what
I'll
I just-
post it real quick. Yo, I'll post it.
You know when I just said it's funny how they don't respond when you make a point that they don't like, and then you just try and change the subject. We're not going to do that. I need you to actually answer what we were just talking about. Otherwise, we can't have a conversation. There's no conversation to be had if every time you lose a point, you just pretend it didn't happen and move on. He can do it again, isn't he?
Yo, there's
Should we do it
the
again?
yo, there's the flat Earth model in the
He's doing
chat.
it again, dude. We can't have a conversation with you like this. You have to stay
Yo, I
on what
posted
we
the
just said.
flat Earth model
No,
in the
you need
chat.
to talk about what we were talking about. Do you even remember? Do you remember the point that was made? Yeah, you can't respond to it. Dude, you do realise that because you're avoiding responding to the point that was just made, you are admitting defeat, and everyone knows it.
Yeah, you people come to us claiming that you have a working model that
We didn't come to you. You came
Yo, I
here.
didn't. Yo, man,
No,
it
no, no,
isn't
no.
him.
I'm talking to the
Man, it
Globers.
isn't
I'm
him.
talking to the Globers.
All right, okay,
I'm,
okay,
I'm a
fine,
flat
fine. Sorry.
earther, brother.
Apologies.
Yo, I came into
I'm a
here and I
flat.
said,
What I was
okay, I got
saying,
you.
I was talking. So he just didn't knew that I'm flat earther. I think he forgot me or something. But what I was saying, you come here claiming that you have a model and you're
No, I didn't.
asking
I
us
literally didn't.
to show our model. You come to us asking for to see a model because you people think that you have a model. You never asked your people to show you a model for your globe, but you come here to ask us for a model. But when we ask you to show you're putting to me a decoration that doesn't show anything about the geometry that you are talking about in reality. That
Yo, it
that
does though,
that
man.
because you don't claim that the Earth is spherical. You claim that the Earth is oblate, or no, precisely, you claim that it is pear-shaped, like that. It's wider under the equator, below the equator than the top. So it's like a pear-shaped thing. It show me a sphere that doesn't show the Earth at all that you are claiming. You show me something completely different.
Yo, I came in here. I asked for a flat Earth model. Somebody said post the globe Earth model. I
Why
posted a
the heck are
picture
you
of that.
asking
Yo, man, let me
flat
finish, man. I
earthers?
let you
No,
finish,
no, no,
man.
no.
No, I did.
Why are
I
you
let you
asking
finish. You need
flat
to let me
earthers
finish.
for a model? That's the
That's
question.
the agreement, man. The agreement is I let you finish. You let me finish. Okay.
The problem is,
I
Horse,
want, yeah,
there's
because
no one
I
direct
will
model
let
for
you finish.
anything. There's
But why
models
are
for
you
to show
asking the flat earthers?
electromagnetic fields. There's models to show local areas. There's models to show areas on scale. There's models to show a whole heap of different range of things. You're not going to walk in here and say, I want one singular model. Ta-da, thank you very much, have a nice day. If you think that, you're already a broken mind.
And when I want to understand why it is the first time you are asking that, because you heard that question very often when you watch YouTube videos about the Globers talking about flat Earth, when they tell you that flat Earthers don't have a model, and you come to us asking us for a model. Why you never ask the Globers for their model,
Because I already know their model.
knowing that
I
they
already
don't have
posted
one?
it, dude.
No, you don't. You
Yeah, they
didn't
do,
post
man.
the model of the globe. That's not the model of the globe. I told you that's not the model of the globe. Your
Yeah,
globe
it's literally called a
is not
globe, dude.
claimed to be spherical like that. Your globe is oblate spherally. It's wider from the equator than from the poles.
Right, and you want them to make a circle, a sphere, that shape. Would that make you happy if it was a little bit wider at the side?
I will still will have to understand because it's not a
Would you
working
accept my
model.
model?
That's a decoration. Because I will, if it is a model in front of me that can show me and make me understand the Earth, so I will have to see everything in it. It will model everything. It will, like the Globers say, they have a model that explains everything. So I can see the tides on it, and I can see the orbits on it, not the orbits on some pillars and some metallic bars attached to metallic bars. Some
Yeah,
orbits
but
with
bro, they
your
can't
model
show
is not
you.
showing day and night. Also, so it's just a
Yo,
map instead of a.
they can. How
So
how
do
do
I
you want
have?
them to show? Man,
Do
you
I
keep
have
talking.
just to take a map, put it on the table, and
Oh
tell you
my
that it's
god,
a model? That's just a
you're
map.
getting muted too, man.
Tell me, it's a question. Is it just when I put for you a map on a table and then tell you this is the model for the flat Earth? A map on a table, and you will come to me and put that map, that projection on a sphere, and you
Yo,
tell
so is
me,
it okay if
here
I
is my
speak or
model.
something, or you gonna keep talking over? Yeah,
Yeah, tell me,
idiot, man.
is it sufficient for you if I show you for example, I just taken
Yo, you
a
just keep
projection,
talking
even
to yourself, man.
I
You say a question and you talk to yourself.
yeah,
Seriously.
go ahead, answer it.
Okay, so to begin with, if my model was a little bit rounder at the sides, a little bit thicker at the sides, would you accept it?
Your model, your Earth doesn't have anything holding it from the poles.
Yeah, it does. I literally look at the picture
No, no,
again.
no,
It
it
does.
doesn't.
It's got two big
The,
pillars in the middle.
the Earth doesn't have a standing thing that will hold it into
Yeah.
space. You think
What do
that
you
the
want
Earth
it
has
to?
a
What do you want
physical
it to do?
bar, metallic bar, transversing it from the poles, and an arc just holding that bar attached to a base that it is on the top of a desk?
Yeah, I think it's
Is it the
impossible
Earth
to
that you
show
are
you
claiming in reality?
yeah, it's impossible to have a small model of the Earth because it's really big.
So what the fuck are you talking about? Why you are claiming it's a model if it's not
It's
one?
just showing you the idea of a sphere Earth.
Then that's you showing me an idea of a sphere, not a sphere Earth. It's not a sphere
Yeah,
Earth,
it's
just a
literally
sphere.
Earth. Look at it. It's got all the
No,
countries
not
on it.
it's not. It's completely 100% different. It's not a representation of Earth at all. That's a map wrapped
Yeah, so
around the
wait.
ball.
So
And I
make
told you,
people.
Can you define what Earth is? Define what Earth is, and then I'll see if
Yeah,
I
it
it's
fits the
asked
Earth.
you.
definition. Yeah.
I asked
It's
you,
Earth.
do I just have to show you an AE projection on a table to tell you that it is the flat Earth model and you will accept it without saying anything?
Yeah.
Okay, imagine AE projection on a table. That's a model.
Yeah. Post a picture of it.
Take AE projection, for example, even if I don't agree with it, it has 100%, but yeah, let's say it.
So can you post a picture of
Yeah,
it?
AE
Okay.
projection of the map of the world.
You can
Please,
post a picture of it.
I'm not claiming in my model. That's not my model. I've already posted my model.
No, you
Yeah,
didn't post it.
I'm not on my keyboard now, so I can't post anything. I'm telling you how you can find it, and it's easy to find a projection of. Just for example, you can remember the what's it is called the UN, United Nations. So the flag,
Oh yeah.
it is that AE projection.
Wait, but the last
That's
time
not
I checked, the Earth
that's
is
not
not
a
a
sphere.
flag, dude.
Yeah, that's I'm telling you what is an EE projection, and I'm just giving you the flag, and I think that you have the image of the flag in your brain, so to just see what I'm talking about, and you can tap and Google AE
Okay, tell me what
projection
to Google. Tell me what to
of
Google.
AE projection
Okay,
map of the world.
okay. Is that it?
That's all.
Right, okay. Look at the side chat. I'm gonna post it. This is the flat Earth model. Yeah, look at the
You've
side
been in
chat.
here. You've been in here asking us for a flat Earth model, and we said we don't have one, and then you want to present us one.
Yeah, he asked me to present one, dude.
No, you've asked you to present a globe model.
No, he literally didn't.
So what flat Earth model are you presenting? Because we don't have one.
Yeah, we should have the little globe that you can show airplanes, hot air balloons, and how boats, airplanes, and hot air balloons go around it, your little ball, live without tilting, dipping, or dropping. How they horizontally fly around that ball. Show us.
Yeah,
Bet
but
you won't be able to do that.
on the flat Earth model thing, we don't claim one. So I don't know why you're so why you've got a hard on for us having a flat Earth model. We don't have one. That I don't know how else.
I didn't claim it. It was the other guy that was asking me to post it.
No one here claims a flat Earth model, dude. No one
I
here
didn't.
claims
He told me to search up something. I searched it up and I posted it.
Yeah, that's not a model. I told
You're not
you
listening.
that's just a map because you just sent me a map around the ball. You didn't send me a model, and I told you if I show you a map, a flat map, not a map on a ball, it will be just a flat map on a table. Would you agree that it is a model for the flat Earth? So
Yeah,
that's
that
all.
would be a model for the flat Earth, I'd say. Yeah.
It is a map. It is a flat map. So if you consider maps being models, so if it is a flat map, and the 99% of the maps in the world are just flat, and the one rest of the 1% is like that globe that you are showing us.
Yeah, you just need a cartoon picture for proof of reality. Then we got all the cartoon pictures you need, buddy.
Yeah, we've
No,
got
it
cartoon
wasn't a
pictures of all sorts of
cartoon.
things. But
It
the
wasn't a
conflation.
cartoon. It was a real globe I
issue,
posted.
the issue is the conflation between map and model, isn't it? So if you think a map is a model, then unfortunately for you, that makes the Earth flat because there are way more flat maps than globe maps.
Where's your proof, dude?
There's no 360 map. Who travels with a 360 ball map? Show me that one.
Name you can just no, you
Yeah, you're cutting
virtually
out,
all of
dude.
them are
You're
flat.
cutting out. You're cutting out.
You can just name map projections all day long, and virtually all of them are flat. And the reason that they're flat is because they're presented on paper or on a computer screen.
Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make
there's
at the
no
beginning.
ball map. You fucking
Yeah, so
idiot.
so therefore maps aren't an indication of the shape of the ground, are they?
Yeah, they'll show you where stuff is.
They're all flat.
That's
How
not
could
why
that
that's not what
fucking
I said.
possibly map?
Wait,
No, I
Demo.
didn't really understand what
Wait.
you said. You're just talking a lot of baloney.
That's not what I said, though, is it, my guy? Yeah. So, no, you're not understanding basic things. That's a very different thing here, right?
Yo,
Right,
man, I
you're
went to
being
high school,
retarded.
dude.
But what I'm trying to show you, is that a map is not the ground itself. Okay, and you don't get that.
Yo, I went to high school. Don't call me retarded, dude. I went to high school, so.
Yeah, but you consider maps as models. You're confusing maps with models. A map is a map. And a model is a model. It's a representation of reality.
Wait, so can we define what a model is real quick?
So,
I think
sorry,
it
am I
would just
coming through?
make this.
There's many different types of model. There's many different types of model. So you got scientific models, mathematical models, physical models. Do you have a globe model that fits any of those descriptions?
Yeah, I'll post it in the side chat.
Yeah,
Post
that's
it
not
again.
possible.
Just in case you didn't see it, I'll post it again.
I'm driving, so.
Oh, okay.
That's not a model. That's a map. That's not a model. That is a map.
Hey, yo, can we
Your
define
Earth,
what a model
your
is and what a
Earth
map
doesn't
is?
have names in the written in the ground and the ocean like
Yeah, it's
that.
just a representation of it.
It's not. It's a map. And don't you understand that? It's just a map. Literally a map.
No, it's called a
So
globe.
now that's the 1% of the maps that we have. The rest, the 99% of the maps are all flat. They
Yeah,
are
but the
all
one I
flat.
posted is called a globe.
Why can't you say now that you have flat Earth models? Because you have flat maps. Because you are thinking
Yeah, I
that
accept that's a
a
flat Earth
map,
model. I said that
a
earlier.
map on a sphere, a map on around the sphere, you consider it as a model. No, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing
And
that
it's not even
if you had a
correct.
flat map on a bit of table or something, that is flat Earth, you know.
Sorry?
If you had like a map and you put it on a table, that would be flat Earth, you know. That would be a flat Earth model.
No, it's okay. If you want to consider it like that, so 99% of the existing maps that we use are just flat.
Yeah, but the one I posted is called a globe.
Remember, they showed you the a flat Earth model, one of the 99 models that we have. So you can call them model because you just have that misconception in your mind, that misunderstanding of and misconception between the model and the map. So you're mistaken one between the other. And you see it in your school when you were learning geography. They were
Oh, I didn't do geography. I come from Cuba. We don't have very good schools here, so we didn't do geography.
But at least the maps, you have maps. If you take a look for a map of the world, it is a flat map. So why today are you asking for a flat model if you consider maps being models and all the maps are
I
flat?
mean, I've basically had my answered, you know. I don't know why we keep talking.
He's got Castro brain. This is all starting to make sense. It's becoming clear.
Yo, why your mouth
Yeah,
breathing
Castro
is
brain
putting
here
me off,
thinks he's
man.
a comedian.
Yo, your mouth breathing is putting me off.
Huh?
You're breathing through your mouth. Breathe through your nose, dude.
Says the horse. Yo, Castro brain.
What is it, mouth breather?
What was that last word?
Mouth breather.
Try again. One more.
No, you already know
Breather,
what I
I
said.
think he says.
Yeah.
I think he
breathe
said
through your
mouth
mouth.
bereaver, like you're bereaving mouth.
Yeah, you breathe. You breathe
okay.
through your mouth, dude. Yeah.
You fancy yourself a comedian, huh? Castro brain?
What? Who's Castro?
Cuba?
Oh, yeah, that's where I'm from.
Yeah. So you think this is funny, huh? Castro brain?
From Cuba?
Cuba, that's what he told us, yeah.
I think
we
you're
kicked you
funny
guys
because you
off of
keep breathing through
America.
your mouth, dude.
We
You
wouldn't
know what?
even
Make
we
sure.
wouldn't even do business with you guys till like recently. And you fucking still think you believe everything America tells? Isn't that weird? Big boss man America. Fucking believe NASA or else.
Yo,
Okay,
you
little
swear a
Cuba.
lot. It's because you have low IQ. That's why you keep swearing.
No, Cuba's got the low IQ. They do what they're told. Apparently.
Okay.
All of
Whatever
Cuba
you
can't
say,
do shit
Mr.
unless
Swear.
big America tells them. Right?
Yeah, look at all Cuba's baseball players. They run to the hills.
Yo, don't you talk about baseball bad, my friend, or else I will need to intervene.
Yeah, you're a comedian, huh?
Yeah, fixed ass fake baseball. Fixed ass
Yeah,
CIA
this
Cuba.
is a troll.
Does CIA run
This
Cuba
is a
too?
troll, and it's weak.
CIA must run Cuba for you fucking retards to believe NASA. If I was a goofy
Yo,
fucing
dude, I
Cuban, I
finished high
wouldn't believe
school. I'm not a
anything NASA
retard.
said. No, high school doesn't show you anything but how to be a fucking parrot slave. So I'm
Yeah, they
glad you
gave
finished
you
slave school.
Castro brain.
No, we learned about the great
No, this
country,
is
Cuba.
Castro brain,
We learned
sir.
about the great economic
The great NASA.
socialism.
out.
Spit
The
what
great
out?
NASA money
Spit your
funnelers.
mom's pussy out?
Oh, Cope harder, but Cope.
Yo, it's just a joke, dude.
We just need a ball, brother, and you showing us how the airplanes fly around it without dipping or tilting their nose.
Yeah, this hack
with your big
comedy hour,
IQ.
it's gotten old, bro.
Show us how big your IQ is, and show us how
Yeah, I
you
already
fix
told you
this
I finished
puzzle.
high school,
How
idiot.
airplanes go around the
Castro
ball
brain.
without tilting.
Yo, I'm off breather. What you want?
Well, I'm sorry, I just can't go to the commie doctor and say slice my nose up.
Yo, they're not commie, they're socialist, idiot.
Okay. Splitting hairs.
Little NASA CIA puppets. Sounds like in Cuba.
Yo, the CIA is American, not Cuban.
You sound like the CIA talking about you live on a ball.
Yeah, really,
That would be
bro.
the only
Horse.
retarded group of people that believes that shit, or the retards
Now,
putting it
For the
out.
last time, I'm not retarded, I finished high school.
Yeah,
Yes,
they
you
gave
are
you
retarded.
Castro
You think you live
brain.
on a ball. Clearly, you're retarded.
Yo, did you finish high school? Everyone who finished high school, unmute and tell us right now.
Did this
Nobody
go
in
down
here
in
finished high
rehearsal?
school.
Hey,
Yo,
hey, Horse.
nobody in here finished
I
high
finished
school.
high school, yes.
Okay, that's
I
good.
finished high school.
That's good.
Yeah,
I
Horse.
even got a degree. I know.
That's nice.
Amazing.
You see, I can
Have you got
tell
a
because
degree?
he doesn't swear, so that's
have you
how I
got a
can tell
degree?
he's high IQ.
Have you got
No,
a
I don't
degree?
have an IQ, dude.
You don't have an IQ?
No, I don't have a degree. What you making up words for, dude?
Well, I asked you if you had a degree, and you said I don't have an IQ, so I was confused.
I don't think
Who
I
needs
did.
a degree when you have Castro brain?
We don't get degrees in
No.
socialist Cuba. We just everyone gets a degree basically. We just
Not if they
handed
don't
out
finish high school, they
socialism.
don't.
Yeah, I finished high school. I have a high IQ.
That is not the definition of a high IQ.
Would they get you guys all to breathe through your noses and consider it a success?
You do know that breathing through your mouth makes your breath smell bad and makes your jawline
Well,
bad.
luckily I
Makes
don't
you
have
fat,
that problem.
makes you ugly. Shut up, mouth breather,
Yep.
dude.
Luckily I don't
literally
have that
hear it,
problem
dude.
either. I'm
I can
beautiful.
smell your breath from here.
Well, you've
You're
got big
breathing in the dirty
nostrils.
air.
You can smell your big ass nose. Shut up,
So?
nose breather.
Yeah,
That's
horses.
usually a good thing.
Yeah, the equine in you is showing. So what is going on, Horse? Did this work better in rehearsal, or what's the end game here?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? What's the goal? What are you attempting to accomplish? Or are you just your Castro? This is just a Castro thing where you just yammer and yammer and yammer and yammer and yammer and pound your fist and yammer, grow a beard, yammer. Is that what it is?
My goal is to yammer and yammer and yammer and yammer and to grow
Goal
a
is to
beard.
yammer and then brag about finishing
Yeah.
high school.
Yeah, well, you succeeded. So what's your next goal? Mission 1 accomplished.
Yep.
So what's
Now
next,
I'm
Commie?
just gonna settle down and probably
Go back
figure
to the
out-
stall?
No, I finished high school. I don't need to.
Shove your head in a bag of oats?
Imagine your best brag being I finished high school. Like, what must the rest of your life? What must the rest of your life
Everybody
look
who
like?
finished high school,
If
unmute
your
right
best
now and tell
brag,
us.
if your best brag, yeah, I hadn't finished. If your best brag is I finished high school, imagine the rest of your life.
Yo, all I'm saying is there's like one person in
I
here
don't
that
know.
finished high school.
It sort of seems like he's given himself a trophy for breathing through his nose as well.
Yeah, it's
You're not
quite
the only person who finished high school here.
yeah. There's only like 2 people that finished high school. Me and that Shakarigabigos guy. Ah, but seriously, if you finish high school, still you need to
So what
speak up right
next,
now.
I reckon Bacon finished high school. Bacon seems bright. Yeah, I reckon Bacon finished high school. He seems bright. Seems like a clever guy.
Yeah, you're just saying that for him. He needs to say it himself, I think.
I just said it.
You think?
You said what? You think you finished high school, or
You're
did
a
you?
fink.
I just said it.
Who are you calling a fink?
I said I just said it.
Who are you calling a fink? I just said it. Who are you calling a fink?
I said I just said it.
Who are you calling a fink?
Yo, nose breather. Yeah, nobody here breathes through their nose. That's why nobody responded. Mouth breathers.
So what's next, Horse? What was after this initial
I think
gallop
I'm
of
going
yours?
to I'm going to yammer and yammer and yammer and yammer and grow a
Okay,
beard
good.
and
It
put my
sounds
fist
like some
down
other
and yeah.
people have come to pick up the baton. So good luck next time, Horse. Maybe you'll have
Maybe
some more
I'll
material. Yeah, it's pretty bad when Bacon is a more reasonable contestant. A whore is watching. A whore is watching. Sounds pretty reasonable compared to the horse as well. So, what's up? A whore is watching.
Wait, what did Horse do? Why'd you guys mute him?
What'd the horse do? He's yammering. He completed his goal. He was trolling. A whore is watching.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he thought it was clever.
Thing is, though, remember he also finished high school, so he's actually completed 2 goals.
Cuba, high school in Cuba. So.
Oh, okay.
About completing infant school, so I completed.
Wait, so you guys think Earth is flat?
And then I completed high school. Fuck yeah!
What's Earth?
Yeah, a whore is watching. That is the topic. Thank you for bringing us back.
But the answer is fuck yeah. So yeah, we can move on.
I mean, I'm kind of curious. I'm not on anybody's side, but I just want to, learn from both sides. I mean, what makes you guys think Earth is
There's
flat?
no sides here. I don't know
Well,
what you're-
yeah, you know what I mean, though. Like, I just want to hear what you guys say or what you guys think about it.
I don't know if I agree with that. There are sides. There are people who want to know truth, and then there are people who don't, right? And the people who don't want to know truth are more happy pushing narrative, right? And that's true of both the globe and the flat Earth as well. Like, but yeah, it depends. I think that the problem we have with a lot of globers is that they don't give a crap about the truth. They just care about pushing whatever they already believe. So
that's what I mean. There's not like a globe side, flat Earth side, forest versus forest, like red versus blue. The majority of the globe guys don't know anything about the Earth at all. Like, they have no concept of the size of it, what the experts say. Like their whole shtick is they saw a globe in school, like on the desk, a teacher's desk, and that's it. That's their full kit and caboodle.
I mean, there's photos of Earth from space, so I don't really know what else to say.
Photos of King Kong, there's photos of unicorns, there's photos of Bigfoot.
Well, yeah, but are you trying to say that those photos from Earth or from space are fake?
Trying. Those photos of Santa Claus are fake?
I've never
Yeah,
seen.
you're saying that those photos of King Kong are fake? Why would they lie about King Kong, dude?
Well, King Kong could be real.
Dude, why would they lie? They got photos of
There we
King
are. So King Kong is real and the Earth's a globe. I'm happy with that.
Hell yeah, unicorns and Lord of the Rings for everybody.
If you really want to believe it, you can.
You believe whatever you like. That's fine.
Yeah,
But it's got nothing
on a unicorn floating ball
it has
in
nothing to
space.
do with ascertaining truth, though, does it? Which is the point of the server. So,
well,
yes, you can believe what you like. And yes, there are pictures of King Kong. There are pictures of, I mean, as Demox said, I mean, Lord of the Rings, there's a whole bloody set of films. Therefore, walking trees must be real because it's on camera. We filmed it.
Hey, a whore is watching.
Yeah, what's up?
I've got a bridge in Brooklyn that I'd like to sell you.
You like what?
I'll give it to you cheap, bro.
You can see a picture of it.
A bridge.
A bridge book.
I got a bridge
in Brooklyn, homeboy.
He's got a photo.
Yeah, I can show you my ownership and right to sell it with a picture. Hell, just Google it. You'll see it. Brooklyn Bridge.
I can
I'll
show
offer
you a
you 20
photo of me from last year.
I'll give you 20 quid for it.
You gonna let them get that for so cheap? A whore is watching. Why don't you? What do you say? Can you beat 20 quid for a bridge?
I mean, I don't really
Sounds
want
like a
it. I mean,
deal.
just the bridge. I don't want it.
Oh,
Okay. Never mind then.
bargain. I'll take it.
Sold. You just witnessed the sale of the Brooklyn Bridge. A whore is watching. What do you think of that?
The
Is that,
lady
does
was
that sound
watching.
legit?
Well, I think that was pretty lame. I mean, it could have been something a lot cooler. What can you do with a bridge?
Set up a toll.
A toll. Yeah, set up a toll. Yeah.
You'll become a billionaire by lunch. Too late though. I already sold it. Anyways, bro, you can see and hear things are real and they not actually be the case.
Wait, so if the Earth is
I
not
get
really
it.
the globe,
It's a massive undertaking to even think about wrapping your mind around this whole idea that the globe is all myth, but that's where we are, right here.
oh,
Yeah, it may be too big for you to even enter into the thought of it. Sounds like it.
I mean, what makes you think Earth is flat though? Because I mean, the photos of Earth
Okay,
from
well,
space are
the
fake.
photographs show. They even call one of these pictures or photos, whatever you want to call them, the blue marble. You ever heard of that?
Yep.
Well, what makes it blue? The water, right?
Yeah.
But what do we know about water here in reality?
I mean, we haven't explored much of the ocean, but we know what it's made of.
Okay, yeah, but we've seen, yeah. You don't. I'm not even talking about the big ocean, the big basins. I'm just water at any scale. If you fill up a vessel, you'll see what it does at its surface. And they have everyone convinced that the water is curving around to form this blue marble. So, yes, it's as simple as that. Water seeks its level, but they've got us convinced that we're on a water ball.
I mean, there are other planets out there that are just made of completely water. You know, there's exoplanets.
Yeah.
Wait,
Like,
so is it
yeah.
Earth that's just flat, or
You
what's
sure?
up with
You
the
sure
other
about
planets?
that? You
Yeah,
sure
I'm
about
sure,
that?
dude.
There are these other. How do you know?
Yeah, it's an
How do you know?
exoplanet. You search it out.
How do you know?
Cause I've been there.
You've been to other planets.
Yeah.
Holy shit! We're
It was
with
a
a real life.
it's a prophecy. It was in my
We're with a
dream.
real life extraterrestrial
No,
guys. Bow
a
down.
prophecy. It's a prophecy, and you have to bow down to me.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So obviously you haven't. So how do you know?
I just told you. I've been there. There'll be these water
Yeah.
planets. Yeah,
What in your
hold on.
dreams?
Exoplanets.
Did you
Water.
chill with some hot alien girl? Like, what's going on?
No, aliens are kind of ugly, to be honest.
Oh shit! Well, fair play.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I
we
agree.
don't know what aliens look like, so.
I
Dude,
thought
come
you'd been
on.
to their planets. How are you telling me they don't know what they look like? Then you're telling me they're ugly.
Why
Dude,
would they lie?
your story,
about-
yeah, but your
Who
story
doesn't
isn't
even
adding
know
up.
what their UFO
You're like,
made out of?
alien birds are ugly. Oh, actually, I don't know what they look like. Okay.
No, I said we don't know. No, you guys don't know, but
What's a
I know.
UFO?
No, I'm gatekeeping it. I'm gatekeeping what they look like.
Oh,
It's a
You're
surprise.
gatekeeping UFOs too.
Yeah,
That's not very
it's a
nice.
surprise. It's a surprise.
How come the government won't tell you what UFOs are, but they tell you what stars are?
Oh no, they tell me everything.
Yeah.
So what's a UFO?
Have you seen how like
Unidentified flying object.
have you noticed how your attitude
That
has
didn't
gone
mean
from like
anything.
serious? Your attitude has gone from like serious to non-serious because you're kind of realizing now that you don't know anything. Like
No,
you don't know any of the claims you're making. No, serious, man.
I do.
This is real talk. Real talk. Yeah, real talk.
No,
I can
believe
tell
whatever
that
you
you're
want
like
to believe.
real talk. Real
Wow.
talk. Wait. Yeah. I can tell that you were taking it seriously up until the point you were getting destroyed, and then you stopped being serious.
And what point was I getting destroyed? I wasn't
Well,
trying to disprove that
at
that
the
Earth was
point when
flat. I
you
was just
jumped to
trying to hear what you guys
exoplanets,
wanted to say.
bro, you jumped out to exoplanets because it got
Well,
too
you
real.
told me that there's no water balls in space. There's water worlds, though.
Oh, brother, yeah, those are Kevin Costner films.
Who's that?
The star of Waterworld. What do you mean?
Dude,
who
there's
is
no
that?
way that
The guy
there's
with
no way
gills
that
behind his
the
There
average
ain't no
Discord
king
user is
of
gonna know
water
who the
worlds.
fuck
You
Kevin
can't be
Costner
the
is.
king of a planet. Dude, hold on.
King of the planet, that's Mark
Search up,
Wahlberg or King Kong.
search up exoplanet water worlds. You got TOI
Yeah,
114
dude. Okay, yeah, they're
52b.
preying on your just gullibility at this point. If this is the best
No.
evidence that you have that Earth is a ball in space, is this, bro?
Okay, well, I mean, if Earth really is flat and the water doesn't curve around, where's the water go? Does it just drip down?
From sea to shining shore. I mean, yeah, every ocean has a beach.
Yo, Aura is
Uh,
watching, or whatever your name is. Got a question for you, yeah? Look
yeah.
up on the internet, just Google Marneus Calgar, right? So
Can you spell that out?
Marneus. Yeah, I'm
What?
doing it. Marn. Yeah, Marneus. Marneus.
Okay.
And then Calgar, Calgar, right? Look up the Wikipedia entry for that guy.
It's a Warhammer character.
So, yeah. So, but because there's information on the internet about him, he's real, right? He actually exists.
I don't know, maybe. I mean, if you really want to believe he does,
Really?
you can.
It doesn't matter what I believe. He doesn't exist in objective reality. He's the figment of somebody's imagination within a universe that's rich with information. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you start Googling exoplanets, that's the same thing as saying Marneus Calgar is real.
Okay, maybe you have a point.
Okay.
Well, I mean, what other evidence is there? I might become a flat earther. I mean, you know?
But real talk, man, like, I get that you think this is goofy, right? And most people in here thought it was goofy when they first heard about it. And I would say probably I was one of the only people who listened to it initially and went, oh, okay, they might have a point. But I'm a bit strange anyway, right? In that way, I like new ideas. But a lot of people listen to this stuff and they're like, this is goofy as hell. What the hell am I doing? But then the people in here are flat earthers now, right? So I understand that you think it's weird, but when you start to look at the evidence for a globe, you start to realize that there actually isn't any. It's all just narrative, shaming tactics, and just made up bullshit. That's all they have.
Why would they make something up like that, though? That's kind of confusing for me.
Because they already believe it. A lot of people already believe it. It's like you are telling us it's a ball, but when I'm asking you, do you have any information that's actually verifiable that I can look at? You don't have any. You're not lying about it, but you do believe it.
I searched the proof Earth is a globe, so is every information there just a lie?
Yeah, a lot of it's just misunderstood things. So like a lot of it's a misunderstanding of optics. Other things are just assertions that what you see in the sky are physical worlds you can visit, which there's no evidence for. It's just people already believe it and they come up with stories to describe the things they see. It's really simple.
Here, I got something for them that maybe this will unfuck them. Here's the news of the day that I posted. Check this out here. James Webb Telescope studies dusty pancakes feeding baby stars in birthing planets. The James Webb Telescope has taken an truncated look at how pancakes of gas and dust feed infant stars and help them grow before influencing the birth of planets. Now, tell me you can make sense of that word soup. What's that telling you? What message are they trying to offer there?
Who, me?
Yeah, what do you think? What's your read of that? Dusty
Repeat
pancakes. That? Okay. James Webb Telescope studies dusky pancakes feeding baby stars and birthing planets. The James Webb Telescope has taken an truncated look at how pancakes of gas and dust feed infant stars and help them grow before influencing the birth of planets.
What does that mean?
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck they on about?
That's Crit's point.
Maybe it's just a metaphor. Maybe he's just.
It's not an actual
weird.
pancake made from made from pancake
Yeah.
mix, is it? But what Crit's saying is that it's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo that they just expect you to believe because it's in a science article.
Oh. Well, that's got me thinking a lot, actually. Well, I mean, doesn't the gravity hold in Earth's water?
Oh.
Yeah, you're teleporting again. Okay, you're looking. How about try this one here? Runaway failed star races through the cosmos at 1.2 million miles per hour. Citizen scientists have discovered what may be a brown dwarf racing through the cosmos at around 1.2 million miles per hour. Now astronomers want to know what launched it.
That's just a rogue planet. Some planets, they kind of just roam around.
Sorry, did you add a narrative to an already bogus narrative?
No, that was great.
No. Planets roam around. Oh, some. There's rogue planets.
Are you
The
lying?
solar system messes up. No, I'm not lying, dude.
Oh, so yeah, why are you asking why it's all a lie? Everyone just believes the story and they come up with their own little, like you did. You just attach you gave the thing another kick down the corridor. You just keep kicking the can, and they have everyone believing this story.
Oh, my bad.
No, I mean I'm not. It's not your fault. I was there too. I used to think that I was hurtling through outer space on a spinning ball.
Hello, how are you?
If I was any better, I'd be twins. But yeah, it's not your fault. A whore is watching. You don't have to apologize.
Oh, okay. This whole flat Earth thing just got me thinking a lot. Oh, it's a little confusing.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, I want to get thinking a lot about it. I got a couple of questions. What is the best evidence that the world is flat? I want to think about it. I want to think about it. I want you to give me things to think about.
You sound so.
I
The
want
thing
to
that
think about it. I want to think about it.
The thing that really strikes me about you is how sincere you sound.
I think he's here to save me.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
This guy is attempting to derail a legitimate conversation.
Oh, my bad. Should I not ask for proof of the flat Earth here?
Yeah, you're trying to derail a conversation by butting in.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know there was an active
Oh
conversation.
yeah, you are bad.
At least I get to hear a debate now, so.
Yeah, you'll hear him cope. But yeah, carry on.
Well, me? Oh, no, okay. If I'm carrying on then. Yeah, I just really wanted to hear what the best evidence for the flat Earth was. Please.
Oh, yeah, it measures flat. Yeah, it measures flat.
Yeah, it measures flat? Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, when you measure it, it's flat.
Okay, how do you measure it?
Why is that so hard? Hardware store, meter stick, level.
Hardware store, meter stick, get a level. Okay, I can do that, and I can find out that it's curved, right?
A laser? No, you can't.
Yeah, I can because over this mound that I just placed it's a curved mound, and so it's not laying flat, and the level is showing that it's not level.
That's not general curvature over distance, though, is it? You need that for a globe.
Oh, okay. So I can't go and just get a tape measure or like
but I didn't say
level
that.
from the hardware store.
Laser. I said laser.
Oh, I can get a laser. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what do I do with the laser? I have a laser. Now what do I do?
You shoot it over a partially frozen lake.
Okay. How far?
25 miles.
25 miles? Okay. What happens?
Well, the surface doesn't deviate from the laser.
Okay, so 25 miles over a frozen lake. It doesn't deviate over the laser. What does deviate over the laser mean?
I didn't say deviate over the laser.
Doesn't deviate over the what now?
The laser doesn't deviate over the distance.
Okay, so 1, grab laser. 2, put over frozen lake.
Partially
25 miles. Partially frozen. It matters that it's partially frozen.
No, I'm just being accurate.
Okay. Over partially frozen lake, 25 miles. 3, laser does not deviate. What is the terminology? Over
its target
distance. 4. Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
Can you show me this?
Yeah, sure. If someone wants to link it, I'm driving, so I'm not going to, but I'm sure someone can link the FE core test.
Okay.
Measurement 7. Would you agree that if I put a laser on a frozen lake and there was no deviation from the water, that would show that the lake itself is not curving?
If I were to put a laser over a frozen lake and there's no deviation over the water, then what?
Then that would prove that the water's surface isn't curving.
Potentially. Yeah.
Well, there we are.
That'd be pretty cool.
That's all you need.
Yeah,
That's all
why
you
don't we
need.
do it over why 25 miles? Why can't we go more?
Yeah, you do more if you can find a powerful laser.
Okay. All right. What's the most
Do
powerful
as
laser
many
that we
miles
can
as
get?
I don't know. Look into it.
All right, I'll look into it. Fantastic. Have you done this, by the way?
I'm aware of the test. I wasn't there, but I know people who were.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I'm aware of people who did a similar test and they found out that they actually had to raise the little
That wasn't with a
the
laser.
pine hole that they actually
That wasn't with a
created.
laser. That
It was
wasn't
with a laser. Yes, it was with a laser.
Wasn't. No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Yes, it was.
I'll show you one a little further.
They used the
They say
flashlight.
it's with a laser.
They used the flashlight. Don't,
No,
come
it was
on,
a laser.
Everyone in this room knows this test from the Netflix documentary. We all know it. They didn't use a laser. They had to use a flashlight because the laser malfunctioned. Everyone knows that in this room.
Okay, all right. Everybody knows it. Got it.
Except
Yeah,
for you.
you've been duped by
So,
low
so when
level.
it turns out bad,
Hey,
we all know it was
bro.
fake. Okay, that's fine.
And everyone also knows in this room, Jedi, please pipe in if you want, because I know you're more familiar with this than I am. But everyone else knows in this room that the Globers and the Flat Earthers who were there both agreed that it's not. It doesn't prove anything. They all walked away knowing that it was the result was null and void.
Unconclusive, yeah. It
Right.
didn't match either curve or flat.
It's funny that the Globers
Gotcha.
still claim
Okay.
that it's the flat earthers as well. They'll still cite a flat earther for curvature measurements. They've not got a globe guy who's measured the curve for some reason.
Oh, well, I'm not looking for, whether or not the Globers are correct. I'm trying to figure out if your guys' claim is correct right now.
There's some laser tests in the side chat if you want to look through those. We've got over 50 of them if you want to look through those as well, but maybe you should start here.
Okay,
Also,
wonderful. Thank you.
Also, no problem. Also, if you're going to be talking about the Netflix documentary, you end up with a radius of about 2,000 miles. Which
Oh, I don't watch TV, so I don't know what you guys are talking about with a Netflix documentary, but thank you for that. Appreciate
that
it.
would be
Well, the smartphone is the
test.
modern day TV.
Yeah, that
Bro,
would
if
be
you
the
don't watch
test that you
TV
brought up where they had to raise the torch to fit through the hole.
Bro, if you
That's
don't
what
watch
you're
TV,
talking
how are
about,
you
dude.
ever gonna
Woman.
how are you ever gonna see the globe if you don't watch TV?
What?
How are you ever gonna see the globe if you don't watch TV?
Well, if the world is a globe, all I need to do is look at the ground, right?
No, because when you look at the ground, it's observably flat.
Wait, but I just said if it was a globe, to see the globe, all I would need to do is look at the ground, right?
That's
No, but you
dirt.
can't see a globe when you look at the ground.
Right, so when you say see the globe, do you mean like see the whole globe all at once?
Well, no, but you
Yeah.
can just see curvature of the globe.
Yeah, I've seen curvature of the globe every time I go on a
Yeah.
plane. Yeah.
Oh my!
Have you?
You dunce.
Well,
Yeah.
according to the globe
Yeah,
model, you
I
can't
fly all
see
the time for
curvature.
work. I see it very
You can't-
often.
According
Join
to
the
the globe
club.
model, you can't see curvature from a plane.
No,
According
I
to the
can.
globe
Maybe
model.
you can't, but I can.
You're
Oh, no, you
delusional.
He's not listening. He's not listening to your cyclone. When we look at the
Of course,
mathematics, you're not high enough on the surface of the Earth to see curvature. Would you like Dr. Paul Larson, Professor Neil deGrasse Tyson? Would you like them to back our claim up for us?
I have no
When
idea
you
who these people are, and I don't care what they have to say in the matter.
That's okay. These will be mathematicians and scientists, dude.
Wait,
That
okay, so wait,
your
are these people
claim,
experts in the
my
field?
happy little friend, that would suggest that your claim is not verifiable, dude. Unfortunately, it doesn't.
Jetty. I'm just trying to figure out because I don't know
Right,
these people. Are
Jedi,
these
can you say my
people
name
reliable
correctly?
people when it comes to the shape
Sorry,
of the Earth?
before we continue, my friend, can you say my name correctly? It's Jedi, not Jedi.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Are these people
Can you
I
say it
should go
properly?
to for information on?
It's not going to do it, is he? Oh,
Yeah,
well.
get
Has
this
that
troll
one-
out of here.
This
That's
guy
it.
was very clearly triggered from the very beginning. He's doing his best
Yeah, that,
I'm not triggered impression.
yeah, that's what happens. A whore is watching was having a legit combo, so spastic artist has to show up.
Sad.
Okay, thank you for the unmute. I appreciate that. I'm not trying to do anything to get myself muted
who
here.
are you
I'm just
speaking
trying to
with?
figure out
Yeah,
who these
you're
people
not
are and
trying,
whether I
but
should
you're
trust
doing.
them.
No, you aren't. You
Well,
said
yeah,
you
you
didn't care
may
who
be
they were or what
trying,
they
but
had to
you're
say.
doing.
earlier. You said you didn't care who they were or what they had to say, and now you're trying to figure out who they are.
Correct. Yeah, you told me the names of a couple of
those two-
professors.
those
I
two
didn't.
things
I don't know
don't
who they
jive.
are yet. I need to know if I
Those-
should care about who these
yeah, but
people
those-
are.
But you already said you don't care.
Well, but apparently you want me to take their claims seriously.
So have you
I'm
changed
trying
your
to be in
mind?
good faith in this
Have you
conversation.
changed your mind? Are you wasting our time? What's going on?
I just told you what it was. Do I need to repeat myself?
Yes. Well, you don't need to
will you
repeat
listen?
yourself. What you need to do is answer the question as it was presented.
I
So
did, but you
you're
didn't hear the
clearly
answer. So should I
flip-flopping.
repeat myself?
You didn't answer the question I asked. You answered the question you wish I'd asked, which is not.
I'm not trying to be rude. I can't hear him because he's
So-
rebutting out.
Did anyone else have problems hearing me?
Yeah, you're
back now.
I think you're all right now.
All right, kind. So the question is this: have you changed your position because you originally said you don't care, and now you're saying you're trying to find out who they are and that you do care?
Yeah, it
Or
was
at least you'd
stressed
like
to me
figure
that
out.
I should take these people's claims seriously. So yeah, I changed my mind. I'm
So
trying
the
to figure out who they
okay,
are
fantastic.
now. Yeah,
Fantastic. Let's move on.
yeah. Well, we can move on to having you tell me who they are and
of-
whether or not they're reliable sources for the shape of the Earth.
Tyson is a
What
scientist.
was that guy's name? Neil deGrasse Tyson? Should I
Yeah, he's
listen
a
to him on information for the shape of the world?
Well, probably not. But
Oh, probably not. Then why are you citing him? Well, if I shouldn't trust him for this info, why should I trust him on that?
because people who believe the globe consider him an expert on that subject.
Mhm. Well, I don't consider him to be an expert on the subject because I don't know who he is.
So, can you give me names about those people who made you believe on the globe?
I don't believe in the globe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Why
figure
you
out what the
lying,
proof
bro?
is for the
Why
flat
you
Earth.
lying? Why you lying, bro?
What do you mean?
You're a glober.
Why the fuck
do you mean?
lying?
You're a glober.
I don't know what you mean.
He's lying.
Believe the Earth is a spinning ball.
Stop
because
Wait,
fucking
Cyclone, what do you think the
Alright.
Earth is?
You
He
just
thinks
said you
the
saw the
globe
curve.
did not.
You just said 2 minutes ago you saw the curve.
Wait,
from a
Cyclone, what do
plane,
you
and now
what shape
you're
do you
not a
think the world
glober.
is?
Now let's explore your little lie here.
No,
You
I just
said
think that
2
you're
minutes ago
lying.
You saw the curve from a plane, but now you're not a glober. In your triggered mania, have you forgotten what you said 2 minutes ago?
No, of course not.
So how come it's not a globe, but you saw the curve?
Wait, the
Explain
curve? Wait, is there only one shape that has a curve?
So what shape are you claiming it is that you saw from a plane?
Well, I have no idea, but I see a curve.
You saw a curve,
Yeah, it could be S-shaped for all I know.
but it's not a ball. You don't
It could be
believe it's a
S-shaped.
ball, but you don't believe it's a ball.
Goofball.
It could be S-shaped. I don't know.
You're so triggered, bro.
I just told you that
Why
I
are
see
you
it.
this triggered?
I don't know what shape
Why are
it
you
is.
this triggered that you can't even almost be and have a you can't even almost have an honest conversation. Even
Wait,
with
Cyclone,
yourself.
I'm sorry. If a curve exists, does that therefore require a sphere,
Curve.
a globe,
You
a
don't have
ball?
any curve. There is no curve, you silly child.
Okay, well, answer the question as it's asked, please. Thank you.
Yeah, there is no curve.
If
That's
something
your
has a curve, let's say I'm
fantasy.
writing with a pencil
That's
and
your
I'm writing
fantasy.
something as a curve.
Get
Is the
this
only
troll out of
shape
here.
Evidence
possible?
for a curve? Why, you got some evidence for a curve or something you gonna share? Little retard. God, it's so annoying when they're so triggered that they can't even almost have an honest conversation.
I'm still just trying to figure out if the only shape possible for a curve is a sphere. I'm just trying to figure that out.
if
Cope harder, bro.
you can cope forever about your spinning ball fantasy. We get it.
So Cyclone, is the only shape possible with a curve a sphere? Or are there
The
more
sphere
possibilities?
is the sphere is what's being taught by the mainstream in schools. So that's what we're trying
To,
to
to
verify.
quote somebody else, you need to answer the
Right?
question you're being asked instead of the one that you wish you were.
No, you need to
Yeah,
settle
go on
down,
mute. Go
stop
on.
being a little pussy, and actually have an honest discussion. Can you
I'm
do
trying
that?
to have an honest discussion. I'm trying to honestly ask you: Is the only
So we're
shape
talking about the
possible
globe.
that a
We're
shape
talking
can
about
have
the
that is
globe.
curved a
We're talking about
sphere? Is that the
globe.
only possible shape?
All right, what shape are you claiming?
I'm not claiming anything. I don't know. I've told you very clearly I don't have any opinion on this 5 times now. I am trying to figure out
I
if
will.
you think there's more than one possible shape that has a
So
curve.
what evidence?
Let me help you on that.
Oh my
So,
god.
Cyclone, let me help you here. The answer is there are, of course, multiple shapes that have curves.
No.
Do you want to take that stance, or?
You're such a
When you
liar,
are
dude.
looking for,
Such a liar, dude.
when you are
I'm lying. I'm lying when I say there's multiple
You're
shapes
a
that can have a
child.
curve.
You can't even evidence a curve, bro. So why are you even doing this?
Why am I doing what?
Just to help you
Why are you
stop
talking
being.
about a curve that you've never observed and you can't evidence?
I'm talking
And then
about
saying,
I'm talking
I'm
about
not
the
talking about
potential
globe, I'm talking
shapes
about
that
a curve.
Do you
You
want
don't
the
have
answer?
curve to be a
Do you want
curved
the
shape.
answer?
No, just embarrass yourself further.
Yeah, so
This
do you
is
want me to
fine.
answer the
This is
question, or
fine.
are you just speaking to yourself?
No, just keep embarrassing yourself. This is fine.
Okay, so notice how he's completely
what curve
refusing
is
to
there
engage in the
did you object?
conversation. Just pointing that out to
Well,
everybody in the
why
room.
would we engage with an obvious triggered
Of
liar?
course, why would you engage?
You're a
I also
triggered
wouldn't.
liar. You've already lied. You've already embarrassed yourself. You said, "Oh, I saw the curve from a plane, but I don't think it's a ball." You're a child.
Yeah. Dude, you are being very obnoxious right now, because we all know that the globe, quote unquote, experts all say that you can't see a curve from a plane, and they all believe in the globe, and yet here you are claiming whatever you're claiming and saying that, oh yeah, I can see a curve from a plane, bro. Well, you're the only person who thinks that, because no one else thinks that.
Okay, wonderful. Let's say I
Astrophysicists
trust my
who have
own
done the math.
observation over the quote-unquote experts. How about that?
You actually didn't see that. You're just making that up, and we all know that.
No, I'm not. Of course not.
Yes.
If you say so. I just think that it's really funny how when you're asked basic questions about possible.
That's why this is frustrating, because we all know that you're lying. We all know that you're lying, and it's a waste of everyone's time. And I wish you would just get off the lie. You know that you haven't seen curve from a plane. We know you haven't seen curve from a plane. Why don't we get onto something real? Because this is bullshit.
Well, I know that you don't know that. I'm sorry. Let me take that back. I know you know you're LARPing about the flat Earth thing. You know you're LARPing about the flat Earth thing. Why don't we stop the flat Earth LARP and get on with something more productive?
Well, that's bullshit as well.
Well, of course it's bullshit. I agree. So let's get on with something real.
What you just said is bullshit. Yeah.
Of course it's bullshit. You guys believing in the flat Earth is lie. We know this is just a meme.
So why does it trigger you? Even if we are
trigger me, I'm having a lot of fun right now.
You're in here.
It's all entertainment, baby. I'm making fun of you guys.
Yeah, of course it is. No, you're just literally embarrassing yourself.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, you're just embarrassing yourself.
Listen. Is it really embarrassing myself if I don't care about your guys' opinion whatsoever?
You do, or you wouldn't be here. That's why you're here. You care so much. You come here and try to.
The only reason I would be here is if I cared about your opinion. I couldn't come here to have fun by making fun of you. That's impossible.
You are not doing something.
Okay, if you say so.
Someone doesn't care.
Embarrassing yourself.
You know what's funny is that your time is so valueless that you spend it arguing with people who you can't possibly convince.
It's also too like if you wanted to make fun of flat Earth, you'd have to learn what it is first. You're not even over the target yet. You're out there like bombing the back nine, wondering why nothing's landing. You just exposed all you did. You did was expose yourself. You answered the question.
Great. He is
why they would lie.
Great. He is contradicting himself by himself. So he said that he just have to check the background of those who are giving us the data when you were talking to him about the Neil deGrasse Tyson and those things. And now he just said that he trusts the experts, quote unquote, the expert. There is no expert in your paradigm that you trust, and if I ask you to give me those the names of those experts, because you had to check their background to believe their information, that's what you said, and give me the information that they said that they don't know the shape of the Earth. It's not sphere.
Yeah,
See,
he
he
also
says flat Earth is dumb, but he's so triggered and incapable of evidencing a globe that he tried to pretend he doesn't even believe in the globe, so that he wouldn't have to talk about it. That's how much
Yeah,
of a triggered pundit
exactly.
he is.
yeah, he answered the question why they would lie. That people will lie for entertainment purposes. So is it that really that much out of a reach and say, hey, NASA can't lie? He just demonstrated they will lie. If they
Yeah.
believe like he is, if they have the same sort of epistemology, they'll lie for really no reason at all.
It's
Just
just a
because you were
self-soothe.
scared, just because you were scared from some bunch of guys, just bullies, you just denied your wife and you said, I don't know her. Just because you were scared. That's what you did with the globe. You just dropped the globe just because you were scared.
Yeah, let's get back to
That's
Horse
all
Guy
right.
because I got another good article for him to look at here. Vampire
Yeah.
black holes creating cosmic particles.
And if I may quickly, even if we were to extend this guy an olive branch and not assume he was lying, he's just misled like most people, thinking you can see
No, he's a
curvature
liar.
from the plane. Yeah. I get that, but we can't read people's minds, right? So if we do give him that sort of flexibility, which I'm less inclined to do, but if we do, right? He says he's seen curvature from the plane. He's not even willing to entertain the possibility that he, has been misled by what he sees, right? Which is what a lot of people on that side claim we are, right? Like, oh, you can't trust your eyes. It looks flat, but oh, you can't trust your eyes. We know better,
No, but he also
I
said
mean,
that curve, he doesn't think that curve is the curve of a ball. And he thinks it might be some other shape that he can't define.
well, at least he's thinking,
So he's just British. No, he's not.
Yeah, well, I mean,
He's
he's got part of it right. It's curve of something else. Is it the physical shape that he sees in through the glass plane that's actually bending, or is the thing he's looking through influencing his perception of the thing bending? He's got one step in that direction, but he's too brick to see it through. It seems.
Yeah, he ran away.
Of course he did. He was shaking
Yeah, no.
as soon as he arrived. You could hear it in his voice. Guys like him, you can tell they hover over the chat sweating for a minute and then they decide to join.
Ataca la torre.
Yeah, go back to the other guy.
He left too.
Oh, there you go.
He said that he saw the curvature from the planes and then he dropped the ball under the bus because if you saw the curvature from the plane, you saw the surface of water curving. If we assume that that curvature that you saw is real, not due to the window of the plane, we just suppress all of that. That will be the surface of water. It won't be curving another direction somewhere else. If you saw a curvature that will form a spheroid, no matter what, because it's water, it won't just go somewhere else and it will rise up, then recurve again down to see it with another plane if you are in that other place. No. If the water is curving, it will just follow that same arc. He were thinking about seeing a dry land, a complete 100% dry land.
Ya lo que es jodienda con los minions.
Hey, Gems, you hot micing?
Oh, my bad, can you? Yeah, let me. I am hot micing.
It's just so pathetic. You can tell before they even speak, they come in with some like Trump name, so you know they've been spiraling over politics for like 8 years.
Yeah, that's the best part. They probably were in some sort of like debate, bro. VC got wrecked, and then before they log off for the day, they gotta get some sort of win to like balance out their ego.
Yep.
That's TDS for you.
glitches. Amber, you here?
I saw a hilarious meme from Poland.
What is the meme?
Like, Embo, I saw this meme where it says Polish men under capitalism, and it shows like some e-girl playing the video game, and it's like Polish men under communism. It's like some astronaut dude, some cosmonaut. I was gonna save it, but I don't remember what I saved it as.
Yeah, it's true. That there's a lot of degeneracy that comes from the influence from America that came to Poland after the fall of communism. Yeah, I can confirm that before there was capitalism in Poland, all of the men in Poland were like gigachats, muscular, attractive. They were all flying to space. And then when capitalism came, all of the men in Poland became femboys.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess you got the gist of it. I can't remember what I saved it as, but it was super funny. It just demonstrates that.
Yeah, there are also similar memes, but about the Western Poland versus Eastern Poland, where the Eastern Poland, like closer to Russia, is the one where with the muscular guys, the traditional like Catholic people, and then the Western Poland is like femboys.
Like, this is a picture where it showed. It's like, yeah, like Eastern or Western Poland, a femboy. Eastern Poland, and the picture of this guy.
Yes, basically. He's the Polish gigachad. And that guy is also a flat earther. He said that the earth is flat in an interview. So this is how average flat earther in Poland looks like.
Yeah, and the fanboys are all globers. That's weird.
Yes, exactly.
Almost like there's a correlation.
Yeah, it works on multiple levels. And I gotta remember how I saved it as.
Because the biggest fanboys are always hardcore globers.
They stick a wig on and go on modern day debate. Is there any new globe evidence, Embo? I guess not.
Yeah, recently there has been a hurricane near Florida. I guess that's a new weather phenomenon, so that would count as a new globe evidence.
How would that be globe evidence?
Because they formed due to the rotation of the Earth.
Which way is the
I didn't
hurricane
know that.
going, though? Did you look at that?
It's going from right to left. In the perspective, like where the north is at the top, like in traditional maps, it would be going like counterclockwise, from the right to the left.
Yeah, I looked that up again. It started in the Gulf and it's going left to right.
Right, I had a video from a GLOW satellite of the eye of the hurricane somewhere.
Yeah, it started in the Gulf in the west and it's moving east.
I just posted the video, you can take a look. This is the footage of the hurricane, and this is the direction in which it's going.
That's the direction it's spinning. Look at the direction it's traveling.
Yeah, I've heard it's traveling from the east to the west, the entire hurricane.
No,
if
no.
you mean that.
West to east. It started in the Gulf. It'll be hitting the west side of Florida.
West to east.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Didn't know that.
So that's why when people cherry pick individual data points, use all the data points. Every single thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're calling it like the storm of the century. Like this is so rare and so unique that it breaks the model. So they say, oh, well, it's just really rare. It's a storm of the century. This only happens once every 100 years. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. So the Earth just changed directions at this point? Like, how do you explain this?
Because of gravity, the storm was going faster than the rotation of the Earth.
I don't think the claim that hurricanes are caused by the rotation of the Earth implies the direction in which they have to be moving. I've only heard the claim being made in the direction they are spinning.
Why would it affect one, not the other?
No idea.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense.
I'm not a meteorology guy.
Yeah, but you were using this as a globe proof, weren't you?
Yes, and I use my arguments in the limits of what I know.
Yeah, but Crit just showed you that it's not doing what it would do on a spinning ball.
But he didn't show why it would do that, he just claimed it would.
Well, neither did you. You didn't show why it's doing what it's doing, you just claimed it due to a rotation of Earth that you don't have.
But if he's doing the argument, then the burden is on him. I don't have the burden in order to show his argument is wrong.
No, it's
my argument was about the direction of the spin.
Yeah, the storm. The direction of the spin of the storm. Crit was also talking about the storm.
The path it takes. If the Earth is moving that direction, east to west, to give us a deflection of the storm, then why is it moving the opposite direction?
I think the Earth is moving west to east, not east to west.
No, I mean from our point of view, not from a celestial point of view.
if from our point of view, the Earth isn't moving because we are on the Earth. Same way as the merry-go-round isn't moving from the perspective of someone on the merry-go-round.
Frames again.
So, what evidence do you have that the Earth is rotating to begin with?
I just said the direction of rotation of the hurricanes and just the fact that there are hurricanes at all.
Right, that's not evidence that the ground is rotating.
It is though, because that's the explanation that can explain it.
That's circular reasoning, bro.
How
It
is
isn't
it? How do you
circular
link
reason.
how do you link the two?
It would
How do you
require
even
some
know there is a rotation to link it with? How do you establish that there's a rotation to begin with? That was the question.
because I see
To
the
then
effects of
say
the
it's
rotation.
causing what rotation though? You can't say you see the effects of something that you don't know is happening. You have to demonstrate that it's happening.
Yeah, the demonstration is the observation of the effects.
Circular reasoning, like someone just pointed out.
Yeah.
How is that circular reasoning? You use the same reasoning when you say that there is a container. You don't need to point out the observation of the container. You say that there are effects that we
Necessary
would predict.
antecedent relationship, then, right? So you're claiming a necessary antecedent relationship.
Yes, exactly. I claim that the hurricanes, the antecedent to hurricanes is a rotation of the ground.
But you've got no evidence that there is a rotation of the ground.
Yeah, the hurricanes are the evidence. Because you
No,
cannot...
that's your claim. You just said it's the claim, remember? You said, I claim that.
Here, read this right here. Typhoon Vami. Typhoon Vami proved an exception to the rule. It spun up 150 kilometers north of the equator, much closer to Earth's midriff than recorded. NASA researchers found the combination of topography and meteorology, rather than the Earth's rotation, helped jumpstart the cyclone. Also, if you try to apply these same rules, you've got breaks in the physics right here on Earth. But even look at the storm on Jupiter. If what you say is true, what directions does the storm on Jupiter rotate?
The big one?
Yeah.
I think it's counterclockwise. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, and what direction should it rotate?
Counterclockwise.
Because, yeah, it's where is it though?
I think it's south of the equator.
Yeah, so what direction should it rotate?
Counterclockwise.
Okay, so okay. So on Earth, what direction do storms rotate?
Depending
south.
if you're talking about cyclones or the anticyclones.
South of the equator, what direction do they rotate?
North of the equator, the anticyclones rotate clockwise and the cyclones rotate anticlockwise. And south of the equator, the anticyclones rotate counterclockwise and the cyclones rotate clockwise.
Okay, try again.
No, this was already my answer.
Use the image you posted. What direction does that is it spinning?
Counterclockwise.
Okay, and that is in which hemisphere?
North.
Okay, so if it was in the southern hemisphere, what would it do?
It would rotate clockwise.
Okay, so now you've got storm, this typhoon Vimy. Which direction did it rotate?
Typhoon Vimy, no idea.
Well, it's on the equator. In which direction did it rotate?
No idea. I don't think storms can happen on the equator, at least like the circular
It just
ones.
said so, yeah. Not only did it start the equator, it crossed the equator. It went from south to north. So if you have a storm on Jupiter, it spins the same direction, supposedly as Earth does, and it's faster. It spins faster. So would your effect be amplified or reduced?
I just checked and it formed about 100 miles from the equator. So from the equator, so it would be spinning clockwise, I guess. Because it's so from the equator.
And then what happened?
What happened? No idea.
Then it crossed the equator. And then what did it do?
Cross the equator?
Yeah, it crossed the equator.
How do you know that?
Right there, NASA research found the combination of topography and meteorology.
Embo, he had his script, but then you gave him an example that's not on his script, and now he doesn't know what to say.
Yeah, it's also the script, like if you use a heliocentric model, all the physics can remain the same. So inside their worldview, they fucked up. They presented you a storm that spins counterclockwise that's south of the equator on Jupiter. You done fucked up. You presented a contradiction.
Jupiter's upside down, you see, that's why.
Sorry for but only half the time.
To be honest, I haven't. I didn't know about this particular example of a storm.
I'm gonna stick the Australian flag in Jupiter.
Yeah.
Just Aussies.
We know that you don't know, but you don't know that you don't know. That's why these conversations always happen.
It's because someone told you this is the way it works, and you didn't look any further. You just believed them. If you had done even surface level research, you would have found contradictions cited by NASA themselves. And they told you the variables were not the rotation of the Earth. The variable was topography and meteorology, not Earth's rotation. Someone to come in here and say the only force that would make storms spin the direction they spin is the rotation of the Earth called the Coriolis force, and you start just dropping example after example after example. At some point, you've got more black swans than white swans. You're gonna have to say, check this out. You know, here's my white swan that debunks all swans are black. You have to start back over. Back to...
Not a necessary antecedent relationship then.
Yeah, they're complete opposite. They're independent of each other. Or they're physics that don't match. The physics on Earth are non-repeating physics, which is another problem for your model because you said physics were universal.
Cox said that nothing can be used to, like, according to Einstein, he says that nothing can be used. Nothing observable can be used to determine the motion of the Earth. That was the dilemma, was what inspired Einstein's theory of relativity. Even in the interview where Brian Cox says that, he gives the examples. He's like, drop a ball, swing a pendulum, doesn't matter. It's all out the window.
It's not even just as bad as if storms then globe, storms therefore globe, as a logical fallacy. because he's actually saying if storms rotate in this particular way that I'm claiming, then globe. Storms don't rotate in the particular way that I'm claiming, therefore globe.
What he's saying is actually worse than a fallacy.
Yeah. A multi-layered fallacy. Because when he proves himself wrong, he still continues to his conclusion. Like begging the question for the phenomena that you're trying to beg doesn't even exist and has been proven not to exist in the way that you claim.
That's classic Embo, though, isn't it? Just carry on regardless.
So why don't we ever see hurricanes cross the equator on Earth?
They do.
Do you have an example of one?
Right there in chat.
That's not the best question. The best question is why don't tornadoes go up and down curves? Now I'll say that. I'll say that again. I'll say that again.
I'm looking.
Why don't tornadoes dip down into curves?
So, what was an example of a named hurricane that crossed the equator? Can you provide that?
It's right there in chat.
I thought the equator was just an imaginary line.
I'm not seeing in chat. What's the name of the hurricane?
What they charge you for that?
It's a hurricane Vamei. V-A-M-E-I. And
V-A-M-E-I. That hurricane crossed the equator. That's what you're saying?
supposedly.
Cool, thanks. I wanted to go research that.
See, they should have done that ahead of time. That's the main problem here is you haven't done the research. You haven't done the legwork.
Shit, they didn't even know tornadoes can't go down around curves. So I mean, how can you have a curved planet? Tornadoes.
I just went and Googled. I just went and Googled, do hurricanes ever cross the equator? And I came up with no. So that's why I wanted your example.
Just go with that. Go with your Google.
Go with your gut and wonder why tornadoes never happen in mountains. Go with your gut and wonder why tornadoes can't work on a globe.
It's better for you to stick to one epistemology. So when your epistemology breaks, then you can go with you and what you used to form that epistemology. So just keep going with Google until eventually Google offers you something that you know is incorrect. There's no doubt in your mind. So when you Google that question and bang, you're like, that is not right. Then you're going to either have to adopt Google's answer or question why you use Google in the first place.
Gotta charge. I have to charge these pedal banks.
What's the arc of a hurricane?
I'll put this like a or here maybe.
Shit, FE Batman in the house. Everyone look busy.
Don't be like that.
He might be a Batman, but he's still just a man.
So I'm reading about Cyclone Vamei, and it says it formed near the equator, but I can't find.
Okay, I already told you what to do. Keep using your Google it. Just keep doing it. Just keep on using the Google it till eventually you will be forced to glare at your contradiction. Once you've got that contradiction in hand, that is when you'll have to decide what's right, you or Google. Then you'll be able to offer some reason for why you Google it rather than noodle it, why you replaced all higher brain functions with a Google it. Wikipedia gives 29 examples of storms that cross the equator. Vimy, Angie, Sarah, Alice, Tropical Depression 9C, Patsy, Alabama, Hurricane Pally, Cyclone Fami, Cyclone Fabian, Typhoon Harriet, Cyclone Ailey. They've called this area where this stuff keeps happening, they named it something special.
Who are you talking to, Chris?
Oh, the paratrooper, the stolen valor paratrooper guy. Did he run away?
I don't see him in there.
Not talking. Yeah, they call it the Intertropical Convergence Zone, a band of clouds that circle near the equator that produce storms that break the model. Topography and meteorology rather than the Earth's rotation. Yeah, he's right there. The Nuckin Fox.
Oh, that guy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I found your Wikipedia article, and it lists storms that form near the equator.
Okay, yeah, you're not following along, dude. It's painful.
Is he trying to prove? Is he trying to prove the globe through storms?
Yeah, like somehow the only way these things work is that they have to at least be 5 degrees north or south of the equator. Anything within that is impossible for a storm to form.
I think that's the amount of degrees he's away from presenting geometric evidence of the Earth being a globe.
5 degrees.
5 degrees.
Yeah.
He's separated from the idea that he doesn't understand the question, which is, how can you know that the Earth is a geometric shape? And he's saying, well, we get weather. No one gives a shit about the weather when it concerns the geometric shape. We want to know how you know the Earth is a ball. Can we get some of that? Because this weather argument is very tiresome. It's a debate topic, whether you think weather is happening on the Earth that's a globe, or do you think the Earth is happening on the Earth that's flat, stationary. It doesn't really matter because it becomes a debate. So on that, we can just say, let's not even talk about that. Let's talk about direct evidence of the Earth being a geometric shape. How about that, Nucking? Can you do that for once? How do you know the Earth's a geometric shape? We can start there.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to talk about hurricanes. So
Nah, we don't want to talk about hurricanes, brother. Like hurricanes, for what? Because you want to learn how they operate. Who cares, dude? Talk to a meteorologist. We got one coming in. His name's Brendan. Speak to him. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, dude. Yeah?
Well, Crit said that hurricanes cross the equator.
Right.
I'm still trying to find an example of one.
Crit said hurricanes cross the equator, therefore the Earth is a globe?
No, I just wanted to read about hurricanes crossing the equator. That's all.
Who gives a shit, Nucking? You don't understand the fact that we're not even talking about weather? No weather's needed here. We're only talking about how you think that you're standing on a ball right now. How's that possible?
Well, I mean,
when you're
obviously,
not measuring it.
Obviously, Crit cares a little bit because he said it.
Of course. Let's appeal to the weather once again. Let's find out. Today's forecast is going to be sunny with a slight chance of rain. Like, So what, dude? Like, honestly, who cares? We're trying to figure out the bigger picture here. The question whether or not you're standing on a geometric shape. You need to answer that. Nobody gives a shit about the damn weather, dude. Look up your local forecast if you're so concerned. Figure out if it's going to be raining tomorrow so you can maybe wear a slicker. Who gives a shit? We're talking about geometric shapes, dude.
Well, if the Earth is a spinning ball, then hurricanes should not be able to cross the equator.
Yeah, if it's a spinning ball. But you didn't figure the if part out first. That's what we're talking about. Comprende? El comprende? Su sabe? No sabe? Come on, man. The fuck? Yeah, if it's a fucking ball. Is it a ball?
Well, we don't see hurricanes cross the equator.
Yeah,
So
hurricanes crossing the equators. You know what I mean? Penguins on the Antarctic ice. What else, dude? Everything but the geometric shape, huh? Is that how it is with you, Nucky? You'd rather talk about everything else but the curve of the Earth, which you actually don't want to research and study because, I mean, according to what we know, there isn't any. Why don't you prove some of that? Life would be easier for you.
Oh, I've already done that.
Oh, really? Oh, it's a
Yeah.
foregone conclusion. You've already achieved that goal. Really? At what point in time in any of the conversations that I've seen you in here did you do that? Because I haven't heard it. And I would vouch to say that none of us have either.
I did that last Friday, I believe.
Excellent. What did you present? Because I wasn't here when you were speaking of last Friday. If it's something you presented that proves the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
What did you present?
I presented the demonstration performed by Henry Oldham in 1901.
And what did he do?
Again, I told you last Friday. You were here for it.
Oh, I was? And what did he do? Go ahead, walk us through the method.
I already did that. You can go research again
you
if you
did
want.
that. You did that. You do the research for my claim. You do the research for my claim. That's how I operate. You do all the research for my claim. That's fun, isn't it?
If
You
I
make
already
a
told
claim?
you,
Yeah,
if
you
I
make
already
a
told
claim.
you, and you don't remember.
No, it's
whose
not
fault
about
is that?
remembering. No, it's not about remembering. If you have evidence that the Earth is a geometric shape, you're able to present it anytime somebody requests it because you have the evidence. Now, if you don't, you're going to be shady, like what you're doing now. I've already presented it. It's somewhere. It's out there. If you knew, you would be able to articulate the point in a heartbeat. You'd be able to say, yeah, I know exactly how he did the method. This is how. Let me show you. But you can't do that, can you, Nucky?
Well, I could tell you again if you'd like, but you'd have to not interrupt me. Can you do
Yeah,
that?
but if it's evidence, can you do that? If it's evidence, if it isn't evidence, I will interrupt you. It needs to be evidence of curvature.
I can explain to you how he did the demonstration.
All right, let's have
Will
it.
you accept that?
Yeah, let's have it. I want to hear it.
Okay, great. And you're not going to interrupt me, right?
Yeah, you don't have to caveat to that. Just speak. I
Okay.
will if it's not. I will if it's not about the curvature. I'm telling you that right now.
If you interrupt me once, then I'll
Oh,
be.
dude, shut up.
Yeah, you could honestly, if I interrupt you because you're not staying on point and you fuck off, that's your loss, not ours. That's you not demonstrating the Earth's curvature. So you lose, not me.
Okay. If you take any still body of water that's at least 6 miles long, that's your starting point. Henry Oldham used the Old Bedford River. You have 3 poles that are stood up in a line, and each pole is measured to be exactly 6 feet above the water's surface. And the distance between poles 1 and 2 is 3 miles, and then from poles 2 to 3 is another 3 miles. So the whole stretch from pole 1 to 3 is 6 miles total, and they are all exactly 6 feet above the surface of the water. From here, you establish a line of sight between pole 1 and 3 using a theodolite. Now, if the Earth is a globe, one would expect that the second pole, which is in the middle, should rise above the line of sight created by poles 1 and 3. And Henry Oldham was the first one to actually prove that to be the case, measuring with a theodolite. He had to raise the theodolite by 0.02 of a degree in order to create a new line of sight with the height of the second pole. and that demonstrated the curvature of the Earth.
All right, now that you're done telling us that, what is the type of theodolite that he used for accuracy? Let's kind of get like the statistics out or the data, the points that you need to know. So, what is the type of theodolite that he used for the distance of 6 miles? Let's examine.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you need to, because this is important. Go and rush off to your little claim and find out where the information that would be the point of what type of theodolite he's using for the accuracy, for understanding of like if this is what surveyors do, and this is indeed a true surveying method, then you're able to figure all of this information out that I'm requiring actually. So, what is the type of theodolite he's using, and what is the tolerance level for that theodolite? Because every theodolite is not the same. You don't just go to the store and say, "Give me any theodolite." If you're going to use, for especially professionals that use theodolites or total stations, they need a specific type for whatever job they're doing. So, once again, what type of theodolite is he using? Now, if you don't know that, research and come back, because it's not, your point is not made until you understand the ins and outs of your claim, this is part of it.
So,
and I'm
I
being
don't know.
fair.
I don't know what kind of theodolite Oldham used, but this same demonstration has been
Go ahead and
performed.
go ahead and find that. Go ahead and find that.
The same demonstration has been performed.
We can't move forward.
Hundreds of times.
Yeah, we
over
can't
the
move
past
forward. Yeah, hundreds of times
decades.
is not helping your case, sir. Hundreds of times is not helping your case. Now, I need specifics. If you say hundreds of times, you better recall on one of those times that actually demonstrates that he's using a specific type of theodolite. With that specific type of theodolite, we're going to understand what type he's using and then find out the tolerance.
Well, let's just stick to the example that he's appealing to, which was, who was it? Oldham's example? Let's stick to that.
Yeah, here, look at also, too, like, this is where you're very bad at research. The same article you said you read, says right there that shortly, therefore, an eye of 39 kilometers diameter appeared on satellite imagery, along with rain bands extending southward to the opposite side of the equator at 06 UTC. It says right there in your Google it crossed the equator.
Yeah, hold on, Crit. We're trying to get him on this other point. So
I know, it's just frustrating to have to keep on spoon feeding these idiots.
Yeah, he's wrong on that point, but like, it's talking about the weather isn't going to help him right now. He's trying to demonstrate curvature.
He ran away.
Where did he go?
Yeah.
Only muted him for a moment.
Yeah, he said he was going to leave, though, T-Dub. If you mute me, I'm going to leave. That's what he said. If you mute me, I'm going to leave. Fuck off, then.
Sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry about it, dude. Like, he was going to leave. He's just looking for the way out. He didn't have the information anyways for type of theodolite.
We also can't be held to these idiots, because if they threaten to mute and then you don't moderate them properly, then they'll know that that's a weapon they can use in order to not get muted for their bad behavior. So we can't counter that.
Way
100%.
of trying controlling the the globalist mindset is always about control, which is odd because they can't even control themselves. So they say, "Hey, this is the scoop," and you're like, "No, go make your own channel. Get the fuck out of here."
Something else I'm confused about with this Bedford level thing's been coming up a lot, but I'm confused, like, because if the theodolite or whatever instrument they're using, if the line of sight is perpendicular to vertical globe, that would necessitate that each pole is lower than the other in reference to that line of sight. I'm confused about this poking up in the middle part. I don't get that part. Maybe someone else can.
Yeah, I mean, what he's essentially saying is that there's like a water hill, and that the middle pole is at the top of that water hill, because they're all the same height above sea level. that should be kind of poking up above the other two because it's in the middle of the hill. He didn't evidence that, but that was the claim.
That means that the line of sight isn't perpendicular to vertical.
He thinks level's curving anyway, right?
In that case, then they would all line up. I mean, I don't get it. I just
No, because the vertical, you're treating vertical as a straight line, and he's saying that vertical isn't a straight line. Level is curving.
He's saying it's perpendicular.
Exactly.
Yeah, if the line of sight was perpendicular to the radial vertical on the globe, then
It was a line of sight, though, isn't it? It's not a curve of sight.
Right,
That's
but that
because
would
you're
mean that-
sensible. You don't understand it, right?
Okay. Right. Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted. Go on.
Yeah, no, I'm envisioning, like the globe and the radial vertical, and then perpendicular to that, right? So every pole at distance along the surface extending out from that, right, is going to be lower and lower and lower. I mean, it's still not clicking.
Well, that would have been my rebuttal. Why is one of them poking up above the other two? They should all be going down.
Yeah.
You're right. But he wouldn't understand that. He thinks. See, I don't even know exactly what he thinks, because he must be thinking he's on a flat surface, out on a water hill that rises above him in the middle, which isn't even what the globe claims.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Unless he's trying to establish a tangent to the horizon or something. Yeah. Tangent to the top of the first pole. Maybe. I don't know.
Alright. First of all, does anybody know who Henry Odom is?
Sorry, Nick. I was just going to say, yeah, it only, what the guy was saying only really applies if he himself, the observer, is not standing upright. You know what I mean? If he's tilted forward, then the ground, instead of going flat outwards and then down, quote unquote, goes up a little bit, levels off, and then goes back down. Follow? I guess akin to what you were saying, T-Dub, about the line of sight, because your line of sight to the horizon, to them is you looking down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that guy is fighting for a spherical model, though. The guy who came in here and asked about Henry Odom, because when you look into who Henry Odom is, that guy did not believe the Earth was a globe. His observations and experiments led him to question the conventional spherical model. So even by his own observation, so I don't think that guy is even arguing the spherical globe at this point. The guy that brought up Henry Odom. So I would ask.
Yeah, he's grasping at straws, Apoc. That's what that guy is doing.
Might be confusing with that guy with Wallace, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting.
He doesn't know anything about his claim. If we were to press him about it, he would just say exactly what he said about when I asked him about what type of theodolite is being used, if it's something he's going to investigate. He doesn't care about any of that. The only thing he hears, when he reads, he looks at it, it says curve. That's it. That's the only thing he just wants to have that, basically what that thing is akin to, Jeranism's behind the curve. It's the same kind of idea. They just want something that says curve in it. They don't care by what degree the curve is. They're not concerned with that. And they're not factoring the size of the Earth being a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, because imagine if he did find that curvature, which was pronounced the way it was, how big do you think the Earth would be? according to that bulge that he's seeing at 6 miles.
Well, that's what it's saying, that he actually, by taking his observations, he realized that the objects were visible at distances greater than what would be expected if the Earth were a globe. So that led him to question the curvature. So I don't know if this guy realizes that he's bringing up somebody that's actually debunking Sphere Earth, or if he's using this particular person as to, is this guy like a concave earther? I don't know. That's why I wanted to say, like, does anybody know who Henry Odom is, or this guy's belief, or why he's using Henry Odom? So that's kind of weird.
Basically, most of these characters are just wiki search engine individuals. That's it. They just look something up on wiki and they're just blasting out whatever they're reading, saying there be my evidence. Yeah, that's how they do it.
Yep, 100%.
Wiki parrots. That's it. I mean, just for any indication of where his mind is at, you could just tell what the previous argument: hurricanes crossing the equator. Yeah, that's where he was. Hurricanes crossing the equator or not. I don't know how much mileage you get out of him, though. That's why he was looking for the door immediately. Well, if you interrupt me, I'm just going to mute, or I'm going to leave. He's threatening us with a good time.
He's like, if you mute me in voice, I'm just going to run the text chat and continue to freak out. You do you, bro.
The funniest thing to me is that they're choosing to spend their free time like this. It's like, how valueless is your free time, or your time generally, if this is how you go into a Discord full of people who you think are retarded and actively disagree with them. That's the level to which you're prepared to spend your free time.
That's like you going to a server that says immigration is cool. Join. Weird political issues.
Well, yeah, or like going into a communist server. Like, what am I going to do that for? I know they're all idiots. Like, why would I bother? Spending my free time in a furry Discord.
Well, maybe just a little.
What you find is the one thing. You find globalists to argue there. A lot of furries. Are there furry flat earthers? Is that a thing? I used to think that flat Earth was so inclusive, right? It's such a wide group of people. But are there? I mean, like, does everyone ever seen a furry flat earther?
They say when you say things like that, you put it out in the ether, man. It's just you start manifesting.
I mean, I the closest, like, well, not the closest, but like, you ever heard of a person called a brony?
Yeah, those guys are sad fucks.
Yeah,
they're like My Little Pony fanatics, aren't they?
Yeah, like that grown men who watch My Little Pony.
What's wrong with My Little Pony?
No, I'm just saying that there's nothing wrong with it. But what's interesting is Newton
there is.
was kind of a brony. Yo,
Are you kidding, Crit?
No,
Are
I'm
you kidding?
serious.
Nothing
No,
wrong with it.
No, I mean it's nothing wrong with it because it's not hurting anybody. If they just want to be into like girl toys,
It's hurting
and they're
them.
A boy, a man.
It's hurting them.
Yeah,
they are the victims
Well, I
of
mean,
their
people-
own stupid decisions.
People can self harm. It's you got sometimes you gotta
Right.
step out of the way. Yeah,
Fair enough.
There's a
But I
guy who
don't mean
disagrees with you
self-harm
in your
in the
crypto.
way. I don't mean like like not self harm in the way where suicide. Self harm like they can cause damage to themselves, and they kind of need to realize that. Like you're
Is this-
looking really stupid now.
Is this like a
Like
real serious
bell
conversation?
bottoms went all the style. This is the thing. A lot of these guys are a lot of the globalists because like Newton, Copernicus, these are really cringe dudes. Like Newton played with dolls. He had a massive doll collection, and he was an incel.
You seem really
So a
upset.
lot.
Is this,
Is that not upsetting to you?
Are you talking about your feelings or what's going on?
Is that not upsetting? Like one of the globe heroes, one of the greatest scientists in history, was actually an incel who played with dolls. Like, doesn't that upset you?
incel?
Yeah.
I don't like incels. Fucking incels.
No girl wanted to, ride it, and it's a shame.
Yeah, that's a shame. Hey, serious question for you though. You know how like physical measurements are necessary? What about like architectural or like landscape wheels? Like, do you know the
No.
wheel measuring devices? Are you guys against that?
No. You have to figure out whether or not the claim can be validated, and how did they validate it? Because
Right.
the narrative is the Earth is of a specific shape and size.
Right.
So
To
that's
measure
what
a
weight. What do you
to
mean
measure
weight?
to measure a distance, right? We need to use like a physical
Sir?
device. We can't
Sir,
just
I know, but I'm telling you that there's already a claim on the table, the said size of what the Earth's geometry is. So we're looking at that. Now, if you say that it already has been measured, or any other statement that would say that you're agreeing with the claim, you're advocating for it, then you have to figure out how did they do it, and then be able to represent that method here in the call.
Right. I understand where you're coming from. I appreciate that answer. I really wanted to stay very specific to the acceptance of the measuring of that device, right? Like if I were to use that device to measure
Which device?
the wheel that you use to measure like like in roads, like construction,
Football field?
architectural things and stuff. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
for paces.
Yeah, that was brought up. Who brought Brandon Worrell or whatever brought it up, and he would say you could measure the curve of the Earth with this, but the distance at which the sample needs to be done, it needs to be at a greater distance than that thing could ever reach. You don't have a long enough tape measure, so to speak.
Right. I'm saying, like, since we don't have a long enough tape measure, I was thinking of another physical device that might be able to get far enough that would measure a distance, right? That you would accept
like what
distance.
Like what?
I said,
Like what?
like a measuring wheel. A wheel.
Yeah, but we've covered that. There's not a long enough. The cord on that, it's not long enough. You can't.
It's not a cord, dude. It's not a cord. It's a. Do you want me to take a?
But whatever the fuck it is, you think it's gonna be long enough for a sample set?
You can go as long as you can walk, dude, or as long as you can fucking run it
And
along.
how fucking long do you think you need to be so you could measure, sir?
Are we walking over water with this device?
Caring about that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we are. We're concerned because they say that the Earth is dropping away at a specific distance, dude.
Simple question. You're too confrontational, man.
It's not about being confrontational. It's about actually addressing the point that needs to be made, which is if you're bringing something up that you want to use as a measurement tool, then you have to know whether or not it's going to extend to the length that you need it to be.
Dude,
It's simple.
do you
That's
not
what she said.
do you not know what a fucking wheel, a measuring wheel is?
How long do you think it's going to be to fucking use that thing to measure over the distance you needed to measure a drop over the distance, sir?
It
Do you
doesn't.
know what I'm saying?
And also, how are you even using that to measure curvature in the first place? What is the method?
Don't care about the
water.
dude. I'm
Oh,
just saying.
God.
You don't care.
Never mind. You guys are fucking ridiculous, dude. I can't. I
No,
can't even.
I want to. No, wait. I want to know the method because you're saying that a measuring wheel can be used to measure curvature, right?
No,
Yes.
that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not
Then
saying.
what are you? Okay, so then what are you using the measuring wheel to measure?
Jumping the gun, man. We didn't even get that fucking far yet.
So what is the measuring wheel used? I just asked you a question and you're telling me I'm jumping the gun. I can't jump the gun with a question.
Do you not know what a measuring wheel is?
I am fully aware what a fucking measuring wheel is. What I'm
Okay.
asking you is what the method is going to be once you've got the measuring wheel and you're using it. What method are you following?
It's a wheel of a specific diameter.
I know what it is.
Measures in feet, right?
I know what it is. I'm asking you the method.
Okay, I'm just asking you specifically. Could I walk along a specific distance with advice, and it gives
go ahead.
of the distance that I went that you would accept that was a distance of real measure?
Yeah, there's going to be issues with accuracy, though.
You're not going to accept it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm giving you context. Do you not want context? Would you like contextless answers?
If no errors happen and the thing didn't come off the ground.
Don't care about context. Okay, cool.
If the thing was perfectly on the ground and didn't fuck up in any way or have anything weird,
Yeah, and the ground was perfectly level.
Would you?
Yeah, you're going to go up hills and valleys.
So the answer is yes. Yes, if it was used perfectly, then of course I would accept the measurement.
Okay, thank you.
What now?
Answer. Thank you. That's all I needed. Thanks.
What now?
See how fucking easy that was. Holy shit.
What now? Yeah, but you're being obstructive to the progress of this conversation. I'm asking you what now?
It's gone.
Fucking idiot.
I was interested to see how he was going to do this over water.
Could have done it over a partially frozen lake, to be fair, as long as he's got his wellies on.
Partially frozen? Nah, he'd have fallen in after a while. It was only partially frozen.
Well, yeah, but I'd like him to, so it's fine.
Awesome. Now we've got measuring wheels that I don't even know what he's trying to do there. Fucking hell.
But that's the good point. Now you know that you are not invoking the curvature. You're measuring distances without any invoking the curvature.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the issues with the measuring wheel would be numerous. The main one being you'd need perfect traction on the ground, which you can't possibly have. The inaccuracy is going to be mental.
Yeah, but you can take that elevation up, and you can put in the car, and then you with distances see how much of elevation changes and how much distance you pass it, and that's all, nothing else.
Yeah, but that's not using a measuring wheel, is it?
Is it measuring wheel in the car also?
Yeah, I guess so. Odometer, isn't it? No, is that a speed? I always forget. Is the odometer does the speed or the distance in the car?
Yeah, but I think also distances. Yeah, you can go faster, but the distance is the same.
No, of course, but yeah, doesn't matter. Don't worry.
Okay.
Ugh. Well, that was fun.
This is amazing. This guy still doesn't get it. Shortly thereafter, an eye of 39 kilometers, 24 miles diameter, became apparent on satellite imagery, along with rain bands extending southward to the opposite side of the equator.
That guy leave? Not a call.
Oh yeah, they all leave, don't they? As soon as you actually get them on a point and they know they've lost, suddenly they've left the call.
Yeah. Unfortunately. How'd it go though? Did he accept anything you said?
Yeah, good one.
No, that's
Good joke.
That's crazy. Ah well. So his wagon wheel didn't get us there, huh?
No. Measuring wheels and the weather apparently don't prove a globe. Who knew?
Fuck hell. Dude, how long do you that measuring wheel? How much distance do you think you're gonna get with that? Even distance.
He'd go a couple hundred meters before he got bored with his ADHD brain.
I was listening to at least the beginning part where you were asking him because he mentioned his measuring wheel, and then you're like, "Yeah, you told him that." He's like, "No, you're not understanding." I'm like, "What didn't you just understand? This is what you said."
Yeah.
Freaking clown! The fuck?
Started freaking out when I answered his question. It was weird.
Yeah, it's like what you don't want him to measure with the wheel, like you said. So what do you want him to use then? Isn't that what you were? I don't know. I don't know where you guys are at with this, man. But I think it's just fucking clown world with these guys.
I used to think the resident globers were bad, but the one-off globers are actually worse.
Heading out later, dudes.
All right.
Get around, dude. I just saw like a weird anomaly right now in my room. That's kind of weird.
So I got a question for everybody. We still got people that seriously think they live on a spinning ball. Is that correct?
Yeah, they think the floor is a ball.
Alrighty then.
Yeah. I don't know why they think that, but they do.
For most, I would say it's indoctrination without investigation.
Yep.
Just a guess.
And then retardation.
Yeah, it's coming to the point he doesn't know what a long width means. Like up in the air, I don't know. Like, so the eye of the hurricane extended past the equator along with rains, and they don't know. They don't know what that means.
I mean, I for one am very, very surprised that they don't know what that means.
Just a weird question for crypto. Do hurricanes ever hit England?
Did hurricanes what, sorry?
Do they ever hit the proper English land there in England?
Have we ever
I've
had
never heard of
hurricanes? Yeah, I think so.
We had one in 1987.
Yeah.
Was it a bad one or?
Yeah, it was relatively bad. It kind of flattened most of the south of the country.
It flattened the ball. That's amazing.
Yeah. the hurricane flattened the curvature of the Earth. Yep.
It was curved before then, right?
Yeah, the Earth was a ball before 1987, then it got windy and flattened it out.
So the hurricane that was caused by the curvature of the Earth actually made the Earth flat.
It's a tangled web. Yep.
That kind of blew my working theory about the location of the UK, because I was thinking that was a strategic location because it doesn't get affected by weather very much. But I guess I'm way off.
Apart from the fact that it rains every day.
Okay.
It's literally raining right now.
So anyone on the panel want to talk about the globe? Tell us your globe stories, anything? Go ahead. That's all you got, stories about it.
But Bratans, do you like
Stories
the...
about gravity and all kinds of shit. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, my bad.
Floor's yours, Daniel.
Oh, no, I don't know what I'm talking about. No, my bad. I don't want to disrupt the meeting of beautiful people.
It's okay, you're not disrupting us. Crypto's just indicating left.
I am. Correct.
I was going to guess right turn on that one. That was a left turn.
It was indeed a left turn. Statistically speaking, though, I'm more likely to indicate right. I think.
Why?
Because sometimes when you turn left, you don't need to indicate, whereas you always have to indicate right.
Ah, of course. Yeah.
I don't know what the breakdown will be.
Do you indicate when you go through a roundabout?
Depends which exit you're taking.
Yeah. So, for instance, I just joined a road and there was no cars going either way, and I was going left, so I didn't bother indicating. But had I turned right, I probably would have. Anyway, whatever.
As far as I know, you're traversing your vehicle across a level, non-moving plane. But is that just me? I don't know.
Well, line. If I drive my car 10,090 degrees and do that for, is it 3 times in total? Then yeah, I'll get back to the spot that I started. Obviously, therefore the Earth's a ball.
Well, you've done it, Crypto. That's the best globe proof I've heard in a while. Good job.
Nigger, blackest of them all. Who's the blackest?
Thank you for your intellectual contribution, sir. Thank you.
We learned so much about colors that day. I bet you could just stand there and be like, Polly, want to say an N-word? And they'll be like, yeah. I'm like, you stupid.
What do you think, Democ? How do you get in those people's mind? They're like, a few seconds. I'm going to join Discord and say the N word a bunch of times. It's going to be so much fun. I don't understand it, man.
I know, I know. Just show them a whole bunch of cartoons and just say you're a part of the government. We're with the government. We wouldn't lie to you, buddy. Here's this cartoon of you owing me all your life savings. Just trust us. Just comic books, clearly. So that's all they had to be shown in school was a comic book, and they hold it dear. A comic book religion, you know. They get the fries out of the cereal box and shit. How do you get the prize out of the Globe cereal box? Be a parrot.
Anyone look at the crescent moon, and then you can kind of see the full moon in like kind of the background of it. Anyone see that?
I'm probably roboting, but I've seen that. I'm driving. I know what you're talking about.
Sometimes I don't even think the moon is the moon. Sometimes I think it's just like a hole in the sky, and that's the background is what the moon is showing. But I don't know, that's just a trippy Sunday exclamation.
Fine in here. Is it nap time? I guess you guys must get tired of arguing with those stupid Dorby guys.
Oh, every once in a while. They thought it was a curve, but they measured it flat.
It doesn't sound like the piranhas are hungry today. You guys are tired, eh?
Well, I mean, we need some bait or some live bait. You know what I mean? Either like one of the two. Need some fake bait or some live bait. Get us riled up.
You guys need someone to come in here yelling and screaming at you that the earth is a globe. Gotta get you guys going.
Oh shit! If they got proof, they can come in here and whisper it, say it under their breath. They can say subliminally, and I'll be like, "What'd they say subliminally? I heard something." And then I'll look in there and say, "Oh, globe proof."
You're on the path of that hurricane, are you?
Nah, I don't believe in those. I don't believe in being in the path of a hurricane.
Well, I don't either. I don't want to be, but you know hurricanes are real, though, right?
Yeah. I'm just being stupid. I'm just being
I
stupid.
know. I'm playing. I know. I was just going along with you. No, I was just going to say, hopefully you stay safe if you are. So.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty much landlocked where I'm at. I don't got no big water bodies around me enough to do any damage like that. I don't think. Maybe a river. Other than
Well, that's cool. As long as you're all right.
I feel bad for the people who get swindled into moving by the water that close. Feel bad for them every year. I'm like, damn, none of them ever learned their lesson.
Yeah.
You'd think they'd have read the Bible and been like, floods are dangerous. Let's not get near the water.
Yeah. The weather does not care. It's going to do what it's going to do. And then you have to deal with the insurance companies who just going to say no every time you have a claim, right?
Yeah, but they're still an insurance company. Go figure.
Yeah.
And then regardless of where you're at, even when it's not dealing with water, it's just dealing with, like, say you got a Walkman and you paid $80 for it, or some kind of device, right? I know that's an outdated thing, but
I
let's
know
say
what
you
you
paid $80 for something, right? Then you
Yeah.
have insurance on it. What they're going to do is say, like, if you still owed your credit card, like, I don't know, a couple dollars, like it's not all the way paid off, so they say, oh, well, this isn't his. It's still the company's. He hasn't paid it off yet. So what they'll
Right.
do is they'll say, hey, company, you know that Walkman you got distributed out for this much and the dude owes you this much? They're like, yeah. They're like, oh, well, can we just give you $55? I mean, it's already out there being used. You know, it's not going to come back full. You know, can we just, give you this price? And they'll be like, shit, yeah. Pay me right now? Sure. Give me that cheap ass amount. And then they pay that off to them. And then you're like, hold the fuck on. Where's my Walkman money? Where's my, what were you an insurance company for? You didn't pay me.
Yeah, they don't
I'm
care.
the one paying them. But they went and did business with another company to insure my fucking product. Like, to get, like, it's weird, right?
Yeah, they don't care. They just, they're in the business of keeping and making money, not paying it out. Well, a lot of them have gotten slick too. They'll tell you they're not going to honor your claim because of it was an act of God. They'll throw that at you too.
Yeah, and
depending on
if
where you
you're a
live.
little old lady or you're a little old man and you get ripped off for your whole life savings, don't worry. The court will have them in there paying court fees, but then they'll be let off. So they get to go home, but the only person paid was the court.
Yeah.
The court says, pay us or you can't go home. But the people that need their money from them, they're like, fuck you guys. We're not going to make them pay you. We're going to make them pay us. You fucking kidding me right now?
I'm telling you, man, it's the world we live in. Yeah, I do feel bad for those people, especially for like those people. They show a lot of people they're stuck on the freeway trying to evacuate and they're running out of gas, sitting in these long traffic jams. That's just one more problem. I don't know, what do you do, right?
Wish there was one brave Glober. One brave Glober to prove them all. Hold on. One great globe proof to rule them all. That pictures from Narnia. Imagine a globe idea that Globers need to go find out what the globe is right now. They're going to Antarctica, they want to find out what it is. The Globers want to find out what the globe is. They're not sure. They want to make sure it's a globe today, 2024, because the government won't lie to them. The government always tells them the truth. That's why some preacher has to pay for a trip to Antarctica, not the government. Some guy named Billy Bob Thornton Murphy, and then Billy Bob Murphy, or whatever the fuck his name is. He's paying for a trip in 2024 because nobody knows it's a globe, not even him. The religious guy that says it's not a globe. It's weird. Weird, right? How your government wouldn't tell you a lie, but you have no fucking clue what you're on still. They wouldn't lie to you. They wouldn't tell you the truth either, because I don't see the government down there filming the fucking Antarctic, son.
They got a treaty to protect.
Yeah, shouldn't there be a treaty to film the 24-hour sun? Shouldn't it be like every country gets to come down here and film the sun for 24 hours and stuff like that? Like, shouldn't that be the treaty of science? Not a treaty of stay the fuck away. We're going to tell you the truth. We're going to block this area off, but why would we lie to you? Nothing to see
Sounds
here,
like a
folks.
shady treaty.
Sounds like a one-way treaty if I ever heard one. Somebody gets the treat and the other people don't. The fuck? Why would the government stop you from going to an iceberg? Protect that ice. Protect that iceberg, people, at all costs. That piece of fucking ice out in the middle of the water. So important.
This is penguin preservation.
Yeah, but fuck all the jungles that we turned into deserts. Don't worry about those. Don't forget the Sahara used to be a fucking rainforest. But like, let's just stick to let's protect the ice cubes. Man, think of all the money that Micktoon, FTFE, Professor Dave, Sideman Dan, the Keegan dude, all these goofy motherfuckers that have made all this money telling all these people and sucking them bone dry, right? And saying, hey, yeah, you live on the globe. These flat earthers are stupid. But then they got to shut the fuck up. And then the same guy wants to go to Antarctica. Micktoon and the Keegan, right? They want to go to Antarctica. Why do they want to go to Antarctica if they know for a fact it's a globe? Why the fuck would you? If you know you got a blue Mustang outside, motherfucker, then you better not have to get in your robe and your slippers and go check. Not if you know what's out there. If you know what's out there, I should be able to go take a peek and say, yeah, I fucking see it. I see exactly what you're talking about. Matter of fact, I can go play with the door handle. You know?
They're probably getting paid to be controlled opposition.
Well, no shit. Why do you think the ranty dude got like $50,000 a week after he became a Glober again? You don't think that's a coincidence? You don't find that weird? And some people are so dumb, they don't understand that they're an agent at their own fucking detriment. Like when you say, I believe in this model or this map that represents Earth. When you do that and shit doesn't work for you, guess what? We don't know what, because it don't work. Who made money? Did somebody ask who made money? FTFE has people called subscribers. FTFE is a Fight the Flat Earth channel. What is this channel based on? Making money and ridiculing flat earthers. Who pays him? Retarded globers. Who still have no fucking clue that they live on a ball. Who pays Micktoon? Dumbass globers. What are they paying him for? Supposed to be paying him to let them understand and to be safe and secure that the earth's a globe and that none of these flat earthers could ever be correct. That's what they're making money on. They're making money when they say, hey, go fund me to pay my trip to Antarctica when I got $10,000 sitting here in fucking whatever, lying ass motherfucker. If you got $10,000 sitting here and there and here and there, whose fucking money is it if you can't never touch it? Apparently it ain't yours, Cupid doll. If you said, hey, Demonk, you got $10,000 over there, I'll be like, yep, guess what? That bet's turned off, turn that off, pull that money back, shut that down, pull that money back, that's mine. Nobody met the fucking challenge. I don't have to keep the money there. I don't have to keep putting it out there if I don't feel like it, right? So, all these people that are getting money from fucking GoFundMe and go from the public that have $10,000 everywhere should pay their own fucking way to Antarctica and should have already went themselves. Don't you think? Like Micktoon, shouldn't he have already paid his own way? Shouldn't Micktoon already have his own fucking footage of Antarctica Sun? And if he doesn't, what has he been collecting money for? What has he been proving to everybody? All these Globers, all his Patreons and shit. Do you think they think it's okay to pay a fucking liar to lie to him and tell him something that's not true, so they can be ridiculed like a fucking retard after they figure out it's not? What do you do there?
Yeah. At least they should be giving away nice big huggable globe plushies.
Well, they got to give a globe plushie that's got a band-aid on its butt and give
You
it
see
all
we
to all
selling
of
that shit.
Yeah. So there's going to be globe hurt, band-aid wearing, butt hurt Globers. You know, give them the butt hurt globe plushie. Straight from Micktoon, who doesn't know the Earth's a globe or not. Doesn't know because he's got to go figure it out. When he takes this trip, though, he'll figure it out. But he's proved it already, guys. Well, you know, what's he taking money for? He's supposed to be a fact channel that fact checks and brings you the math, the data, the statistics, right? And the attributes of the physical fucking reality, like surveying and shit. getting the angles to places. What was he doing? How did all that shit prove a globe if they have to go to Antarctica? How did Pythagoras prove it was a globe if in 2024 they got to go to Antarctica? That, hello? I mean, you know, just questions I have. You know, call me stupid. If I got the Royal Straight Flush in my hand, I'm covering all fucking bets. Matter of fact, if I can't cover the bet, I'm gonna go get some kind of collateral, take my fucking leg, sign something, and get the money I need. Because if I got it guaranteed covered, I'm gonna be betting everybody all kinds of fucking money. And it's gonna be 100%, 100 to 1, no way to lose. How come Globers aren't betting the Flat Earthers? Like $1 million, $1 million to 1. So we bet $1 to the Globe Company, the Murphy dude, the fucking whoever, the religious pastor dude. He should be putting up bet odds. He should be putting up globe odds. What are the globe odds to the people who keep writing shit in chat with my name? Tell me the globe odds that it's a globe or a flat earth. If I went to the betting booth and you were there, and it's your money you got to use, what kind of odds you giving me? What odds am I getting as a flat earther to bet you? Say if I went and got $50,000, how much you got to pay me when you can't prove it's a globe? I don't have to prove shit. I'm just betting you can't prove, and then it's not a globe. Then I'll make you another bet after we're done with that one. The same statistics, the same amount. Then my hot air balloon or my balloon, my helium balloon, can go to 10 foot high before any of your rockets can. But there's a stipulation. My balloon gets to go vertically up towards the, up into the clouds. Your rockets or whatever object you have can only go horizontal. They can't raise. You'll have to put like a meter or a beeper or a sensor on them. If they raise up in altitude, disqualified automatically. You got to fly horizontal, and the Earth has to fall away from you. And once you go far enough that the Earth falls away from you 10 fucking foot, that's when you'd know you'd beat my balloon. You can't pull up over the ocean, straight horizontal beeline over the ocean, 10 foot over the ocean, flying over it. Now we're gonna race to 20 foot. The rocket, the ship, the railgun, the laser, whatever you got, cannot go up, cannot veer up. You can go down around the curve all you want. You can go down past it. You can pull up as you're going down around it, but you can't pull up past that line that you started from. My horizontal reference. You can't go above that. So if you can increase in elevation without going above my horizontal reference frame, my horizontal line, then I mean, shit, we're on a globe. Because you don't have to rise in elevation. The globe will drop away. It'll fall away at 8 inches per mile squared. After about 33 seconds, how high will you be up from the globe? Rocket people? Pretty fucking high. But guess what? Guess what the reality is? You're going to be 10 foot off the water still. Dirt. Isn't that weird? A ballistic fucking rocket missile. It's supposed to leave Earth and come back. Earth's supposed to leave that and come back like a bullet. Isn't that crazy? When can you prove the elevation gap of the Earth leaving the bullet and coming back? Where's the difference from when the barrel's close to the ground and the Earth leaves the bullet? Where's that gap? Who's got the math for that? What's the elevation difference from the bullet that the Earth left to when you first shot the gun and you were only 5 foot tall above the ground? Anybody got that? No, we can bet on that too. We can make all kinds of bets, but the odds are going to be in the flat earther's favor. So I can go take $10 and I should be making what? 10,000, $1 million on my $10. What the fuck odds are we talking here? If it's impossible, then it's a ball. No chance in hell. We have video. Everything. We went to the moon. All. What are my fucking odds? Somebody worked this out. Somebody's got to be in a betting industry somewhere, right? X equals Y plus whatever. The amount of this over this. Like, how many different ways have they proven it was a ball, they said? How many different things do they say can only happen on a ball? Well, as soon as that doesn't, as soon as they don't have their 24-hour sun, then all FTFE's bets or McToon's bets have to be paid to somebody. They have to be paid to anybody. Because everybody that disagreed with him, he should have to pay. Because he's wrong. His shit didn't prove a globe. And now he has to figure out, now he has to answer his own question. Why the math only works on a flat plane if it's not a globe. And why he even had a bet that math or coordinates only worked on a ball. How the fuck's that the case if you don't live on a ball? Do you understand? He's automatically lost his own bet. He's got to go prove his own fucking bet to himself. Isn't that crazy? And the answer to his bet is every flat map he's ever saw. Check that shit out. It's right in the observatory. The little flat floor you walk on and look at the stars in that room. It's right there. There's all the math he fucking needs.
Hey, Flurfers.
Hello, demonstrator. How you doing? Person who's not going to know anything in 3 seconds. You're gonna be like, I don't know. I don't
I'm
understand.
gonna go eat dinner, but I will be back. Hopefully, you're still around, Denmark.
Yeah, hopefully you're understanding stuff when you. How do you even eat dinner? That's what you're confusing me.
I watched the sunset tonight, and it made me think about it.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, how it's round. But I'll be right back.
Yeah, I bet it made you think that. This guy's got to show me how to eat dinner. I'm making dinner right now. Then I got to learn how to eat it by watching the sunset. What the fuck? The word set doesn't mean dropping down. It shouldn't. There's no vertical setting of anything.
Hey, Flurfers, guess who's back?
The guy who can't prove globe elevation.
Globe elevation?
Yeah.
Dad from the corner store.
Yeah, you don't even know what that means. Think about it. Isn't that weird? You're like, globe elevation? What the fuck is that? I don't know, Glober. You have to figure that out, won't you?
You mean like drop over distance?
Yeah, globe elevation. That's not a horizontal line. Yeah, like on the wall, not at a distance. Somebody's going to be at that distance.
Yeah, I call
right?
it drop over distance.
Yeah, so somebody will have to stand up in the air and put their arm way up in the air, and your line is at your feet. So you draw a little mark about a millimeter above the fucking sea level right there, right? And little Bobby Boucher's got to reach up 15 foot in the air and hold a line from there to your feet. Can we do that? Do you have that, the physical attribute of that? Or
No,
just you
it
fucking
curves
look
down,
down?
not up.
What?
You,
I
have you
know
ever-
you're going to be standing on the curve that's below the horizontal line, dummy. Now Bobby Boucher's got to reach up to touch that horizontal. It's only the horizontal's touching your fucking feet. It's only a millimeter off the fucking water. But
Yeah,
the
that's
Bobby
fine.
Boucher that's on the curve, supposedly, he's got to reach up real high to touch that horizontal line. Where's that at? Where's that spot at?
Wait, where am I?
On flat Earth, unless you can demonstrate globe elevation up close in your face and personal. So you put your horizontal line on the wall and say, look, Democ, this is your flat Earth representation of elevation, horizontal line, no matter how long I want to make it. And then you show me what yours looks like. Show me yours. You got mine. Mine's at the hardware store everywhere. Horizontals for days. Levels, all this shit. Plums. We need to see your curving one.
Well, I can. I can't like measure it, but I can show you. I can explain it to you with logic.
You can explain to me what you can't touch, feel, or see or experience.
Yeah.
How is that logical? How would you call that logical? What are you
Well,
going to
you
talk
can
about?
experience.
Papa
You can
Smurf?
experience a sun setting.
Brother, I need to experience curved water.
It does
A
curve.
horizontal line, brother. You understand? So if you shoot a rocket horizontally, you're telling me it's going to be 10 foot high after a couple seconds? Can't pull up. It's going to be 10 foot away from the water after a couple seconds? Is that what you're telling me?
No, it's
Hello?
huge. It would take a while, but it would.
What's huge?
Plus, the gravity would probably pull it down.
Pull what down?
The rocket.
It's going to pull a bullet down?
I mean, eventually, yeah.
What is gravity?
It's a force that pulls on things.
How do you qualify that?
Huh?
How do you qualify that? Like, how do you know that exists?
Because masses attract each other.
What is mass?
Something that takes up volume.
What's
It has
volume?
weight. What?
What's volume?
I'm not going to play this semantic game with you.
Well, it seems like you're just an uneducated man.
I'd rather talk to Democ, not you, bro.
Okay. Dude, why
We,
is every
we learned this in middle school. What is
yeah, why
volume?
is every globey like this?
Volume is space. That's all it is.
Yeah,
Thank
volume
you.
is space. Yep.
Wait, why couldn't you say that? Why did you
He
have to
kept
get
going.
into
He kept
degree?
going on and on with, "What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?" I'm not doing that.
Well, you can't qualify these concepts, man. Like, I don't know. It seems like you're just like a dumb globey, you know?
Well, you're gonna ask what space is now?
No, we're not asking what space is though.
Yeah, also a space.
Wait, debating MAGA. Why do I know you from like somewhere else?
You know? Oh yeah, because I debated you. Because yeah, MAGA, and I cooked you.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a Trump supporter and a globey dude? Like, come on. Holy shit.
Pick a struggle. But anyway, who here thinks the Earth is flat?
What do you mean, thanks? We know it's flat.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Who
Or
took
so
it?
who's in the globe Earth like religion is a better question.
It's not a religion, dude.
No, it is a religion.
How's
How
it a
is
religion?
yeah?
It's an ideology and a
Define
religion.
religion.
Yeah.
So is
A
flat
religion
Earth.
is a religion is
A belief that
where a
can't
lot of
physically be
is where a party of
demonstrated.
people or a group of people believe in one faith.
Yeah, believe in the faith of a globe where they can't demonstrate the curve
exactly.
anywhere. They
These people
point
haven't
that
seen
way
it.
and say, "Look, Superman's behind you. Look, Demok, there's tooth fairies up there. Believe me, faith in curving shit that they can't go stand on the curve.
Yeah.
Can't get to the edge of it. Can't get to the edge of the globe.
Yeah, an accident.
You know what they post too? They're like they post like these photos like made by NASA of like the Earth, like showing it's like a sphere. But it's like these are just like they're Photoshop, dude. Like seriously.
Oh, the
Yeah,
NASA photos are fake.
Yeah, they are AI generated.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you prove it?
Let's just think about the sun.
Okay, Brandon, okay, I want you to go into Chat GPT, okay, and I want you to type, "Is the Earth flat?" Proof, okay, and I'm pretty sure it won't be able to like respond to you because it's a dumb like AI and it doesn't know, like it's
We
only
knew the
taught.
Earth was round long before AI, dummy.
That's not.
Why is McToon?
That's not true.
Why is the leader of the globe, the loser of the globe, McToon, right? Why is he paying 30,000 or having some Globers pay his way to go see if there's a 24-hour sun in 2024 when supposedly he's already proven it to be round?
Yeah, exactly.
But FTF or McToon needs to go today, in a couple days from now, to Antarctica. They're settling a trip. They paid for a trip. They got their shit settled. They're going. So now they're going to see if there's a sun that's 24 hours in Antarctica. And if there's not, there was never a globe ever anyway.
Wait,
now,
so
what
if-
the flat earthers know is we already know that there's never been a globe.
Right. Well, if it was flat, like what holds the
hold
water?
on.
What
Hold
holds
on a
the
minute.
water on?
So what has been the point of Pythagoras? What was the point of the ISS? What the fuck was the point of NASA? What the fuck was the point of Neil Armstrong? If in 2024 all the Globers got to go to Antarctica to see if it's still a fucking globe or not? You
There
tell
must be
me those
some.
answers
There's got
right
to be
now.
some other reason why.
I want them all in a row.
Demok, Antarctica.
Why do they need to go in 2024 to Antarctica?
Bro, where would the
to
water
see
go if
if
it was
there's
flat?
a sun or not for
What holds the
24
ocean
hours.
in if it's flat?
Dude, have you not seen
24
Waterfall?
hours.
The ice wall. It is the ice wall.
I don't know anything about that shit. All I
Yeah, I don't know
is
anything about an ice
there's
wall.
a bunch of Globers
Can't
paying
prove the ice wall.
$30,000 a piece to go find out if they live on a globe in 2024. And these are the same people that have been taking everybody's money, the same groups of people, like the government's not going, a fucking preacher and some fucking flat earth deniers, some anti-flat earthers are going to go and listen. But they supposedly, the first day they became a Glober, they proved all the flat earthers wrong. They debunked all this shit. If that was the case, why the fuck would they need to go to Antarctica if everybody's already proven
There's
them
lots of
all?
reasons
Dude,
to
it's
go
like
there.
it's like a
retarded
cult.
as fuck.
It is literally a cult, dude. Like you're in a cult. I'm sorry, Globey. You're in a cult, Globey.
Why are you
You can
rage
say that.
baiting, dude? It's weird as fuck.
You can say that, but
Keep that up. I'm gonna mute you.
yeah, saying the wall and the Globies are on a cult is rage baiting.
Nobody's rage baiting, dude. This is just like the truth.
Well, no, it's
nobody's
not.
this dude. Like, why can't you just accept the fact that there's diversity in this server and not everyone's gonna believe in the stuff you believe in? We are the flat earthers.
Yeah, because Globies demand like they demand cohesion. Like it's really cult like in that regard.
Dude, I'm gonna teach y'all about the ice wall. Okay, the ice wall is what separates us from like the bottom of the the disc.
So it is a disc.
Yeah,
I've been told that the flat Earth was not a disc.
No, dude,
so it is a disc.
No, dude, it's like a dinner plate.
She got muted.
You guys don't know when you're being trolled, do you? Fucking hell.
Yeah, she's obviously a troll. She doesn't know anything about anything.
Why was she muted? What the fuck?
I don't want people giving you ideas that flat earthers think that we're a disc.
Dude.
Fuck.
Can't believe Globies have infiltrated the movement too, it seems. What the fuck?
Okay, I have a question. The Earth is flat and circular, right?
No one said circular. Brandon, we've had this conversation so many times, dude. No flat earther claims a shape to the Earth. We just describe and measure the surface.
Oh, there's no flat Earth map that flat earthers agree on? Ever?
Sorry, say that again.
Is there a flat Earth map that flat earthers agree on?
What? Sorry, man. I don't.
A map. He's asking about a map.
You gotta enunciate better, dude. You gotta enunciate better.
It's my speech impediment. It's probably.
Oh, that's
He's asking about the map that
It's okay.
that flat earthers agree on.
A map that was loads of maps. I don't think there's one that we agree upon.
No, Maga, you're so dumb. It's not a disc. It's like you ever played Minecraft? It's like a flat plane.
I have never met the human that's went everywhere on this realm that we live on, this horizontal existence plane. I don't know anybody that's been everywhere to say any of that shit or to be able to actually make a fucking accurate map.
Yeah,
and
no.
no little bitty fucking human himself. Like, I'm not big enough to measure the ocean. What would I do it with? What would you do it with? So nobody, not a global or flat earther's ever measured this bitch right. So calm down.
You gotta see the actual model for the Earth, dude.
What's holding the oceans in if it's flat? Like, what happens at the edge?
It's the fucking ice wall, dude. Like, the baby Maga already told you this.
What's holding the water in the mud puddle outside? The fucking dirt, stupid. The dirt is deeper than the water, and the dirt comes up higher than the water. The cup of dirt holds the fucking water in it, like your cup at home. You need to put it inside a cup. It's not on the outside of the cup, Cupid doll.
I'm so sick.
Hold on, D-Mark, you just said the dirt is deeper than the water and the dirt is higher than the water. That's exactly what you said.
Yeah, I know. That's what a cup is too, retard.
It's
When you
deeper
fill
than
a
the
cup
water.
halfway, fill a cup halfway. The cup's higher than the fucking liquid, and it's lower than the liquid. 'Cause it touches the table where the
rim is
water
higher.
doesn't. Listen, retard. The fucking cup is touching the table. The water's not. The water's in the cup, separated from the table by the cup. Therefore, the cup is lower. The dirt's lower, dumb fuck. It's underneath the water, and it's above the water. You need water to be above the dirt, you fucking idiot, for a globe. Shut the fuck up. You need bubble water above the dirt, retards.
Would people care if I called y'all names and said retard and called y'all dumbasses and stuff?
Well, don't get into a fucking argument with me. You're gonna lose. Just
Yo,
don't do that.
Denmark, you don't gotta be like, you don't gotta personally attack him, dude. Like, come on.
We all get personally
We
attacked.
gotta be civil. We can't be like the globies, man.
Let's not be snowflakes. We all get personally attacked. Let's not melt instantly, right?
Yeah, but I think that makes the flat Earth.
I don't do that.
Yeah.
I don't personally attack people, even if I disagree with them.
Guys, if you watch a sunset, you can see the sun goes behind something. So where's it going?
Oh, it's going away from you. When you say behind something, do you mean that it's being blocked by the physical curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, it is. It's obvious that it is.
It is. So, hold on. Are you making the claim that the horizon is physical curvature of the Earth?
It's how our eye interacts with curvature. Yeah.
It's how so just be clear, yes or no, is the horizon the curvature of the Earth?
It's our view of it. Yeah.
Yes, so yes is the answer, right?
Our view of it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So quick question. Why, depending on atmospheric conditions and the technology that you use, like binoculars or high-powered zoom cameras or telescopes, does the horizon move?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It does.
Unless you change elevation, it wouldn't.
So if we keep the same height above sea level, say 1 foot, 6 foot, if we keep it the same, but we change the technology and we have different atmospheric conditions, the horizon does most definitely move.
Talking about refraction?
See, now you two need to have a conversation. Does it or does it not move?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Brendan says yes. Because
if you talk about refraction, then it doesn't actually physically move, but it looks like it does because of refraction.
Sorry, what's refraction, Brendan?
It is an atmospheric condition that can bring things up above other things.
Yeah, the way the light gets bent, it allows you to see it a little bit.
Like if you put a straw in a glass of water, it will look like that it is moved.
Brendan, is you putting a straw in a glass of water and you observing that light hitting one boundary in isotropic medium and refracting. It's the same as looking through one medium. Because never will dictate what you've just said about putting a straw in a glass of water and it refracting because of the two different mediums and the boundary between those.
But Jedi, do you remember we talked about how, like you said, the Earth, the sun moves away and it gets smaller?
Water is one medium.
Now, you gave me a demonstration of two mediums, Brendan. Put in
Yeah, let's not get bogged down with that.
Talking to Brendan, dude.
Wait, how is a glass of water two mediums? How is water two mediums?
Well, dude, what he's saying is the refractive index of water is higher, so when you do that, it's a clear example of refraction, but it still happens in one medium as well, bro. That's all he's trying to say. So, anyways, when you have a sun and it goes behind, what's it going behind, dude, when it sets? What's happening?
The sun is going behind. The sun is going far away. It's moving away from your position.
Dude, I watched it tonight, and it's a big fiery ball, and then it just disappears.
Talk to someone else. I'm literally trying to answer you, but you keep yapping through me. You must be very disappointing for your girlfriend because you just bang off very quickly. Can you calm down? I'm trying to explain to you what the horizon is, dude. Would that be okay if I did that?
Well,
So
let me just make my case first.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You ask me a question, I'll try to answer it. You just want to make your fucking case. I tell you what, speak to someone else.
Okay, well, when I watch the sunset, it goes from being a very bright, fiery ball to not being there at all. So if like you said, if it just went away and got further away, you'd still see it.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're actually understanding what he's saying. So the horizon is apparent anyway, right? You understand that?
And it's not an actual thing.
Well, it's actual in our perception because we perceive it optically, right?
Right.
So it's not physical then, is it? It's not actually...
It is.
Like,
it has a physical basis, yes.
But
it's not something we can get closer to. It's not something we
it
can
only
get
exists
closer
in
to.
our eyes. That's what he's saying, right?
Okay.
So if it was actually, say, like for instance, if you look at a car, the car's not just gonna. If you stand in the same place, the car's not just gonna grow and shrink in front of you. It's gonna stay the same size optically. Yes, no, maybe.
Oh, me?
Either of you.
Oh, well, if it stays in the same place, yeah, it'll stay the same size.
So the car stays in the same place. You stay in the same place. You look at the car; it doesn't grow and shrink. It just stays the same, right?
If you had a side view, of the airplane,
doesn't matter.
Yeah, and if
Doesn't
you had a
matter.
side view of the sun,
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So the problem is that when you look at the horizon actually does change even if you stay in the same place.
No.
Due to atmospheric conditions, it can.
Right. So therefore, come on, this is easy. What is it not then? Because the car is physical, and you're looking at the car, and it doesn't change in size.
Where's the sun going?
No one's talking about the sun. We're talking about the horizon.
I'm talking about the sun going over the horizon.
No, you're not. No, you're not talking about that, and we're not talking about that. We're talking about the horizon.
Oh, because you can't answer it.
That's not the subject. That's why I'm not answering it. The subject is the horizon. So let's go over this a third time. We've got a car. We're looking at the car. It doesn't move. We don't move. It doesn't change size. Correct?
Sure.
Okay, but when we look at the horizon, it does change.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Look at the Skunk Bay footage.
It doesn't change, bro. Unless I
Yes,
move.
it does.
It only changes if I move.
No, you're just lying about that. But if you look at Skunk Bay footage, it objectively changes without you changing.
Bro, I sit out on my porch and I watch the horizon and it doesn't change.
Doesn't matter what you say, because we have Skunk Bay footage, which is evidence of the horizon changing in front of you at the same
It's
location.
fake CGI.
Right, so you're not here in good faith. Please just leave. Go away.
Wait a minute, you guys say things are CGI all the time.
When have you ever heard me say that? Even once.
You yourself, I don't think I've ever talked to you at all.
Right. So why are you bringing that to me?
Because
you're desperate and you're losing. Because you're desperate and you're losing. That's the answer. So let's stick on topic. We've got Horizon that's moving. We've got evidence of that. Why? You're awfully silent when you're losing the argument, you guys.
I don't know what you're talking about. I told you the horizon doesn't move.
But it does. We have evidence of that for about the 6th time.
I don't have any evidence with my eyes.
Yeah, Jedi, go ahead. I'm already done with the idiots.
No, it's fine. I tried to point out to him that with your eyes, no, that's fine. If you change the technology, like a camera, binoculars, and have different atmospheric conditions, the horizon will move around. If you're making the claim that the horizon doesn't move around, I'd like you to address the photograph I'm about to post. Would you
Yeah,
like
I don't believe the horizon it moves, even if I use binoculars or anything.
Okay, so I understand you keep saying that you don't believe. Would you like me to show you that it does?
Yeah, show me it. Yeah.
Okay, so do you see the image at 26 past the hour of the Skunk Bay footage?
There's something in text chat.
Which one is it? The last one?
Yeah, 26 minutes past the hour, yeah.
Let me see.
That's the Skunk Bay footage. So, because of the atmospheric conditions, ship moves.
I don't really even honestly know what I'm looking at, bro.
Okay. So, that's a time lapse taken from a CCTV camera over a bay called Skunk Bay. That's why everyone keeps calling it Skunk Bay. If you don't like that one, I'm going to post you another one, and then I'll post you another 50 fucking more.
Was it possible that that's high tide and low tide?
What, on the mountains? On the buildings?
Well,
you haven't got eye problems, have you, dude? Come on.
Oh, okay. I'm seeing.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. My friend, would you agree that if we know the size of the sphere and its radius of 3,000, whatever it is, nearly 4,000 miles, then it's just a mathematical calculation based on your height of eye from that tangent from your eye to where it intersects the curvature of the Earth? That's just a mathematical calculation, right?
Yeah, sounds okay.
Cool. So that calculation is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, if you don't believe me, you can check that out on any Earth, globe Earth calculator, distance to horizon. Now, do you see the image that I've just posted at 28 minutes past the hour called Where's Your Horizon? I can post you the video with all of the references later, but at the moment, I just want you to tell me in relation to the distance markers where the horizon is. Is it in front of them? Is it between some of them? Is it past them and beyond the wind turbines? Where's the horizon, dude?
Oh, I was muted. The horizon looks like it's past them.
Awesome. You notice that I've got distance markers underneath them from left to right, 8 miles to about 11.2, something like that.
Okay.
Cool. So we can safely say that the horizon's at least 11.34 miles away, at least.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Awesome stuff. So you see the calculations underneath? Based on the equation that I just gave you, the horizon should be well in front of them. You say the horizon doesn't move, then it must be at 1.225 times the square root of that observer's eye height in feet. It isn't. It's beyond that. Because you've used technology. This is with a high-powered zoom camera, P900 or 1000, I think. You like more? I can give you more. You made the claim.
Yeah, I mean, to me, yeah, the horizon seems like it's further, but something must be wrong with the math, maybe, or something.
Yeah, that's fine. Further, but it should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which means it should be 2.21 miles away. Now, it's further than 11.2, but according to the mathematics, it should be 2.21 miles away. That's a huge problem if you think you live on a ball where the horizon is obstructing things like, in your case, the sun.
I missed that last part. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
It's a big problem if you think the horizon is physical and obscuring your ability to see the sun. The horizon
I don't think
moves.
so.
The horizon moves, doesn't it? It is not at 1.225 times the square root of that observer's height in feet, and not at 2. What was it?
The horizon only moves if I move.
Oh, God's sake, we're going to do this again, aren't we?
Dude, you just keep on saying wrong things. That's the only way I can put it. You're just saying things that are wrong. Look at the Skunk Bay footage.
Okay, explain to me what's going on there.
Oh, it looks like the horizon's moving, doesn't it?
Oh, it looks like the water's moving.
No, it's the horizon.
Yeah, I don't trust that GIF at all.
Well, we've agreed on the mathematics. The mathematics says the horizon, if it is physical Earth curvature, should be at 2.21 miles away. But as you said, it's well beyond 11.2 miles. So it's not physical Earth curvature. Unless you think we can measure to the horizon and the radius of the Earth is 250,000 miles. You reach up and touch the fucking moon if you think that's the size of the Earth, dude. I love the silence as well.
Yeah, as soon as they lose, they kind of go silent and then they just reset like 10 seconds later.
Yeah, we'll be talking about this in half an hour again, I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm distracted. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, there's a surprise.
Yeah, we'll wait for you to respawn then.
Yep.
We'll just sit by your spawn point and kill you as soon as you re-emerge.
Okay, so we're just camping, aren't we?
Yep.
Do you want the sniper or the shotgun?
I'll take the shotgun, please, mate.
Fair enough. Don't mind a bit of sniping on a Wednesday night.
Speaking of shotguns and snipers, I just released my new song.
I fucking knew it.
I posted it in the side chat for anybody that wants to have a listen. Thank you very much.
I was like, I guarantee he promotes some song that he's made. Should have put money on it at the bookies.
You guys were speaking about snipers, you know, and that video's all about sniping.
It's not like you to promote your music in the Flat Earth Discord.
I do it everywhere. It's not only here. I just wait for the opportune time where everything goes silent and dead air, you know, just have a little
Great idea.
advertising for free. You know what I mean? That's it.
Shameless self-promotion. I love it.
I gotta do what you gotta do, man.
Hey, I'm back. Crip, you there? Cryptosthenes?
Oh yeah, what's up?
You were saying about like what are you saying about a car?
Yep.
And if it moves away, it gets smaller.
No, I was actually saying the opposite. I was saying if it stays there, it won't change size.
But if a car moves away, it gets smaller, right?
Right.
So how come when the sun sets, the sun doesn't get smaller?
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. You're just lying,
It does.
dude. I watched
No.
it tonight. It doesn't get smaller. It stays the same exact size, and it goes away. It just disappears below the horizon.
Sometimes it gets smaller. Sometimes it gets bigger.
No, it doesn't.
Sometimes you're just
You're
wrong.
lying, and I just caught you in a lie.
No, you're just wrong about that.
Checkmate, Flurfer.
Oh, you're pathetic.
What he's
Did
trying
you
to
use the
explain.
solar filter and measure it?
It was boring to talk to.
That would, again, depend on the atmospheric conditions of the day. So atmospheric magnification, sometimes the sun looks massive on the horizon. Depending on the atmospheric conditions, the sun will reduce in size as it moves away.
It doesn't.
God's sake.
No.
The sun with a solar filter, you can measure the angular reduction. Wait for it. No.
Ooh, there's a NAR coming. I can feel it.
Yep.
I caught you. I caught you, dude. You know you're wrong.
Yep. NAR. Dude, you're boring.
Well, I guess that's how I know I won when you say I'm boring.
Nice.
Can you remember what I said?
Your mic got low, so I actually didn't really hear you. No.
You should have asked me to repeat
Convenient.
myself. No problem.
Something
So-
about a solar filter, right?
Yeah, what happens when you measure the angular size of a sun with a solar filter? What happens?
I've never done it.
Okay, do you remember what I said?
I wasn't listening.
It changes with the atmosphere or something.
No, when you measure it with a solar filter, you can measure the angular reduction of the sun as it moves away.
I don't think it changes.
But it does
No.
measure. Filter.
Dude, isn't that all you have?
Yo, Crip, I'm gonna actually put a little note in your bio that I checkmated you that easily.
Yeah, you didn't know. Isn't that all you have?
That was good, man.
It's just delusional bullshit. Have you got anything better than NAR?
He said the sun gets smaller as it sets. That's funny, bro.
It does. Would you like the video
It
evidence?
does. Oh, he said the sky's blue. Checkmate.
Would you like the video evidence of the sun reducing in angular size as it moves away?
Yeah, I mean, Rayleigh posted thing, but that doesn't look like it's getting smaller to me.
Have a look what's been posted.
Sorry, you said it doesn't look like it gets smaller to me, but right next to the sun on the right-hand side, it measured the width in pixels, and as you notice, it goes from 302 to 290.
Yeah, that's insignificant.
So, sorry, are we measuring
Sorry.
Are we measuring an angular reduction with the pixel count?
To my eye, it doesn't look any smaller.
Oh,
know,
you're
that's
so
why
retarded.
with pixels, dude. So the measurement shows there's a reduction. Wait for it. Hold your breath, everyone.
No.
Is the NAR coming? Oh, is it coming?
Plus, I think also you're measuring like a little bit of the extra like halo around it in the first one you could see.
No.
Bro, it doesn't change in size. You know it.
No.
All right, let's start posting the evidence. Fucking hell. This is funny.
Well, how many nut owls he can stack on top of each other?
I think we're at what, 9 at the moment.
Something like that,
Yeah. Oh, look, 44 minutes past the hour. The sun's reducing in size as it moves away.
No, that's the clouds or something.
There we are, another nut owl.
You can see a storm rolling in there, dude.
Your nut owls are not powerful, bro.
Yeah, that's not a good example, bro.
What for you? I don't stand for your standard of evidence, man. I think you're an idiot right now.
I love how you guys are squirming off of this.
Not squirming off of it, dude.
Laughing at you, dude.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, Crypt, I thought it was boring. You're having quite a giggle.
Well, it is more amusing now.
What's the distance to the sun, and how do you know that?
The distance to the sun, I think it's like 93 million miles.
Yeah. How was that measured?
Using the speed of light, I think.
Oh my god.
You know, it's crazy. I actually know a thing or two about science, Crypt. Believe that.
I don't believe that.
This is not how you measure the distance to the sun with the speed of light.
Yes, you do.
Fucking idiot.
Oh dear. You're going to need to know the distance of the sun to say that it takes 8 minutes for the light from the sun to get here. You're going to need to know that distance, Reed. Man, he thinks that the horizon's physical Earth curvature.
I mean, this is impressively stupid.
Mm-hmm. In the side chat, we have another demonstration of the sun reducing an angular size with distance, but you're going to go nutter.
That looks so fake.
Yep, nutter. Yep, that's just another way of saying nutter. Yep.
Dude, what are those lines on the screen? What is that?
That's to help you understand perspective.
It's an edited image.
Wow. Do you think there's any images of the globe that aren't edited? Oh, that's an interesting silence.
I'm just looking up. It's been a
Do you
while.
think there are any images of the Earth that aren't edited?
Of course there are, but there's a lot that aren't.
What
too.
ones?
Hold on, I'm doing some research real quick. Give me
What
a minute.
ones aren't? All right, we're just ignoring again, are we?
Put some more images of the sun, reduce an angle of size for you to shake your head at and go, nah. I think that's about 6 now.
Didn't change angular size with distance. What would that prove exactly?
Who knows? But it's not true anyway, so I'm not concerned with things that aren't true.
You ever seen that Kids in the Hall skit where a guy's on trial for killing somebody and they're like, "Did you kill this man?" And he's like, "No." And that's his whole defense. That's this guy.
I haven't seen the skit, but yeah, that's definitely his defense.
Yeah. He's like, "This is too easy. Ask me again. Did you kill Henry Tillman?" "No."
And then run victory laps.
Yep. I'm going to post that so this guy can figure out who he is.
More images of the sun, reducing an angle of size for you to shake your head at and go, nah, Twonga.
I mean, I watched the sunset from my porch tonight. It didn't change in size.
Okay, that's awesome.
Do you know what an anecdotal fallacy is?
I'll believe my eyes over these stupid pictures. I know
Do
that.
you know what an anecdotal fallacy is?
Yeah, I know what an anecdote is, yep.
Do you know what an anecdotal fallacy is?
I don't like that word, fallacy.
Someone ban this guy. It's fucking a waste of time.
Do what you must.
Do you know what an anecdotal fallacy is?
Yeah, I know what an anecdote is, yeah.
Why are you not answering the question? This is really weird.
Yeah.
I think he's scared to answer.
That was like he didn't like when he didn't answer the question, where does the sun go?
Yeah, because it wasn't the topic.
It was the horizon.
I also didn't tell you why grass is green. That also wasn't the topic. Do you know what an anecdotal fallacy is?
Last chance.
No, what is it?
It's where someone uses an anecdote and they claim that therefore there's a general trend based on the anecdote, which is what you just did.
Alright. Well, I don't want to step on your guys' toes or get banned, so I'll take a break for now and talk to you guys later.
No, please don't come back.
I'll be back at some point.
Right, or something.
That guy called Twonga.
I see Sensei SMK has joined us. What's up, Sensei?
Nothing.
Okay.
Would you like to engage in an intellectually stimulating dialectic?
Oh, that would be awesome, because the last guy was a fucking idiot.
Astonishing. Alright, so what do you want to discuss?
The shape of the Earth.
Alright, yes, so I'll just say the shape of the Earth should be somewhat roundish.
Roundish, what, like a pizza?
Nah, I'd say more like a sphere, like a basketball, something like that.
Have you got any direct measurements of the curvature of the Earth?
By measurements, do you want like miles or like what are you asking?
A measurement of the curvature of the Earth. So the deviation of the surface of the Earth from horizontal.
Yeah, I don't have that on deck now.
Oh, that's a shame. Okay,
Yeah.
would you
Anyways,
would you be able to provide us with a violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
yes, honestly, it's going to be very relevant unless you'd like to explain how it is going to be relevant.
I was going to take your vacuum of space away with it. You know, the space out there where the moon and Jupiter and Mars is, the thing that we're supposed to be flying around in?
Yeah, what about it?
Okay, you understand that gas fills space, right?
Yeah, I don't know that.
Gas expands in all directions indefinitely. Doesn't
Yeah,
it?
sure.
Awesome. So if we're breathing gas right now, oxygen and nitrogen, which you like to call the atmosphere, and there's a great big vacuum up there, a much, much, much lower pressure environment, being as gas fills space, what do you think would happen?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Say that again for me, please.
Yeah, so I'll just take the assumption it would just like go out into space and there's going to be some sort of like applied force that's going to make it not go out into space.
Yeah, the gas will fill the space, won't it?
Yeah, unless there's going to be some sort of applied force.
Applied force?
Yeah, so like let's say maybe if I like let gas just go out, but there's going to be a fan, obviously it's not going to be going into the direction of where like the fan is because like the applied force isn't going to like let it. That's what I mean.
Yeah, of course. If we have something physical for the gas to hit, then yeah, it's going to move. But you need something physical for the change in direction, right?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So being as the Earth is said to be an open system, you understand we've got two problems, right? One, we wouldn't be able to achieve gas pressure. Gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Point number two, the gas would increase in entropy and disperse into the lower vacuum environment. As in, we'd all be dead.
Yeah, so number one, what was I about to say? Yeah, so there's still going to be some sort of like physical possibility. All right, so just to be clear, I'm not going to be educated on this. I'm going to be taking like assumptions, right? So one, there's going to be a possibility that there's some sort of like applied force that's just going to be stopping it from just going out into outer space. And then two, even if we did grant that there isn't sort of like atmosphere, how's it going to like refute our globe-shaped Earth?
Oh, it's where you get all your evidence from. Pictures from space, for example.
Wait, are you saying pictures are going to be contingent on the atmosphere existing?
No, your pictures from space are going to be nullified when I remove the vacuum of space with a simple law of nature. Because we've agreed gas fills space, and you said unless we apply a force, that has to be something physical, like a boundary or a container for the gas to interact with, bounce off of.
Yeah, I'll just like look it up why it doesn't real quick.
Alright, dude, no worries.
Yeah, it just says Earth's gravity is going to be strong enough to like hold it in place.
That's interesting.
I'll just say that's going to be like the applied force I was referencing.
Okay, so that's not a physical force. That's not something physical.
Wait, what do you think? I would just take physical to mean like made of like just like matter, energy, or like fields.
Okay, cool. So that would be the violation of that law that I'm talking about. Gas expands in all directions. Here on Earth, that's why it's a law of nature. You've just said no, but gravity. But that would be the violation. So the second law of thermodynamics has been violated by your claim. Can you demonstrate? I'm sorry. Can you demonstrate gravity changing the direction of gases?
Yeah. So, like I said before, it's not like contradicting or showing other likewise that the gas isn't expanding in all directions. It's going to be showing that there's some sort of applied force that isn't actually letting it keep expanding into said direction. It's still trying to, right? but it's just not because like the applied force is going to be stronger. Like same with the example of like the wind and like I don't know, any sort of gas.
Yeah, so that's gas. Can you show? Sorry, dude. Can you show? I'll tell you what. I'll give you gravity. You just need to show it changing the vector of gases.
Show it me.
Wait, sorry. You don't think applied force can just like stop said gas from going into like a certain direction?
I need you to show it to me. We've gone to the fan. We've gone to physical interactions, gas molecules having elastic collisions, changing the vector of the gas. We've had containers. Now you've brought up gravity. I'd like you to back your claim by showing me gravity changing the vector of gases. Can you do that?
Wait, by vector of gases, are you just saying showing gravity to like make its applied force stopping gas from going into said direction into outer space?
Yeah, show me gravity denying entropy expansion. Yeah.
It's not denying entropy. It's just I kind of like to explain that.
It would be.
No.
Yeah, it would be because gas expands, doesn't it, to fill the available volume?
Yeah, it's still expanding. Just
You're saying it doesn't. Sorry, dude, you're saying it doesn't expand to fill the volume.
No, I said it does. So it's trying to, right? But
So if it does, that means the volume it would fill would be the vacuum of space.
All right, so just to be clear in your position, right? So let's like hypothetically say, I release like mustard gas, right? And it's just like going up, and then I just grab a fan above it, and then it's like not going up anymore because the applied force. That's like now breaking the second law.
Dude, that's a fan, and the reason why the gas is changing direction is because the physical interactions with either the blades of the fan or other gas molecules that are going in that direction. So that would be physical, dude. You're not listening. That would be physical interaction. Now you need to show me your claim. Gravity denying entropy. Can you do that?
All right, so just to clear some stuff up, one, it's not going to like actually reach the blades of the fan. Obviously, whatever wind's being impelled forwards is going to be stopping it. And then two, when I said, what do you mean by physical? Are you going to be referring to something that's like non-tangible or just something made of like matter, energy, or fields?
Yeah, something that's physical.
Yeah, so I'm asking you what do you mean by that?
Well, a container, other gas molecules, physical interaction.
Yeah, so what do you mean by physical? I'm not trying to like do some sort of gotcha.
Substance.
It sounds kind of like a gotcha.
Not really, no.
Substance, matter.
Yeah, so being made of matter, right? What about energy? Do you take like energy to be a thing or no?
What's the purpose of you getting so granular? Like, get to the point. What's the point here? This line of questioning.
Yeah, so I don't really care what you have to say. Anyways. Yeah, so
that's it.
We show
just curious
physical,
what?
right? Yeah, so
it's
obviously no, what? You don't even know the conclusion. You literally can't say it's a non sequitur.
You know what? You're right. I don't. I'm actually trying to figure that out by your line of questioning.
Why are you saying it's a non sequitur, but you're admitting you don't know the conclusion? That sounds a little silly, doesn't it?
Because you are refusing to answer why you are giving this line of questioning. I'm actually trying to find out what the conclusion is. Can you provide me what the conclusion of your questioning is?
Yeah, so I said I'm not going to be speaking to you right now. That's what I said. Now,
okay, address the room. What's the conclusion?
Right? Anyways, yes, I'll go back to talking to this guy. You can just like mind your business.
You can't. You're in a VC. Nice try. Go ahead.
Was I asked? Wait, so you're just fine with like bad faith dialectics?
Okay, don't get off track. I know I distracted you. Get back to your point.
Anyways, what we're discussing, what like physical means. Yeah, so do you think like the air molecules they're going to be pressing against whatever mustard gas is made of is going to be like a physical thing or no?
Yeah, it's going to be a physical interaction.
All right, so I guess we just have to figure out if gravitational waves or whatever they're going to be called is also going to be a physical thing. Do you grant those are physical or even exist in the first place, or no?
This is why I asked you to show it to me, didn't I? I asked you to show me.
Yes, so I'm going to see.
Dude, please. However you're going to describe gravity as mass attracting mass or the bending and warpature of space-time, you need to show me, back up your claim, that gravity is changing the direction of gases. Can you do that, please?
I'll try. I'm going to grab some sort of like video, right? It's not going to be visible to the human eye.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what?
I'll do something for you.
So we don't see this then.
Yeah, so we're gonna have like tools that can make us see it. Like we don't have to like directly just see things and say, "Yep, that doesn't exist."
Okay.
Black holes, for example.
So you understand that we understand how gas behaves. We understand that gas expands indefinitely in straight line motion. We understand that gas fills space. High pressure, for example, fills lower pressure environments. This would be entropy.
Yeah, and then just to be clear, this is why I brought up the example, right? So I don't know if you exactly agreed to this, but obviously, like the air molecules are going to be halting the gas from going a certain direction, or it should be referencing up, because that's going to be the applied force. Would you agree that isn't going to be contradicting the second law of thermodynamics, or no?
What, when gas expands, or when gas collides with each other?
Yeah. So was that a yes or no?
I'm trying to clarify what you mean, dude.
Yeah, so I'm going to be just like referencing the air molecules are going to have some sort of higher potency or force, so it's going to stop the like mustard gas from continuing to go upwards.
The gas will disperse.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. Gas fills space, gas disperses. The claim of the heliocentric model is the atmosphere is not dispersing into the available space of the vacuum. You've claimed that gravity's got something to do with it, which is the changing of direction of gas molecules. Can you show that to me, please? I'll give you gravity. I don't care.
So while I'm finding that, can you please like send the article that's just going to be saying by the heliocentric model, it's going to be saying that gas isn't going to be dispersing into its own little, what's the word, vacuum? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space. Would you like me to provide a university lecture on this? I can do so.
Yeah, so I'll just be like waiting for whatever article you'd like to send. I'll be finding mine.
Yeah, no worries. Give me a minute. I'll find you 5.
All right.
Just so you understand.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Going to be a few. I'm going to put them in the chat for you.
Okay. Let's see.
I'll just put the 2 for now. I don't want to overwhelm you with the evidence. You notice the second one is a demonstration of the second law of thermodynamics with bromine gas. So we understand that we've got 2 systems. One is full of gas, the other one is a vacuum, and the only thing separating them is the tap. When the tap is opened, there's no energy input into the system, it's just an increase of entropy, and the gas expands into the available volume. It fills the next container and then reaches an equilibrium within that now larger volume. Gas fills space.
Yeah, so I'll look at that in a second.
Okay.
I'm not trying to like get off topic or anything, but like, how can you guys only discuss like flat Earth or relative to that topic?
Because that's the name of the channel.
Yeah, but you're like only in this channel.
No, that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, obviously I'm not gonna be like always, but I'd say like a very hard majority, like 90% of the time.
Why don't you make a channel that does 99% of everything but flat Earth, and then
I don't see that's going to be some sort of like proper response.
Globe Guard 24/7. That'd be good. You'd probably get people. We'd probably go over there and yeah.
I'd pop up.
Sure. I discuss ethics mainly.
Matter of fact, that's the best way you get me out of that VC. 99% of people. make a Globetard 24/7 VC. We'll be tempted to go over there, shit on your argument, and then come back here.
And then we'll have jokes and laugh and giggle how.
Oh yeah, it'll be a good powwow. Yep.
Yeah, we just
We
like flat Earth is moral or not.
Right.
We're balling out of control.
That would be a wonderful T-shirt idea. Somebody should get on that.
Wait, who's talking right now?
We get back onto the
Perverts.
topic
Balling
where
out of
he
control.
was reading the information given to him by Jedi to support Jedi's claim.
Yeah, I'm still finding my stuff though, so kind of have to
Well,
wait.
I got an answer to your sideways sun not dropping.
Sideways sound, you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, side view.
You saw
You know how
something.
you look at a car? You look at a car, you see it coming at you, see the headlights on. Well, that's how you're looking at the horizon. That's a retarded way to look at it.
Wait, what?
That's a retarded way to look at it. If I want to prove my drone goes 20 miles away and goes down behind the ass into that car, how would I prove it? I don't think looking forward would do so. So if you had a side view of the car and you saw the two doors, the front of the car, the two doors, the top, the back, you'd see the whole attribute of the outline of the car. Then you'd see that object go down, drop down below that car. A side view. If you had a side view of the sun dropping down vertically, motherfucker, you'd be a billionaire.
We don't have that.
No, you don't have that. Fuck no. No Glober has anything dropping down from a side view. When the helicopter flies out a couple miles with Stephen Hawking sitting there and it drops down in the lake, nobody's got the side view of that thing actually dropping down. And no horizontal reference.
Wait, hold on.
And no horizontal reference from the observer to the thing that actually is not dropping fucking down nowhere. Because you can see that person, you can see the object, and you got a horizontal reference line underneath both of the retards. So a side view is what you need. To convince me or anybody in this motherfucker, if you had a side view of the sun dropping down, shit.
Wait, so by side view, you're gonna be referring to some sort of like vertical picture instead of some like horizontal one that's like, forward?
No, I mean have your buddy go stand to the right of you and get about a mile away or half a
Next
mile
to Stephen
away.
Hawking.
Yes, to Stephen. So two Stephen. One Stephen looking at the sunset and saying, I think it's dropping down, Bob. And then you have your other Stephen say, yep, check. I'm watching. I got my horizontal line ready.
Hey, let me ask you to my fellow flatards, right? So if Stephen Hawking's hypothetically, like just before he died, said the Earth is a globetard, would you then be like, oh my god, yes, Queen, go off? Like, would it change your perspective because Stephen Hawking said so?
People say it doesn't mean shit.
There's the answer. The answer is no.
Well, I would find it to
I
be a
agree.
little silly if he's gonna have some sort of like peer-reviewed articles and just show some evidence, right?
What's that?
Care about peer
Yeah,
review either.
pretty
I
much,
just want
yeah.
to see demonstration.
That would
Yeah.
be the scientific process, yeah. And then have it be scrutinized too. That's the difference. You can't
Yeah,
just put
so
out publications and not have a shit on it first.
Yeah, so if we just like hypothetically granted that like Stephen Hawking or whoever just like posted some sort of long article that's going to be peer reviewed with all sorts of evidence, would you just like accept it then or no?
I'm going to scrutinize it first.
That's fine.
So let me educate you, right? So you understand that when things are published to like societies, like Meteorological Society, Astronomy Society, they're actually scrutinized by their fellow peers. Like they're not just like, you don't just accept it as is.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'm going to scrutinize it first.
Yeah, feel free, but how are you gonna like judge that your refutations are gonna be like proper refutations?
What?
How do you know your refutations are actually gonna be debunking whatever you're saying?
Because like if I go outside,
everything in science is whenever something is brought forth, a research publication, a study, it is going to be scrutinized no matter what my position is on the matter. That's how it works,
right? Whether or
Yeah, I
not I
already
accept it as fact, it's going to be scrutinized first. That was my point. That's how the process
Yeah,
works.
so, wait, that's not the point I was making. So obviously you can scrutinize. It's going to be perfectly fine. Let's say you do have some sort of refutation to whatever, like, astronomical or physicalist point you want to be refuting, right? How do you know it's going to be an actual defeater to his position? That's what I'm asking.
I don't. That's why I have to hear it first, and then I'm going to scrutinize it. By the way, the scrutiny has nothing. Hold on. I'm going to answer your question. The scrutiny has actually, it could be on various different magnitudes, right? We could be scrutinizing the subject matter itself. I could be scrutinizing the way the study was conducted. I could be scrutinizing the way the code was constructed, right? There's various different levels of scrutiny we're talking about. And I wouldn't have an answer on that until something is brought forth.
Wait,
right?
no, I'm not. I'm not actually asking for an example, right? I'm just saying, like,
I know you're not.
Wait, I feel like that was gonna be like pointless to bring that up.
No, I'm answering your question.
Not
that was
really,
my
but
answer. Okay,
yeah, so
well,
we're
you
gonna
can feel that way. It doesn't matter. The rest of the room
Yeah,
disagrees with you. I answered your question.
I don't really care if the majorities also disagree with me. Anyways, what was I gonna say?
Is
Yeah,
gravitational
so I'm
wave
wondering if you're still going to be
evidence yet or
skeptical.
anything? Homeboy,
What'd you say?
you've already. We need that that study that you're talking about, or that device that's measuring those gravitational waves that you were talking about earlier. Let's not get away from that.
I didn't even get that. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get it.
I wasn't even trying to get that. I was just getting.
So you did a whole bunch of line of questioning word salad about 5 minutes ago with Jedi. You said you were going to get research. You didn't. Now you're
salad.
asking.
You know what? Wait. You know what a word
questions.
salad is?
I do.
So a word
It's what you
salad
just
can
did
be
about
using-
5 minutes ago.